Today was the third day since Niali crossed over, and in those 3 days I'd finally pieced together my situation. I'd transmigrated into a world called the Talon continent, currently the summer of year 1580 of the Talon calendar. It was like a western medieval world, but with battle chi and magic and wondrous dragons and elves. I was now Ron Broccoli, the second son of a baron. The Broccoli surname came from the family's original broccoli sprite. I had high talent for cultivating battle chi, a handsome face, and a colorful life. Lacking the right to inherit the title, Baron Broccoli had pulled strings to send him to Marquis Cologne's Marigold Knight Order for better knightly training and a shot at a future. The order was mostly talented but non-inheriting noble sons, plus commoner knights the Marquis raised from childhood. At 18, Ron had trained 4 years and was a low-tier knight squire. A low-tier squire could handle 7 or 8 fully armed soldiers easily. Ron was among the best of the low-tier squires, one step from mid-tier. Then came a border clash between the Black Iron Duchy and his own Bronze Duchy. The Marigold Order won a fight. Early on, the original Ron earned military merit, but late in the clash the order was ambushed and gutted. Ron broke through to mid-tier squire in the thick of it, then through dumb luck saved the Marquis's eldest son, breaking out with him, only to die of grave wounds. That was when I crossed over. I was an orphan, more or less. My parents divorced when I was young, each remarried, neither wanting me, so I lived with my grandmother. She died when I was in middle school, and then no one looked after me. From childhood, I'd swallowed bullying and contempt, but it never broke me. It lit a wildness in me. Poor at school, I dropped out and knocked around, hauled bricks, worked odd jobs, brokered deals, took contracts, gave bribes, got stabbed in the back by sworn brothers into bankruptcy. By nearly 30, I'd finally clawed my way up, modestly successful, roughly financially free. Then, walking home after a conversation with a woman in yoga pants, a freight truck barreled straight at me and sent me to another world. Maybe I'd done too many shady things, and this was payback. I'd scrabbled my way to late wealth against those who got rich first, finally settled into a comfortable, shameless life with beautiful company, and just like that, off to another world. But I'd opened my eyes a noble, a far better start than my last life. Had I transmigrated into a serf or slave, I might have looked for a crooked tree to end it and start over. A bloodjade gourd now floated in my mind. A thought, and the gourd appeared in my hand. I'd picked it up back when I dealt antiques and ran cons. It had a nice heft, so I kept it as a trinket, toying with it now and then. This had to be what kept me alive after crossing over. Without it, I'd surely be gone. Since I'd kept my life, I'd settle in. From now on, I was Ron Broccoli. The gourd's function I hadn't studied, and a frontline army camp was no place for it, so I set it aside. Devouring the original soul, I'd taken in his language and memories smoothly, and shown no cracks these few days. Ron lay in the camp room running breathing techniques, cultivating battle chi to heal. A knock. "Lord, may I come in?" "It's lunchtime." The attendant. "Come in." He set a tray on the table, a big bowl of meat broth, 2 cuts of meat, a large white loaf with honey, and an apple pie. "Lord, Viscount Evan will visit you this afternoon." Evan, full name Evan Marigold, the Marquis's heir the original had saved at the cost of his life, now a court viscount. Understood. Ron ate at his leisure. His appetite was huge now, likely from cultivating battle chi, his grave wounds healing fast under its nourishment. In a few days, he should be out of bed. He mulled Evan's intent and figured good news was coming. That afternoon, Evan arrived, laughing before he was through the door. Brother Ron. A portly man of about 30, round-faced and bearded, all geniality, he strode over. "I wanted to visit sooner, but the order was regrouping, and you were gravely wounded. I didn't want to disturb you. Hearing you've recovered well, I came at once." His warmth was plain. Ron sat up, feigning respect. "Thanks to the healing potions you sent, my lord, or I wouldn't have recovered so fast." Evan waved. "If not for you, I'd have died on that field." They exchanged pleasantries, then turned to business. "Brother Ron, this clash is nearly over, and our Bronze Duchy came out ahead. The Grand Duke means to invest a batch of frontier nobles, and my father, Marquis Cologne, holds several slots. I'll give you one." Ron's heart leapt with joy. "I didn't fight, didn't train, lay in bed and got it all. My lord, this kindness is too great." Ron will forever charge under the Marigold banner. Huh. It's your due. The Marigold repay their debts. Contact your family. Have them help you pick a good fief. After Evan left, it took Ron a long while to calm down. He hadn't expected such a surprise. Frontier nobles were mostly barons, a few viscounts. Someone like Ron certainly wouldn't reach viscount, likely a baron. Inferior to a baron within the kingdom, but far better than a court title, because this was a noble with actual land. Yes, they marked you a patch of land beyond the border to seize yourself, but the title was what mattered. Though a noble's son, he wasn't yet a noble. Frontier nobility was hard and deadly, but many high-tier squires had no path to that gamble at all, only working for nobles in hope of merit. Ron knew how lucky he was. 3 reasons together, none dispensable. He was a noble's son with a family. He'd saved the Marquis's heir, and at 18 he'd reached mid-tier squire, near the threshold of a formal knight, so the Marigolds invested early. In this world, dragons and elves were the most vital supernatural means of production. All metals and mana-metals came from dragons. Plants and magic potions depended on elves. Battle chi and magic cultivation needed potions, and alchemical gear needed metal only dragons made. And dragons and elves were wholly controlled by nobles. Low and mid-nobles holding elves, high nobles, grand dukes, royalty, and empire holding dragons, an airtight noble system. Knights and mages could only advance by attaching to a noble lord, and lords needed cultivated force to hold power, a closed loop. A formal knight counted as mid to high tier force in any duchy or kingdom, and pledging fealty earned a title, at minimum a fief baron. Most noble houses had only squire stage knights pledged to them. Counts and marquises had formal knights. Dukes and a few marquises had great knights. To found a nation, you needed a dragon. Ron wrote home that day. The family took it seriously, the Broccolis being only a century-old baron house. The first baron had been an army squad leader granted the chance to cultivate battle chi, rising to mid-rank officer, then ennobled for merit in a great war, awarded a broccoli sprite and 3 sprite bugs, founding the house. Henry Broccoli read his excellent second son's letter and sighed. 150 years, and the Broccolis would have their second baron at last. At the Marigold Order's base, with Evan's potions and battle chi, Ron was nearly whole by the clash's end. Returning to the Marquis's domain, Ron didn't rejoin training, but waited at his city residence for the investiture order. Nearly half a month after crossing over, he finally got to study his cheat. A thought brought the blood jade gourd to hand. Blood recognition did nothing, and inside was empty. He tried channeling battle chi in, and the gourd reacted. After much study, he worked out a few functions. It could grow or shrink, was hard as iron, and channeling battle chi gave it suction. Various objects did nothing, until food produced a change, so he tried more kinds. The conclusion: this thing was a demon refining pot. Flesh put in was refined into a blood-red essence thicker than blood, and dozens of caddies of meat yielded 1 drop. Not daring to eat it himself, he caught a rat in the warehouse and fed it a drop. Within 2 minutes the rat swelled like a balloon, doubling in size, its muscles growing and bulging as if enchanted, twitching in a grotesque dance, until, bang, it burst, thoroughly dead. The rat died, but the essence's effect was shown. Over 2 days Ron secretly bought more food and caught more animals to test. Conclusion: the blood jade gourd, the demon refining pot, could refine flesh into essence to strengthen the body and heal wounds. Grain and such could be refined too, but poorly. Devouring flesh needed battle chi. Refining needed only time, and even a few hundred caddies refined in half an hour at most, so the pot's power was far from fully tapped. Diluting and using the essence from those 2 days, Ron's body reached an unprecedented peak. His mid-tier squire's strength consolidated. Feeling the battle chi surge, an inexplicable ambition rose. He'd never been a settled man in his last life, nor a good one. This supernatural world fascinated him, and now with a cheat, a baron's title and land coming, everything felt freer and finer than before. Then, deep in a silent night, a soft, furtive knock broke the quiet. Outside stood a small-framed maid in a robe, nervous. Ron quietly stowed the knife behind his back and opened the door. "Night, Ron. The lady asks you to meet her tomorrow night at 6, at the usual place. Head down." Voice thin as a mosquito's whine, she fled like a startled bird before he could respond. After she left, Ron realized the scene felt familiar. The original's memories held a few like it. When taking in those memories, he'd studied the key parts and skimmed the rest. As his thoughts cleared, he recalled it. From 16, the original had been a rake, frequenting every nightingale house in the Marquis's domain, and with his looks had also pursued young noble ladies everywhere. A year ago, he'd even seduced Viscount Evan's wife, Elena Narcissus. Ron's mind was a tangle. He'd seen the original's debauched life in the memories, but there were so many women he hadn't taken it seriously. He never imagined the original was this reckless, leaving me to suffer for it. How was I to be good brothers with Evan now? Fine, so we won't be. The benefits already in hand. Ron had his own code. Lesson 1 after making it ashore, loyalty. Lesson 2, forget your roots. Still, from the memories, the original ate well indeed. No other choice. He'd have to grit his teeth and keep the appointment, and he hurried to recall his dealings with Lady Elena. The next evening, Ron arrived on time at a secluded courtyard. Inside, in dim light, a woman in a lavish nightdress lay behind gauze curtains. Lady Elena Narcissus, 27 or 8, fair-skinned, exquisite, her eyes full of charm. A flush lingered on her cheeks, perhaps a fever. "Darling, you're finally here." Ron forced a smile. "Sweetheart, I've missed you to death." "Oomph, missed me? Yet you don't come for 2 days and I have to summon you. What? Become a baron and you don't care for me?" Ron leaned in, kissing her cheek, soothing her. "How could I? Sweetheart, I'm devoted to you alone." She feigned shyness. He knew her mood well, and like a tiger to prey, the simplest, roughest approach worked best with her. After, he savored it, idly noting the lady had battle-chi cultivation, a graduate of the Duchy's Knight Academy, with rich combat experience. It took him most of an hour to coax her back to sweetness. Now she lay on his chest like a lazy cat, love nearly spilling over. "You rascal, since you put in the effort, my good words for you weren't wasted. You think becoming a frontier baron is so simple? You met every condition, but you still needed someone to speak for you. This time you have me to thank." Ron understood. If Evan had died, she couldn't have stayed Viscountess, let alone future Marquise. Slipping out of the courtyard, it was deep night. Ron felt the essence he'd taken those days was wasted on this. Over the following stretch, he kept secretly buying flesh to refine essence, meeting the lady now and then, growing ever stronger until she walked unsteadily after. At last, Evan sent word to meet the Marquis. The campaign's reward finally issued. After the audience, Evan cheerfully introduced Ron to the nobles. "This is Knight Ron, only 18 and already a mid-tier squire, valiant on the field. Soon we'll call him Baron Ron." Ron flushed at the praise, thinking, "I am indeed a knight, and quite valiant last night too." After pleasantries, Ron would go with 2 other knights to the Bronze Duchy capital, Adrian, for the frontier baron investiture. On the broad King's Road, Ron, now invested, was a formal baron. Returning home, he wasn't alone but led a whole caravan. Dozens of wagons piled with ironware, spears, iron swords, bows and arrows, tin suits of armor, and farm tools, precious goods he'd bought in the capital, where metal was cheapest. Buy it at the frontier, and it would cost several times more. For frontier nobles, the capital had many loans from nobles and great merchant guilds, a complete supply chain, repaid after successful development with shop locations, sales rights, caravans, tariffs. Besides treasure-seeking adventurers and mercenaries, some others joined the frontier ranks too, low nobles' second sons, bastards, down-and-out knights, for whom following a successful frontier lord might be the only path to change their station. Once a lord succeeds, he infects several propertied knights who can farm and build manors on knightland, founding houses pledged to the lord for generations. A decent path, and one the original would likely have taken from the order. Returning to the family or attaching to another noble only made you a cavalry captain or constable, with far smaller odds of a fief. At this investiture, each noble received a sprite reward from the Grand Duke. Ron got a wheat sprite bug and a dandelion sprite bug, the dandelion a magic potion sprite, to ensure nobles could supply knights' cultivation. Ron also took a loan in the capital, 2,000 gold, the most he could secure, for if development succeeded, all was well, and if it failed, He'd likely lose his life at the frontier, so no repaying anyway. Currency was copper, silver, gold, at 1 to 100. Most called gold dragons. A black loaf cost 2 coppers, and a commoner couldn't earn 1 gold dragon a year. Ron spent 1,500 gold dragons at the capital's sprite bug market on 2 bugs. Lucky the lady had funded 500, or he wouldn't have dared buy 2. Magic potion sprite bugs were dear, at least triple farming ones, the rare ones over tenfold, and they barely reached market before nobles swept them up. He bought a sweet potato bug and a rye bug, Frontier Lord's favorites, since early on food mattered most. After contracting them, the more he looked, the more he loved them. Sprites were this world's darlings. No creature could bear to harm them. Sprite bugs lived 15 to 20 years, small sprites 50, great sprites 150, elemental sprites 500, nature sprites 1,000. A farming bug covered 100 mu, a potion bug only 5. Spent dry, Ron set off home to ask for people and money. Hart Lentil, a mid-tier squire nearing 30, a down-and-out noble knight, was one Ron recruited in the capital. Dick Curtin, a rich merchant's son whose father donated 200 gold dragons, was taken as a squire, though his battle chi was only entry-level. The caravan also carried craftsmen, smiths, carpenters, masons, all slaves captured in the kingdom's wars, since no free man would willingly go to the frontier. For these slaves, being bought by a frontier lord was risky but not terrible, since the lord needed them, and after a few years' work they were usually granted freeman status. Hart came up. "Lord, past the next town we reach the Maple Domain. Our messenger says the Baron is ready to receive you." Ron brightened. "Then quicken the march. Reach Maple Castle before dark." At the castle, Ron finally met this body's father, Henry Broccoli, and his brother Oliver, a 20-year-old low-tier squire, his mother Gwenny Cabbage, a low-tier mage apprentice, his sister Ella, only 10, already tested for mage talent and in basic schooling, and his sister-in-law Sophia Watercress. The whole family came. Henry laughed heartily. "Come, let's welcome our Baron Ron home." After pleasantries with everyone, Ron sighed in relief and went to his room, splashing cool water on his face. Dealing with the original's family required care lest he show a crack, but the original's memories and long absences from home carried him through. He changed into a clean dress suit for the night's banquet, which drew not just the Broccolis but pledged knights and friendly nobles, all bringing many noble sons. Ron meant to recruit. Knowing them well made them safer to use. Entering the banquet hall, brilliant with chandeliers, long tables laden with delicacies, nobles and finery gossiping about so-and-so's mistress, maids weaving through. Soon people gathered, a pledged knight whose house had served the Broccolis near a century, bowing with his second son. "Congratulations on your return, Baron Ron. This is my son, an honor to follow you." Ron smiled, exchanged a few words. Then his mother's house, the Watercress heir, came to greet him. Through the banquet, Ron enjoyed the protagonist's treatment, the crowd never thinning, keenly noting who was worth recruiting, this lively banquet a prime chance to expand his power. After the banquet, summoned by Henry, Ron went to the study. "Ron, you've won honor for the family. Don't worry, we'll back you fully. I've prepared 5,000 gold dragons, 2,000 a gift, 3,000 alone." Ron knew the domain's income roughly. 5,000 exceeded a year's income. The family was bleeding for him. For sprites, the family will give you a potion sprite bug, or you may choose 3 farming ones. Ron thought a moment. "Father, I'll take the potion bug. I already bought 2 farming ones in the capital." "A right choice. Only with potions can you supply more knights. Survive first, then think of development." The Broccolis had 3 small sprites and 20-odd sprite bugs. The bugs' lives too short to accumulate. 3 small sprites upper tier for a barren house. Also, whichever noble or knight sons you fancy, I permit you to recruit. Any other requests, say them all. "Father, then could you arrange some guards, talent for domain management, and craftsmen?" Ron asked for the moon. Missed this chance, and there'd be no other. "Craftsmen I can't spare much, mostly free men, only 10. Guards, 30, all seasoned. For management, I'll send you the administrator of Birch Town, experienced for years." Ron was overjoyed. "Rest assured, Father, I won't fail the family's hopes." The wagon wheels droned over gravel. Ron lifted a corner of the curtain, hot wind and grit stinging his cheek. The caravan had left the Bronze Duchy's heartland over half a month, and the further north, the cooler, dense farmland giving way to waist-high wild grass and bare gray-brown rock. Lord, ahead is Broken Blade Pass. Past it we're out of the Skyfall Mountains and into the true frontier. The Skyfall Mountains span the continent, splitting it north and south, the south the kingdoms and duchies, the north the frontier. Lauren Onion reined in beside the wagon. Lauren was a knight Ron recruited from the domain of a Broccoli Knight house, once a frontier mercenary, a seasoned mid-tier squire in his 30s, later an instructor in the Baron's cavalry. There were 5 other low-tier squires and a potion-maker apprentice his father sent. Ron valued Lauren's experience. Development needed a steady hand. In the cabin, Ron's fingers brushed the blood-jade gourd, warm to the touch. These days he'd refined much beast flesh along the way, the essence not breaking him into high-tier squire, but making his battle-chi denser and his body no weaker than a high-tier squire's. Entering the frontier, Ron mounted to observe. Rock faces showed lingering arrowheads and dried dark red bloodstains, the air faintly of rust and rot. Bandits often here? Ron asked the Birchtown administrator, Perrin Wheel, graying, holding a parchment map, marking the route with charcoal. More than bandits. Perrin pushed up his bronze-framed glasses, a faint tremor in his voice. The frontier's rules are chaos, full of fugitives from every nation. Some bandit bands run 700 or 800 strong, able to breach castles. Nearly every year a lord is killed here. And there are monster clans in the wild, powerful magic beasts, sometimes orc raids. Danger everywhere. Ron frowned. 700 or 800. That's no bandit band. Probably a lord in disguise, or a great noble's black glove. Seems I'll have to lie low early on. His 30 guards gripped their spears, escorting the caravan. The journey passed without incident. Out of the pass, the land opened, a boundless wasteland. On the horizon, a winding silver ribbon, the Greenwater River, the largest in the duchy's northern frontier. Past it, 3 days north, and we reach Oak City. Perrin pointed at the map. Marquis Mammon's Oak City is the core of our duchy's northern frontier, where all new frontier lords register and get their land grant documents. The caravan followed a tributary, passing inhabited land and several noble domains. That's, Dick pointed at a low mound, voice tight. Atop it stood a dozen sharpened wooden poles, each topped with a head, some human, some with twisted beast ears and fangs, orc heads. Marquis Mammon's doing, Lauren said gravely. Oak City's rule. Any who ambush noble caravans in the frontier have their heads displayed on the roads, a deterrent. Ron was silent. This was the northern frontier, civilization's edge, where only iron and blood held a fragile order. 3 days later Oak City appeared, built of great oak logs and gray-brown rock. Walls over 10 meters, 2 flags at the gate, the Bronze Duchy's bronze dragon crest and the Mammon House's black wolf mark. Halt, submit to inspection. A bearded captain scanned each wagon, easing when he saw Ron's barren crest. A new frontier lord. Broccoli House, Ron Broccoli. Ron dismounted and handed over the documents. The captain checked them and waved them through. Enter, my lord. There's a camp outside the city. Your caravan had best stay there, or goods entering the city are taxed. Ron tossed him a gold dragon and had Perrin settle the caravan. The captain beamed and had a guard lead the way. Entering with a few squires, noise rushed at them. Log houses lining streets, taverns, smithies, general stores, the air thick with ale, sweat, and dung. Drunken mercenaries boasted at a tavern door. Men gambled with dice in a corner. Ron's party drew notice, mainly for the obvious noble flag, and a few figures shadowed them furtively. Those are vultures, Lauren murmured. They watch new frontier lords, and if a lord's weak, they turn bandit and ambush. Ron sneered. With 30 elite guards, several low-tier squires, 2 capable mid-tier squires in Lauren and Hart, plus his secretly strengthened body, common thieves couldn't touch him. Only other nobles could, but he hadn't shown his hand, and no word had spread. Great nobles with no stake wouldn't move lightly. The Lord's Manor was a great stone building, the official a stiff middle-aged man in a wig. After verifying Ron's details, he produced a great map and pointed at the westernmost region of the frontier north of the Greenwater. Baron Ron, your domain is here, the Riverbend domain on the Greenwood Wasteland. About 30 kilometers each way, the Blackstone Mountains east, 2 domains west to the sea. Ron looked at the marked Greenwood Wasteland. Only a few vague terrain marks. How many lords nearby? 7 or 8. The official handed over some files, then added, remember, within 1 year no noble may move against a new frontier lord, Marquis Mammon's rule, and a recorder will reside in your domain. After a year, holding it depends on your own ability. After 3 years, a duchy official will set the domain size, so if you succeed, expand north as much as you can. Registered, Ron received the land documents and a bronze token of jurisdiction, which let him claim the duchy's frontier subsidy at Oak City, 1,000 half-price serfs. Outside the manor, a smile tugged his mouth. This life, a barren start, demon refining pot in hand. He wanted to shout, who else? The next day, Ron bought much grain and goods in Oak City, purchased the serfs, and set off early. 3 days later, the caravan reached the domain. Late summer wind carried the scent of grass. He reined in, gazing at the wasteland stretching to the horizon, the Greenwater tributary a silver ribbon winding through a low hollow, reeds dense enough to hide an elk. Lord, the camp should be on that high ground. Lauren, Dusty, had scouted the area, pointing at a rise to the northeast. Flat top, 2 kilometers of sight line, firm soil below for stakes, near water. Ron rode to the rise, hooves startling grasshoppers from the waist-high grass. A good spot, backed by a natural low cliff overgrown with drought-hardy brambles to block the rear, an open meadow in front so nothing escaped the sentries. Parent, have the serfs clear at least a 200-meter radius, then cut timber for a temporary fence. Tell them, no proper enclosure by dark and tonight's rye loaf is halved. Perrin took out parchment and assigned tasks. Lucky Ron had brought enough people for overseers. 30 guards split, 1 team on watch below, 1 supervising the serfs, who didn't dare let them dawdle, the wasteland's dangers unpredictable. Ron took Lauren and Hart upriver along the tributary. The water wasn't deep, just over the horse's legs, pebbles clear on the bottom, silver fish darting. About 2 Leon, Lauren reined in. Lord, look there. In the brush across the river, rotted timber showed, like an abandoned cabin's ruins. Ron narrowed his eyes, left Hart, and waded over with Lauren. The ruins were overgrown, long abandoned, broken pottery in a corner. Left by earlier settlers? Ron kicked the wood, splinters falling. Likely, Lauren said, picking up a rusted sickle. By the rot, empty 3 or 4 years. Beast attacks, or didn't survive winter. Ron said nothing, scanning. This riverbank soil was richer, scattered wild wheat in the grass, good for a rye manor with decent yield. He noted the spot and turned back. At camp, the fence was mostly up, hundreds of calf-thick logs driven deep, sharpened branches crossing between, crude but solid. Serfs chopped extra branches, the smithy's fire lit, hammering echoing as they made bolts and latches. Ron looked down from the rise. Serfs hauled stones outside the fence, Perrin wanting a low stone wall against beasts. Dick, assigned to inventory, crouched by a wagon checking sack labels, brow nodded. Hart, take 5 men to the West Woods, find bark for roofing, and bring serfs to cut straight trunks. We need the sentry tower up tonight. Yes, Lord. Hart picked 5 guards and left. The sun sank. Ron circled the fence, checking the oak posts. At the northwest corner, several serfs murmured around something, faces alarmed. What is it? A serf pointed, shaking at the ground, a heap of scattered bones with dark red residue, a broken hide shield beside it, a palm-sized claw mark on its face. A troll's claw mark, an older serf quavered. I saw them in Baron Thomas's domain. These brutes can tear a cow apart. Ron frowned and kicked the bones, fresh, under 3 days. Perrin, speed everyone up, get the fence gate on first. Send 2 to the Oak Woods. Tell Hart to be back before dark, don't linger. Perrin ran off. Soon Hart returned, a wagon full of bark and trunks, 2 slain wild deer dragged behind. Nothing strange in the woods, just some goblin tracks, didn't go deep. Lauren wiped sweat. These 2 deer were taken at the edge, enough for 2 meals. Ron pointed at the bones. Any troll sign on the way back? Lauren examined the claw mark, grave. Fresh, the troll's likely still near. Tonight needs heavier watch. The tower must go up. Then work through the night. At nightfall, the fence was finished, 2 heavy gates locked, barred with thick timber behind. Sentry towers at the 4 corners, torches blazing. Serfs huddled in temporary straw sheds, silent, only distant beast howls cutting the quiet. That night Ron gathered his men in the new cabin over the map. Lord, the most urgent thing is a base, a manor. The current camp is only temporary, Perrin said, worried. Good thinking. The next days the serfs focus on the manor. Perrin, you and Dick handle it. I'll leave enough guards. Tomorrow I'll tour the whole domain with the knights and drive off the beasts around camp if I can. My lord, let me lead. You stay at the base. That troll may still be about, Lauren said gravely. No, leaving you means splitting men to guard you too. We go together. Morning, the sun just up, ironware clanging at the fence. Ron donned soft armor and opened the door to see Dick on tiptoe directing serfs to haul stones, voice shrill. Faster, the big ones by the wall base. Dawdling, and I'll deal with you when the Lord leaves. A dark-skinned serf slipped, his stone rolling, and Dick rushed over, whip flashing 10 strikes. Useless, can't even do this, saving you to feed the troll? This world's people split into pale-skinned and dark-skinned, the dark-skinned mainly in the continent's southwest, where merchant caravans had found them sturdy and robust, obedient and rarely ill, and a hot commodity, sold worldwide as serfs. The great caravans founding a vast prosperous federation, the Tide Commercial League. Ron watched expressionless, swung into the saddle, and told Lauren, let's go. Dick dropped the serf and trotted over, grinning. Off already, Lord? Shall I prepare more rations, or send some quick serfs to attend you? No need. Watch the camp. Ron flicked his whip. Yes, Lord. Dick bowed until the hooves faded, then straightened and spat at the serfs. What are you looking at? Work. Delay the Lord's affairs, and you'll get more lashes. The party went north along the tributary, which Ron named the Clearwater River. Dew wet the boots, the Blackstone Mountains showing gray-green ridges in the mist. East was rolling slope thick with waist-high needlegrass. West the wood's edge, dappled and deep. Lord, movement there. Lauren raised a hand, bowstring taut. Gray-green shapes darted from the woods, goblins, heads big as squashes, rusted knives in hand, chattering as they swarmed the riders. Loose. 3 goblins fell, the rest fled into the brush. Lauren speared a corpse. These vermin have keen noses, they'll likely follow. Ignore them, scout the terrain first. 3 lean north. The river forked into a marsh, dark green algae on the water, waterbirds startling up. Lauren pointed at the reeds. Wild ducks in flocks, fence it for a hunting ground. Ron eyed the flat land by the marsh, dark brown sticky soil. Good for wheat. He had a guard plant a marker. Note it, have Perrin survey it later. Past a boulder field, the westwoods thinned into a valley. Returning, past noon, through a low pine wood, came a howl. Several jackalmen tore at a wild ox carcass, swarming the party with red eyes. Lauren, left flank. Ron drew his sword, battle sheet glowing faint red on the blade. Guards, the flanks. A flash, a jackalman's neck spraying blood. Lauren's sword wove like a snake, dropping 3. The rest fled tails tucked. Ron wiped his blade. Plenty of jackalmen here. We'll clear them later or they'll hinder the manor. He didn't collect the slain wild monsters, the warehouse unbuilt, the pot unsafe to use openly. On the way they found 2 more good spots for watchtowers and a clay slope for brick firing. As the sun stretched the fence's shadow long, they returned. Ron saw the change at once, a half-height stone wall outside the wooden fence, built from scattered wasteland stones. Lord's back. Dick darted over grinning. See this wall? I drove the serfs all morning, and the roof's the thickest bark. I thought you'd want a clean place to rest, so I had your cabin swept thrice and burned mugwort against bugs. Perrin hurried up. Lord, the granary frame's done, but the serfs are worn out. Ron showed mercy. Rest them half an hour, an extra black loaf tonight. Dick's eyes rolled. Merciful Lord, so considerate. I'll tell them at once. And he trotted off, voice ringing. Hear that? The Lord grants you black loaves. Thank him. The serfs knelt raggedly. Ron watched, thinking he'd need to raise the serfs' motivation. Over the next days, Riverbend's morning mist rang with ironware and serf shouts. Ron cleared nearby monsters daily, returning afternoons to push progress. 5 days on, before the new manor, he finally looked satisfied. 500 meters each way, thigh-thick logs sunk deep, a half-meter trench ringing it, sharpened branches along the top. The main gate of 2 embraced thick oaks barred with a bowl-thick beam, the broccoli crest on the lintel. Inside, orderly. East the lords' and knights' quarters, Ron's main house on a brick and stone foundation. West the serfs' quarters, straw sheds replaced by crude wood huts, a granary and smithy side by side at the center. Lord, this scale finally earns the name manor. Perrin smiled over a new map. Drainage ditches inside the walls too. No flooding even in heavy rain. Ron nodded, his gaze settling on the west's open land, room for thousands of mu of fields. Perrin, from tomorrow, organize the serfs into 50-man teams. Tell them, each day the top 3 workers per team earn a merit mark and public praise. 10 marks, and they become free men, allowed to clear land and own fields in a set area. The last place each day has dinner halved. Slaves the same. Ron didn't mind serfs becoming free men, since even free they couldn't leave the domain, still his property. Late summer wind carried sparks, drawing an orange-red arc over the west wasteland. Serfs with sharpened poles drove the flames toward the marked area, grass and brush curling and bursting, black smoke thick with the smell of ash. Burn along the line, don't let it cross, Lauren bellowed, riding the fire's edge. East is the Clearwater, stop at the bank. Ron watched from the rise as the fire, a restless serpent, gnawed the wasteland. It would burn a full day, killing the deep grass roots, ash sinking into soil. Then the serfs would turn the earth, the best bed for spritebug wormgrass. A day later the fire died, leaving scorched ground. Serfs entered the warm furrows with hoes, the blades shattering charred soil to reveal dark brown loam beneath. Dick paced the ridges, berating them. Careful, smash the clods, pick the roots clean, delay the sowing, and mind your hides. Ron ignored his harshness. On the frontier, leniency to serfs meant inefficiency. Dick's meanness grated but moved the work faster, and the noble lord couldn't very well do it himself. Ron returned to the manor and took 5 jade boxes from the lord's house, each holding a pear, a sleeping spritebug and a half-foot wormgrass. The rose wormgrass shimmered pink-purple, light flowing within, the rose spritebug being the family's potion sprite. Perrin, sow by the marked zones. Ron opened the first box, pinching the pink-purple grass. Plant all the wormgrass on land near the manor, each with people guarding it day and night. Ordinary crops on the outer ring. Perrin replied, Lord, we've also cleared 500 mu for sweet potato, 500 for rye, 500 for wheat. Arrange the ordinary crops as you see fit. Wormgrass covered only 100 mu, but that 100 mu's yield equaled 4 times serf-farmed land. Ron set the rose grass in the pit and carefully buried jade and gold powder beside it, spritebug's favorite food, since each transplant affected the bug, and too many could affect its evolution, so supplements were needed. As the grass went in, the bug in the box slowly woke, wriggling eagerly toward Ron's hand to gnaw the gold. They were contracted to him, and he could vaguely feel its delight. Sated, it crawled back to the grass, swayed at the top, then spread its wings, circling twice, and the surrounding land glowed faint pink-purple, like gauze over the furrows, the air sweeter. So this is the coverage range? He planted the other 4, wheat, rye, dandelion, rose. The next 2 days the work was sowing the wormgrass zones, then the other land. This exposed a problem. The incentive rules had serfs working with zeal, but hands were short, clearing land on one side and building the manor on the other. So Ron had Hart and several squires take a guard team to Oak City to buy serfs. A serf cost about 1 gold, craftsmen 5 to 10. The 5,000 gold dragons from the family, after Oak City purchases, were down to over 3,000, and this trip took another 1,000, money flowing like water. Lord, time to put the sprite bugs in the sprite room, Perrin said, holding empty boxes. After transplanting, the bugs needed 2 days rest on the grass, then no longer had to stay. Ron collected them and handed Perrin the boxes. Put them in the east sprite room, feed jade powder daily, have the maids tend them well. The sprite room was a built hut, walls papered against damp, planted with Sprite's favorite plants for play, 3 wooden shelves for the boxes. Perrin set them on the first shelf reverently. The glow-covered land already differed, seeds sown 2 days showing sprouts, and Ron marveled at the Sprite's wonder. Then he finally found time to hunt the beasts and monsters around camp. The wild held the most goblins, wolfmen, and gnolls. Even within the kingdoms, these couldn't be exterminated. Larger tribes purged by lords' armies, but always some fleeing into the woods, the army not bothering with stragglers, and in a few years a new horde sprang up. They bred faster than humans, several to a litter, mature in 2 or 3 years, and couldn't be tamed, the 3 pests of the wild. For other lords a nuisance, ruining fields, stealing food, larger groups raiding manors. But for Ron, heaven sent fertilizer. He had serfs dig a great pit, the squires throwing in the slain pests, layered with firewood. Dick asked, "Lord, these pests aren't edible. Why not just leave them in the wild? Why the trouble?" Ron didn't answer, but gave him a few lashes. Crack, crack. Dick fell silent. A lord explaining his own affairs to a subordinate? Then what's the point of being lord? Ron dismissed the serfs, stayed alone by the pit, checked his surroundings, jumped in, collected all the corpses into the pot, then torched the firewood. Over the next days, the squires brought back dozens of corpses daily, the pot accumulating nearly half a cup of essence. Ron's physique had long reached high-tier squire level, only his battle chi total lagging. Physique was the basis of battle chi. The stronger the body, the more chi it held. Breathing techniques generating chi nourishing the body, a cycle. Speeding chi cultivation needed potions, and without them one cultivation cycle took a day or 2 to generate enough chi. Ron had stocked many potions in the capital and Oak City, drinking them like water these days, and now broke through to high-tier squire. Ron kept the breakthrough quiet, sleeping uneasy without cards in hand. When the first light pierced Riverbend's treetops, work chants rose outside the manor. 1,000-some new serfs in 20 teams cleared brush and grass, bought by Hart from Oak City. Faster, this land burns through today. Dick paced the firebreak, whip lashing slackers. 3 days and if I don't see turned furrows here, nah bark. Ron stood on the Lord's house steps watching the churned earth. The east was largely cleared, serfs piling deadwood for burning. The south near the Clearwater starting an irrigation channel. Perrin, Ron pointed at the parchment map, 5 blocks circled in red charcoal. Settle by these 5 zones. His finger hit the east block. Nearest water, plant sweet potato after burning, call it sweet potato camp, 350 people, more women. West, rye camp, 300. The north open ground was wheat camp, 300, plus 200 for a vegetable camp to supply the domain, and the southwest near the shallow valley a cattle horse camp, 200, tending the 30 oxen and 60 pack horses. About 5,000 mu of wasteland, split among 5 camps. Each clears 1,000 first. He shut the map. Whichever camp finishes first, the whole camp earns a merit mark. Perrin noted it. Lord, the burn fires are ready. Light them now. Light them. Soon nearly 100 woodpiles blazed, smoke staining half the sky gray-black, serfs with fans guiding the flames along the lines, leaving scorched earth and twisted roots. Domain affairs handled, Ron went to the East Guard barracks. 30 guards drilled, armor clashing in unison, the elites from the Broccolis, loyalty beyond doubt. Stop a moment. He scanned their dark faces. Lauren saluted, the rest following crisply. Up. You've worked hard, patrolling, hunting, watching serfs. From this month your monthly pay rises to 20 silver. Joy lit their faces. 20 silver bought a sheep or a calf, double their family guard pay. More than that. Ron drew a parchment, a knight's breathing technique copied from the family's collection. From today, Lauren leads you in cultivating this. Practice only in the barracks, never share it, never teach serfs. I name Lauren Onion your guard captain. A stir, and Lauren took the parchment, forehead to the ground. We swear loyalty to the death. The rest knelt, the shout rattling the thatch. Ron nodded, satisfied. These guards were his most reliable force. Raising their strength mattered more than his own. He surveyed them. I also plan to recruit 50 more guards from the serfs. Watch for those with many merits, quick hands, strong bodies. Yes, Lauren answered, already tallying candidates. Perrin came over, troubled. Lord, Our gold dragons aren't many, just over 2,000. The harvest is far off, and we must buy grain meanwhile. And metal for this surf batch's tools is nearly out after the farm gear. Ron frowned. What can our domain produce? Much woodland. We could log, but that needs many hands, and all our serfs are clearing land. Otherwise beast pelts, and the wild has many magic beasts. Kill them and sell cores and meat. That's the wild's money-making trade. Ron found none of it reliable. Logging at the frontier, sell to whom? It wouldn't cover transport. And magic beasts were hard to kill, costing men, and now talent mattered more than money. When I toured the domain, I passed a boulder flat and met some gnolls. Send Hart to look there. Hart left. 3 days later, as Ron played with the sprite bugs, Hart hurried in. Lord, a salt mine at the boulder flat. Ron, delighted, rushed over with guards. A few li out, Hart had serfs dig away the sand to reveal a thick white rock layer. Look, Lord. Hart raised a salt rock, scraping powder with his blade. High purity, edible without refining. Ron pinched a handful, spirits lifting. With this, the domain could be self-sufficient in salt and sell to caravans for cash. Hart, how big is it? A micro mine, Lord, but enough for the domain a long while. Ron ordered. Lauren, 20 men guard here. Hart, bring 50 serfs, set a temporary camp, build a road to cattle horse camp. Remember, tell outsiders it's quarrying, not salt. Heading back, sunset turned the clear water gold red. At the bank, Lauren reined in. Lord, a party across the river. A line of men and horses moved slowly over the far wasteland, led by a burly middle-aged man in silver-edged leather armor on a black steed, a potato on his banner, 30-some guards behind, imposing. Sensing the gaze, he reined in and raised his right hand across the wide river, a lord's greeting. Ron nodded back. Too far to see faces, but each felt the other's pressure. The man's knight murmured something. He shook his head, cupped his hands toward Ron, and rode on, soon gone. That's Lord Boris of the lakeside domain to the west, Lauren said gravely. Last year he attacked the Green Lake domain to the south, seized much land, no small ambition. Ron stood in the Lord's villa, the pot warm against him. The refined goblin and jackalman corpses had yielded much essence, his body ever stronger, battle-chi denser at high-tier squire. New problems, too. The domain's potions were short, needing another batch, since the squire's cultivation also relied on Ron's potions. The potion fields hadn't yielded, and even when they did, it wouldn't suffice for a potion glutton like him. The 50-guard recruitment order had been out 3 days, the serfs fervent, the spots filled in under 3. Morning mist lingering, the drill ground rang with shouts. 50 new guards chosen from serfs practiced basic thrusts under Lauren, mostly bare-chested, wooden spears whistling. More wrist, don't shut your eyes thrusting. Lauren's voice like ground gravel, weaving the ranks, swatting bad form with his scabbard. Think leather armor makes you a guard? Against jackalmen your strength wouldn't fill a tooth gap. Ron stood under the watchtower, fingers brushing his hilt. The recruits were eager, but real combat strength was a way off. He turned to Perrin, nodding his brow over a ledger. Out with it, how much gold's left? Perrin opened it grimacing. Lord, counting serfs, livestock, and potions, 2,237, and it must last to this harvest. The salt mine and brick kiln you ordered are badly short of hands. Must wait for the manors to free people. Ron fell silent, the pace of development clearly slowing. 1,000-some serfs were pinned to the 5 manors, sweet potato camp's channel half dug, rye camp's granary roofless, wheat camp 4/10 short on tilling. Hands locked, not even a logging detail could be mustered. Have the manor serfs pause non-essentials, finish clearing the 5 manors first. Perrin noted it and added, the clay mine materials dug but unmoved. The clay haulers pulled to build cattle horse camp's pens, shall we? Halt the kiln and salt mine both. Ron cut in, eyeing the west clay mine. It's mound a small hill, waiting on hands. When the manors are firm, then. For now food and shelter matter most. Perrin, the new guard's pay set. By rule, 8 silver, 10 after 2 months. Ron's mood was foul. Since meeting that lord of unclear intent at the river, he felt development too slow. The drill ground's shouts quieted, recruits slumping, gasping. Lauren came and saluted. This lot can take it, But the base is poor. Half a year to shape up. Half a year's too long. Ron pointed at the map. Boris's men at the river won't be a one-time look. Send people to gather intel on the neighbors, especially Lakeside and Green Lake. I want it clearer. As they spoke, a serf stumbled from the sweet potato camp direction, blood on his face, incoherent. Lord, magic beast tiger, attack. Ron's face hardened, sword drawn. Lauren, send guards to summon the other camps. You come with me. His squires were spread guarding the manors, but the camps were close, easy to gather. At Sweet Potato Camp, 3 serf corpses lay outside the fence, necks slashed clean by claws. Questioned, a guard pointed east at the oak woods. A tiger, white, fast as wind. The camp's squire arrived. Lord, a wind shadow tiger came from the oaks, struck our logging serfs. Most hid inside the fence. A few ran blind. We'll have to find them. The wind shadow tiger was a mid-tier magic beast of the wasteland, matching a mid-tier squire, white-furred, able to spit wind blades from its mouth. Trouble even for ordinary mid-tier squires. Ron eyed the bloodstains at the wood's edge, frowning. Lauren, when the other knights arrive, split the guards into 2 teams to search the woods, keep distance. Family guards and new guards split into 2, shields raised, pushing into the woods, Ron behind. Battle Chi, quietly circling, not meaning to reveal his high-tier strength, but not letting guards die for nothing. 100 meters in, Lauren signaled a halt. In the brush ahead, 2 ghostly green eyes fixed on them, white fur hidden in shade. So that's a white tiger, not like the pictures. A roar, and the wind shadow tiger lunged at the foremost recruit. Only a white blur, claws taking his head before he could raise his shield, then a wind blade cleaving another guard in 2 at the waist. As it readied a second leap, Hart, the usually silent squire, moved, ramming it with his shield, staggering it. Lauren struck, and the guards closed the encirclement. The tiger, faltering, crouched snarling, its will to fight gone. Ron wouldn't let it flee, flashing forward, his sword's faint red battle chi striking its paw precisely. It roared in pain, turning to run, but Lauren's sword pinned its hind leg. Take it. At Ron's low command, the guards surged, spears piercing it, and it died howling. Ron eyed the corpse, its pelt and core sellable, its flesh good for cultivation, offsetting the loss. Back at the manor, he had half the tiger flesh made into food for the chi cultivating squires, the other half into the pot. Curious how magic beast essence differed. He found it not only strengthened the body but carried some mana, letting the strengthened physique adapt to battle chi faster, saving a few potions. After this, feeling the domain's defense still lacking, he needed essence and flour into pills and had the kitchen secretly slip 2 into the knights and guards' broth daily. Not many, a gradual approach. Half a month later, Ron stood on the manor's high ground, eyeing the west clay mine, where 3 brick kilns now stood, smoke rising. The 5 manors' construction had paused, most serfs now at the kilns and salt mine. Serfs barrowed fresh red bricks to the manor to replace the wooden fence, starting with the Lord's manor walls, then each camp's defenses. The kiln's progress. First kiln yielded 5,000 large bricks, enough for a Tinjong wall. Perrin smiled. The old brickmaster says this clay's good quality. A few kills a day can supply the rebuild. As you ordered, the kiln's on day and night shifts now, with a quota system. Serfs aren't whipped daily. Only the last place each week is penalized, and they work with real zeal. Your men all call you a great benefactor, Lord. Ron found this overblown, thinking, later you'll all taste the blessing. A lord's kindness can never be repaid. Last night, another 8,000 bricks. The masons say we can start tearing down the Lord's manor's wooden fence today. Brick the east gate first, 5 days to finish. And the 5 camps' walls. Ron's gaze swept the distant wheat camp, its fence faint in the mist. In order to, Perrin pointed at the map. Sweet Potato Camp's nearest water, reinforce first. Rye and wheat fences swapped to red brick once enough bricks are fired. The leftover old timber to expand Cattle Horse Camp's pasture. Have patrols pass Cattle Horse Camp more often, Ron cut in. And the salt mine road. Dick's leading serfs paving with gravel and clay, half done. 3 days to reach Cattle Horse Camp. The salt works is up too, a team boiling brine, snow white, over 100-some caddies of fine salt daily. Lauren returned. Lord, the scouts are all back. Ron walked to the villa. Tell me. East, Blackstone Domain, Lord Hawk's son, a lame old knight, famed for obsidian mining, long at odds with Boris of Lakeside. Lauren followed, quick. Southwest, Green Lake Domain was beaten by Lakeside last year, Baron Austin captured, ransomed for 3 sprite bugs, now half-crippled, holding his domain, unable to develop. Said to be seeking allies against Boris. This Baron Boris isn't well liked. Tell me about him. Boris, a Knight House second son, wandered the nation's young, earned merit in the kingdom's war, even won Count Bauhinia's favor, who married him a daughter. Ron found this absurd. Sounds like a protagonist. Go on. Boris came to the frontier 5 years ago, succeeded, built a castle, his strength climbing these 2 years, his expansion drive strong, a stronger power in this wild. But this year's investitures, our Riverbend and Lushwood Ridge to his north blocked his expansion. Ron felt the discomfort. No wonder he came to scout my domain. Probably scouted Lushwood too, picking a target. With the duchy's administrator here, Boris wouldn't dare openly attack during the 1-year protection. So small tricks, hindering development, then strike after a year. Or maybe pose as bandits and move directly, though unlikely, since a failed first-year development could bring a new frontier lord from the duchy. Perrin, prepare gifts. Ron pointed at Green Lake's position. Tomorrow send someone there. Say I want a grain trade with Green Lake. Perrin caught on. You mean to win over Green Lake? Better one more friend than one more enemy. Test his attitude. At the drill ground, 30 family veterans cultivated battle chi cross-legged, eyes half shut, breathing heavy, gathering the heat between chest and belly toward the lower abdomen per Ron's technique. The key to condensing a battle chi seed. Steady, don't scatter the chi. Lauren circled, wooden sword in hand. Half a month under the technique in essence, their bodies were stronger, nearly half able to gather a rice grain warm mass, the crudest battle chi seed, the edge of entry-level squire. Hank, your chi's too restless. Lauren tapped a bearded veteran's waist. The seed is like a buried seed. Raise it slowly. Forcing growth only kills it. Hank grunted, sweat dropping, his seed just rice-sized. Daily breathing swelled at a sliver, but reaching peanut size, low-tier squire, was impossible without a year or enough potions. Lucky the essence strengthened his body, so he needn't waste precious chi nourishing it. The new guards on another ground hadn't even reached the seed stage, perhaps another half-month of broth to meet the physique threshold. 50 surf-born brutes swung wooden swords, already looking somewhat soldierly. Ron looked at the 5 family-recruited squires sparring, wooden swords clashing with faint white light, battle chi's glow. Among them gray leek seed neared pigeon egg size. The domain's next mid-tier squire is probably him, Ron told Hart. Hart felt his cultivation had more than doubled since the frontier, his long-stalled progress slowly rising, the feel of youth returning, battle chi welling endlessly, cultivating twice a day. High-tier squire no longer felt out of reach. He despaired of advancing, which was why he joined a frontier lord, hoping to gamble for a family of his own. He came to report on Green Lake. Lord, the messenger's back from Green Lake with Baron Austin's reply. Ron took the parchment. Austin agrees to trade, and enclosed a roster of Lakeside's knights. It marks Lakeside with 2 high-tier squires, egg-sized seeds, and 4 mid-tier. 2 high-tier. Ron raised a brow. Decent even for a duchy baron, veteran standard at the frontier. The 2 were Boris himself and his guard Captain Locke. Hart added, Green Lake's baron suffered for this. Last year's clash, he was caught off guard by the newly broken-through high-tier. The man broke through fresh, or Austin wouldn't have sortied to fight Boris. The letter held Lakeside basics, gathered by Austin this year. Over 8,000 people, 1 castle, 2 towns, several manors. Ron felt the weight. Riverbend was no match for Lakeside now, given he'd been at the frontier under 2 months. But not all bad news. Green Lake and Lakeside were truly bitter, and Austin was clearly the anxious one. By Ron's intel, Austin had developed Green Lake over a decade, holding the only port on the nearby wasteland, rich on convenient trade. Early on, leaning on the port, he'd often choked Lakeside's trade routes and bullied the then unsteady Boris. No wonder Boris wants him. Ron rolled the parchment, tapping the table. Rich, but weaker, just meat in others' eyes. Hart nodded. By the messenger, Austin daren't send caravans far now, fearing another ambush. His eagerness to cooperate is to forge goodwill, ideally to have us share his pressure. Ideally have us share his pressure, Ron finished, a cold smile rising. The old fox plays it shrewd. He looked at the drill ground. Gray leak a step from mid-tier squire. Tell Gray, tonight get 10 potions from Perrin, break through soon. 5 days later, the Lord's Manor's brickstone wall was first finished. Sweet Potato Camp's wooden fence was fully replaced with brick. Rye Camp's masons grouting the seams with glutinous rice-mixed mortar, said to make walls firmer than stone. Even distant Vegetable Camp had a half-height brick foundation, serfs barrowing fresh bricks endlessly. At the Lord's Manor, Lauren had guards digging a trench at the wall's base, sharpened stakes buried at the bottom, a defense Ron pulled from his past life memory. Simple but effective. Lord, a few more days and the kiln's bricks will be enough to re-wall the whole domain. Perrin smiled behind him. The salt mine's smooth too, 120 caddies of fine salt daily, over 1,000 caddies stored. But one thing's for you to decide. Do we wait for caravans to buy our salt, or form a caravan to sell at Oak City? Ron chose to wait. The situation unclear, better keep enough squires home. At the drill ground, a few more guards had cultivated chi. Gray, with potion support, broke through to mid-tier squire last evening. His seed steady at pigeon egg size, now consolidating. Lord, serfs report furtive shadows near the boulder flat too. Perrin reported, worried. Just then 2 guards marched a gray cloth man from the salt mine direction. Lord, a spy caught at the salt works. The man bore an empty basket, salt grains at its bottom, and struggled. I'm just a wood gatherer, passing through. The guards presented salt and a map taken from him. The salt mine and kiln marked with bold crosses. Ron thought the salt mine's secret couldn't hold much longer, Riverbend being new, the domain like an open door, too easy to probe. His face showed nothing. Take him down, give him to Dick to interrogate. Pry out more, who sent him, how many came. Yes. Double the salt mine guard, set hidden sentries, keep all spies on the domain. Ron walked back and spread parchment. Defense was only passive suffering. He'd make the opponent hurt too. He touched the pot, eyes cold. Want to cross out my mine. Let's see in the end who becomes whose fertilizer. The interrogation lasted a night. The next morning Dick appeared with dark circles, eager for credit. Lord, he cracked. The boy's a lakeside man, doing this dirty work. Boris has a steward named Colin handling outer affairs. Half a month ago they began probing us at Oak City, then set men on the Boulder Flat Road. Ron tapped the desk. Dick went on. He says 3 groups came, one on the salt mine, one on the kiln, one on the manor's troop movements. The crossed map was to scope us out and wait a chance to set fires. Fires? Ron repeated coldly. Yes. They said burning the kiln and salt works would stall our development, then. And the other 2 groups? This one handled the salt mine. The other 2 weren't reached yesterday, but he says there's a fixed meeting point, an abandoned hunter's shack 3 li east of the Boulder Flat. Every 2 days they leave a sign there to report. Ron nodded. Draw 50 silver from the books, rest. Dick thanked him and withdrew. Ron rapped the desk, and Lauren entered. Heard it all. Heard it, Lauren said gravely. Shall I net the other 2 fish? Pick some clever men, stake out that shack. Next time they leave a sign, follow the vine to the melon and seize the contacts too. Understood. Lauren left. The next 2 days the domain ran as usual. The 5 manors sowing was complete, the serfs now weeding, watering, tending sprouts. All 5 camps' walls were brickstone, trenches with sharpened stakes, reassuring. The busiest were 3 sites, the kiln burning day and night. Ron planning to rebuild the manor's interior with sturdy storehouses, the salt works never resting, dozens of cauldrons boiling brine into snow-white salt bagged by the shovelful. Perrin circling it twice daily and logging numbers, 120 caddies yesterday, 130 today. And the wharf, Ron having marked riverbank land for serfs to dig mud and drive piles for a simple dock, to move salt and grain by water, saving 3 tenths in transport. The 3rd morning, a caravan of 20-some wagons appeared, led by a lean, sharp-eyed merchant of about 40, calling himself Marco of Oak City's Great Gray Bear Guild, which ran the frontier routes. The guild was Marquis Cologne's enterprise, and frontier lords like Ron bound their interests to recommending great nobles, buying serfs and goods from the marquis first, and selling harvests likewise, price being roughly equal. Baron Ron, long admired. Marco's bow was flawless, his eyes sweeping the new brick walls, trench, and drilling guards. Mr. Marco, too kind. Your guild's news is keen. Marco chuckled. At the frontier, caravans live on fast news. Riverbend's salt mine, much as you'd hide it. Oak City's in the know. Ron's expression held. So the salt couldn't be covered. So your guild comes for the salt? Straight to it, Lord. The Grey Bear Guild offers to buy Riverbend's fine salt. And any grain, tools, cloth you need, whatever Oak City has, at a good price. Ron nodded and had Perrin host. The deal took half a day. Marco's price was fair, fine salt being scarce at Oak City. Serfs and commoners ate coarse sea salt at 20 coppers a caddy, but Riverbend's was rock salt, boiled snow-white and fine, fit for nobles and the rich, a different price. They settled at 2 silver a caddy of fine salt. Ron's warehouse held 1,500 caddies, 10 some days yield, and Perrin meant to sell it all for 30 gold dragons. Ron agreed, reckoning the mine could scale to 300 caddies daily, 2,000 gold dragons a year from this mine alone. Pure luck, finding a salt mine, without which development would have crawled. Tricks transmigrators love, papermaking, brewing, glass. Ron didn't use, he truly didn't know how. And with mages here, such things had been made in idle experiments, so this world's goods weren't crude. These weeks Ron had tasted the difficulty of no gold. Without heavy gold input, a domain couldn't grow. No wonder the kingdoms chose frontier noble development, direct development a losing venture, while enfeffing frontier knights shifted the risk and still earned plenty. The chief danger was that the frontier might breed new great nobles, eventually new kingdoms and duchies, just as the South's nations had formed. The caravan brought ample goods, and Ron, flush now, restocked supplies and bought metal and potions, spending several hundred gold dragons. Marco pocketed the money, smiling, then mentioned offhand, "By the way, Lord, you know of Lakeside?" "Heard of it, the western neighbor. That Baron Boris, riding high these 2 years." Marco lowered his voice. "Beat Green Lake into submission last year, recruiting again this year. Guild rumor says he wants to build a port in his domain, so his goods needn't use Green Lakes." Ron stayed blank. "Build a port? More like he wants to seize my port in Green Lake." "You're well informed, Mr. Marco. Earning a living, one listens and watches. Oh, one small thing. Boris recently sent men to Oak City asking after Riverbend. Keep an eye out." "Thank you, Mr. Marco." Seeing the caravan off, Ron had Perrin scale up the salt works. "Lord, with the salt mine a steady business, we can keep spending. Later buy another batch of serfs at Oak City and clear 5,000 more mu before winter." After selling the salt, the domain quieted some days. Perrin toured the 5 camps daily and reported nothing needing Ron's attention, sewing done, walls up, all building and growing on schedule. Ron felt like an ornament, idle in the manor. "Lord, why not tour around?" Lauren read his mind. "We only roughly covered the domain. Much ground's unfamiliar." Ron agreed. Time to settle the patrol routes too. The guards shouldn't only drill in barracks, but learn the land. He had Lauren pick 15 clever guards plus Gray, 18 total, stocked with rations and water skins. The next dawn they rode out. Past the manors the land rolled. No roads in the wild, only rough direction. Hooves crushed knee-high grass. Hares bolting, horses snorting. 2 hours north, a mixed wood of oak and pine appeared, dark inside, not entered rashly. They skirted its edge northwest, the slope rising. Gray-green shapes flickered in the brush, goblins, not daring to emerge. Lauren glanced. These little things are everywhere. No threat, just a nuisance. An hour on, the ground higher, the view wider, Lauren reined in, pointing at a faint ridge. "Lord, that's Lushwood Ridge's border. The lords knew too, 3 months ahead of us. We haven't met." Ron gazed. Only sparse trees on the ridge, no smoke, no sign of people. Further north? No man's land. Orcs are said to roam the north. Every frontier domain's north is the same. To expand, you fight north. Returning, past a hollow, reeds taller than a man, the one from his first tour. Riverbend was large, but hands were scarcest, So these places waited until the manor was firm and surf sample. Then he'd send serfs to build manors and claim the ground. By dusk, a dozen wild ducks hung from the saddles, shot on the way, an evening treat. Another day, westward, up the Clearwater, the river widening and narrowing. 2 hours on, past a river flat, Lauren reined in, dismounted, and studied the bank. Lord, this is a ford, slow current, pebble bottom. You can wade across. Ron dismounted and looked. On the far bank, a trodden path led to the water. Frequent crossing sign there. Lakeside. Ron studied it long. Why were Boris's men scouting here? Market. Patrols should pass here often once the teams formed. Lauren marked the map. The southwest day was overcast, a few raindrops. A dozen some lee southwest, the land opened. No sun to navigate by today, harder going. Lauren pausing to check landmarks. Far off, a misty lowland, the marsh's edge. Lord, past that marsh is Green Lake's land. Austin's port is over there. Ron eyed the marsh, reeds hiding the water, birds startling up. Skirting it east, through a mixed wood on slightly higher ground. Wild grapevines tangled the dead trees, shriveled grapes hanging, clearly untended. Ron halted the party to rest and dismounted to walk the wood's edge. Vines crawled everywhere. He brushed aside a low cluster to check for a path. Under the leaves, something moved. He looked close. Under a broad grape leaf crouched a plump bug, deep red-purple all over, dark patterns on its back that, looked at carefully, resembled clusters of grapes. About an adult thumb's width, it had curled under the leaf, startled by the light. Ron's heart jumped, but his hand stayed steady. He gently pinched it from under the leaf. It struggled, making a thin humming sound. Then, finding no escape, went still, lifting its head to fix two sesame-sized black eyes on him, mouth working. Lauren had come over, and seeing it, his pupils shrank. Lord, a sprite bug? Ron nodded, studying it. He drew a small jade piece and offered it. Smelling it, the bug perked up, hugged the jade, and gnawed. Crisp little crunches, utterly absorbed. Ron bit his fingertip and dripped a drop of blood on it, which soaked in instantly. The bug paused, looked up, then returned to gnawing. But Ron could already faintly sense it, like a small speechless thing whose hunger and joy he could know. Contracted, he learned it was a grape sprite bug, a farming bug, but he wasn't disappointed. When it finished the jade, he found its worm grass nearby, a thumb-thick vine darker than the others, with a finger-long sprout, the sprite's companion plant, transplanted together. He dug it with the root soil, wrapped it in damp cloth, and handed it to Lauren. Hold it steady. The sated bug, fond of Ron now, crawled up his hand and curled in his palm, still. He set it gently in a jade box. Back to the manor. There he settled the bug and had Perrin ready reserved field for the wormgrass. Another day south. A dozen some lee and a gentle slope appeared. Lauren pointed. Lord, ahead is Cold Pine Ridge's land. Who's the lord? Clark Fur, a veteran baron. Lauren lowered his voice. But his domain had trouble 3 years ago, breached once by orcs from the north, nearly lost the castle. They drove the orcs off, but were badly hurt, still unrecovered. Ron raised a brow. Orcs, from further north, raiding south every year before winter, far worse than goblin trash. Marquis Mammon recruits lords yearly to resist the orcs' main host, but stragglers still strike from other directions. Lauren said, Cold Pine Ridge had the bad luck of sitting in the orcs' southern path. They've recovered some these years, but only so much. Will Mammon recruit us against orcs? Usually not the frontmost lords, the rear ones, but exceptions exist if a year's orc force is strong. Ron was glad to have this family-recruited knight, his frontier years saving much trouble. Along the border half a day, past a wild fruit wood, withered little apples on the trees, no more sprite bugs found. A day without luck or trouble, only some jackal men wandering on the way back, neither approaching, Ron not bothering to chase. The last day, east, through a slope, the land growing barren, more gravel, sparser grass, than the foot of the Blackstone Mountains. East is Blackstone Domain. Lauren pointed at a faint mine. Lord Hawkson, a decade developing here, rich in obsidian, no conflict with us. Ron eyed the terrain, a dry riverbed between the domains, boulder slopes on both banks. The borders this dry bed? Yes, East of it his, west ours. Ron nodded and rode northeast. After these days, he finally had the lay of this wasteland. North, no man's land with orcs, no lords, his future expansion. Northwest, Lushwood Ridge across a ridge. West, lakeside across the Clearwater, with 3 fords to guard hard. Southwest, Green Lake across the marsh, an ally. South, Cold Pine Ridge across a wooded ridge, the orc-breached neighbor, no present threat. East, Blackstone across a dry bed. Northeast, an unnamed new lord across low hills. 6 neighbors, clearly ranked. The strongest, Boris, right under his nose. Green Lake a nominal ally. Cold Pine half dead. Blackstone aloof. The other 2 new lords unsteady. The domain's usable resources were mapped too, simple natural ones. A salt mine was luck, the sprite bugs a surprise. Surely more sprite bugs lay undiscovered, but catching them was a gamble. And the patrol, the 15 veterans had memorized the routes. Ron called Lauren. Back home, split the guards into 2 teams, one patrolling and clearing monsters, the other guarding camp, rotating. At the manor, Perrin waited. Lord, you're back. The potion fields, the first batch can be harvested. Ron followed to the fields. In the 5 moo of dandelion, golden flowers bloomed in a sheet, serfs pinching the just-opened blossoms with baskets. Not all at once, but the mature ones, more blooming days later. Potions weren't like grain harvested in a single cut. The plants lived on, flowers, leaves, roots maturing in turn, yielding through the year. The 5 moo of rose beside it was another scene. Knee-high bushes with sparse, deep red blossoms, petals thicker than ordinary roses, a rich, bitter fragrance up close. 2 serfs picking the full open petals into cloth-lined baskets. Perrin handed over a basket with a dozen dandelion flowers and a small handful of deep red rose petals. This morning's first picking. The potion apprentice looked it over, good quality, ready to brew. Ron pinched a petal, rolling it to a bit of dark red sap, sticky, medicinal. How's the apprentice's skill? Rough, but he can brew basic potions, Perrin said. He says these 5 moo of dandelion yield about 30 potions a month. A potion sold for at least $1 each, and that was only the cheer-restoring kind, high-quality or attribute potions fetching 5 to 10 gold. Both Ron's potion sprite bugs were decent. The dandelion's yield was low but high quality, a rare wind attribute potion. The rose yielded more, but ordinary. With these 2, Ron's urgent need was eased, no more paying dearly for potions, and his own pill-fueled cultivation could continue. The domain's knights got potions as part of monthly pay besides gold, and discounts buying more, though the guards didn't, unless talented enough to be taken as squires. Have him work hard, Ron dangled a carrot. Buy whatever materials he lacks, hone his skill, and his bonuses won't be small. Sunrise, drill ground, Ron sheathed his sword, dew on the porch flagstones, grass blades on the blade. He flexed his wrist, battle chi circling, his high-tier realm steady, but a day without practice felt off. In his mind, the pot hung quiet. Last night, another batch of monster corpses refined, a few drops of essence today. Long used to it, his body felt off without it. He stowed the sword and went to the dining hall. Barely seated, Lauren strode in. Lord, trouble in the west. Ron set down his bread. Speak. The patrol found people crossed the ford this morning. Lauren's face dark enough to drip. 20 or 30, armed, claiming a caravan. But crossing at that point, the most hidden ford, no honest merchants. They've camped at the river bend, not leaving. Ron held his cup, unhurried. 20 or 30, armed, the hidden ford, camped and staying. Boris's men. He ran the Baron's file again. A night house, second son, wandered young, war merit, married Count Bohemia's daughter, came to the frontier 5 years ago, carved a domain from the wild, beat Green Lake last year. No fool. Sending men across today wasn't to die, but to probe. How many men? What strength? How fast the reaction? Whether he'd dare act. Call everyone able. Except the home guard, the rest with me. Lauren paused. Lord, 20 or 30 across. How many do we bring? Ron tallied fast. 80 guards, 30 veterans, 50 recruits. The recruits still half-trained, but lined up they'd serve. Bring too few and look timid, too many and reveal his hand. 30 to 40 would hold the scene without showing the whole hand. Bring 40, Ron said. half veterans, half recruits, plus Gray, Hart, and the 4 low-tier squires. Leave 40 to guard against a lure the tiger ploy. Half an hour later they reached the river bend, 40 guards behind, bows and blades ready, Lauren, Gray, Hart riding ahead, for low-tier squires on the flanks. From afar, 7 or 8 tents on the clearing, horses tied to trees, cook fire rising. Armed men by the camp panicked at the riders, some ducking into tents, some easing back, hands on hilts. From a tent emerged a bearded, sturdy middle-aged man, a sword at his waist. Seeing Ron's column, his smile froze a beat, then piled back as he hurried forward. "My lord, are you Baron Ron of Riverbend?" He bowed low. "I'm Colin, a lakeside caravan steward. We chased game too far yesterday, crossed by accident, and dark fell, so we didn't dare return. I meant to call on you today, and here you've come yourself." "Chased game." Ron laughed inside. Why not say a soldier went missing? 20 or 30, armed, the hidden ford, camped overnight on another's land, chasing game? His face stayed flat. "Steward Colin, that's quite a caravan." Colin's smile held. "The frontier wild has many beasts, too few men, and we daren't enter the woods. Yesterday we chased an iron-maned boar. Sadly, it got away." Thick-skinned. Ron's side glance swept the camp, the men loose-looking but positioned to cover several directions, several clearly trained, sharp-eyed, their blades no common goods. No fight yet, but the air of men long living on the knife's edge couldn't be hidden. He reckoned at least 3 or 4 low-tier squires among them. Colin at least mid-tier. Boris wouldn't be fool enough to send a high tier to be tested. Today's Colin was just a steward with 20-some mercenaries, expendable. No loss to Boris if all died here. A probe. Ron looked at Colin. "Chasing game into my domain, camping overnight, still not leaving today. Steward Colin, your caravan's an interesting one." Colin laughed. "You jest, my lord. If we're unwelcome, we'll pack and go." He turned to leave. "Wait," Ron said. Colin glanced back with a sneer. "Does the lord mean to keep us as guests?" "Insolence," Lauren barked. "Kill them or not." Ron waited. The man's attitude was wrong, clearly at a disadvantage yet provoking. Ron knew Boris's aim in sending them. He ordered, "Drive them off. If they won't go, kill the leader first." Colin's smile slowly faded. He stared at Ron, then at the squires, plus 40 guards, in a real fight. How many of his 20-some would remain he didn't know, but by the Lord's manner he himself was surely gone. Colin wouldn't gamble. He grinned and waved. "What are you standing there for? Pack up, we're leaving." The men exchanged looks but obeyed. Tents struck, horses brought, they moved to the river. Colin took a few steps and looked back. "My lord, the frontier's vast. Neighbors do well to visit one another." Ron didn't answer, only watched. Colin smiled, mounted, crossed the ford, and vanished into the far brush. On the way back, Gray came up. "Lord, just let them go?" Ron didn't turn. "What else? Kill them and guarantee not one escapes? In this wild, any thicket might hide a pair of eyes. Act today, and by nightfall Boris knows." He rode on. "He's gauged our strength. Next time it won't be 20 mercenaries, but 200 bandits." Gray went quiet. Lauren said, worried, "But this only treats the symptom. The probes from Lakeside won't stop." Ron nodded, saying no more. He knew today's standoff was only weathered, not won. Boris wanted his measure, and Ron hadn't given it, but some had leaked anyway. Time. Time was what he lacked most now. He had to find a way to remove Boris's threat. Back at the manor, the sun was setting. Ron called Lauren, Gray, and Hart inside, shut the door, and the mood sank. "You saw today's business. Boris sent men to probe, and I drove them back. But this was the first time. There'll be a second, a third." Lauren nodded. "True, Lord. That kind won't let go till he's tasted meat. But why fix on us?" Gray frowned. "Lushwood Ridge is a new lord too, 3 months ahead. Why not try them?" Ron glanced at him, silent. Hart spoke. "Because of the salt mine." Gray caught on. "We have a salt mine." Ron stood and went to the window, gazing west. "A salt mine worth 2,000 gold a year. Even posing as bandits to wipe me out, the duchy would send a new frontier lord, but the gap would be enough for him to make a fortune. Lushwood Ridge has nothing, a dirt-poor new lord. Conquering him only costs you money. Green Lake's rich, the port's still there, but they huddle in their domain, and storming the castle isn't worth it. He turned. Only us, newly arrived, unsteady, holding a hen that lays golden eggs. A common man is innocent, but holding a jade invites guilt. He'd known that lesson last life. Then what? Gray pressed. Give him the salt mine. Give. Ron laughed. Give it, and he stops? Believe me, give the salt mine today, and tomorrow he wants the sprite bugs, the day after the whole domain. Gray fell silent. Lauren said gravely, Lord, you're thinking? Ron paused, walked to the wall, and took down his ever-present sword. I want to pose as bandits and strike first. 3 heads lifted. Not head-on. Head-on we're no match for Lakeside, and Lakeside won't openly attack Riverbend either. He set the sword on the table. Tonight, I take a few men across the river to Lakeside and gut one of his manors. Lauren paled. Lord, too risky. Before he finished, Ron swung the sword, battle chi surging, and sheared off the table's corner, his high-tier strength laid bare. 3 stared, stunned. High-tier squire, and the lord only 18, a future formal knight set in stone. Follow such a lord and development was certain. Their confidence soared. Hear me out, Ron went on. We don't reveal ourselves, we play bandits. When I strike, I'll show high-tier strength, but they mustn't know it's me, or I fear the neighbors. Learning of an 18-year-old high-tier squire, won't sleep, and gang up to kill me first. They exchanged looks. This way we show Lakeside strength without provoking an overreaction. Hart hesitated. How many do we bring? Ron thought. Few. Too many is unwieldy. Lauren, Gray, with me. Hart stays, with the 2 costly alchemical crossbows, guarding the manors fine. Pick 2 low-tier squires, tight-lipped and ruthless. Out after dark, back before dawn. Yes. Meanwhile, at Lakeside Castle, Baron Boris sat in his study, confidants around the table, guard Captain Locke, steward Colin, 2 mid-tier squires. Colin recounted the day. The boy brought over 40 men, attitude hard. I provoked him a few times to force a fight, but he just ordered me to withdraw. I figured a real fight wouldn't profit us, so I came back. Locke frowned. His men learn anything? Colin shook his head. No fight, couldn't tell. They just stood there, ranked, motionless. Boris tapped the armrest. He'd hidden across the river that morning and watched the whole standoff. From his spot, he'd clearly seen the young lord appear with his men, form up, then speak with Colin. No sword drawn, no fight. Boris had been ready. If the provocation worked and they fought, he'd have gauged Ron's strength. If Ron's men were weak, only a few mid-tier, the low-tier shattering at a touch, he'd have charged out, citing caravan attacked, and taught the boy a harsh lesson, killing a few of his men. He couldn't openly kill Ron, no accounting to Marquis Mammon, and Ron's death wouldn't maximize profit, the best outcome being Ron forever cowering in his manor. If Ron's men were strong, say a sudden high-tier appeared, he'd have stepped in to mediate, saving Colin's lot, then met the boy under the guise of misunderstanding and planned long-term. But the boy hadn't fought at all. Lord, Locke said. He showed nothing today, we learned nothing. What now? Boris was silent. Riverbend may or may not have a high tier, but not fighting already tells us one thing. His strength is surely less than ours. But one thing's clear, he has a salt mine, worth 2,000 gold a year. We didn't probe it out this time. We can keep trying, the mine's worth the effort. Tonight, pose as bandits. Locke started. Tonight, I go with you. Boris rose to the window, gazing east. High-tier force was the boy's edge. Boris wouldn't split his own. He turned. Dress as bandits. Circle from the north, not the ford. Inside, don't touch the manor. Burn 2 of his camps first. A greeting gift to our neighbor. See how he reacts. Colin's eyes lit. Brilliant. If he dares chase, we see his men's true level. If he daren't, then he's easy from here. We grind him slowly. No, if someone chases, don't engage. If there's no response, we'll drop by now and then. Boris smiled. Riverbend, Ron Broccoli, let me see your true measure. That night, moonless and windy, Ron took Lauren, Gray, and 2 squires out the manor's back gate, all in old leather armor, faces masked in black cloth, weapons unmarked commons from the warehouse. Remember, no talking when we strike. If anyone flees, don't chase. Take what we came for and withdraw, back before dawn. They nodded, skirting all patrol routes toward the West Ford, all of them knights running battle chi, so the night wild hardly slowed them. At the same time, from Lakeside's north, Boris set out in the dark, likewise disguised, circling the ford by another path, heading east. In the night, two parties passed each other unknowing, each ignorant of the other. Ron crossed the ford and crept north along the bank, the Green Lake Baron's map clearing his way. To Leon, Firelight, a small camp ringed by a crude fence, 3 or 4 tents, a fire still lit, men drinking, one on a watchtower scanning the far bank. Ron signaled, and they slipped past. An hour later, they reached a lakeside village. Ron observed 2 sentries on the tower. He signaled, and before they reacted, Lauren's arrows took both their throats. Go! Ron led, vaulting the 2-meter wall on battle chi, charging in to open the gate, sword drawn, chi surging wild. The manor erupted in alarm, a low-tier squire grabbing a weapon and rushing him, struck flying by one cut. Others fled. Lauren and his men killed all they saw, the village in chaos. Ron didn't chase, only watched coldly. The nearby serfs collapsed in terror, kneeling. Lauren and Gray rushed the granary, tossed torches, dry hay catching, flames lighting half the sky. Ron scanned. Some soldiers already vanished into the dark. Good. Withdraw. The whole raid took under 15 minutes. After the fire, they vanished, an alarm bell tolling behind them. Before leaving, Ron deliberately left an unmarked common sword, its hilt wrapped in cloth he'd picked up at random from Riverbend's drill ground. What Ron didn't know was that as he raided Lakeside, a band of bandits had crept into Riverbend's north, heading straight for Rye Camp. For Boris, Riverbend might have a high-tier squire, and without certainty, he wouldn't rashly engage fully, lest he lose a high tier with nowhere to grieve. At the frontier, money mattered, but talent equally, and his caution had saved him many times. Strike, Boris ordered low. As torches flew in, the camp slept, and by the time they woke, the haystacks blazed, screams rising. A dozen black-clad knights stormed in, serfs shrieking and fleeing, gongs ringing. After killing Rye Camp's guards, Boris withdrew to the shadows and watched coldly. He awaited the boys' men, such a din the patrols must hear. Whatever Ron did, he'd get his information. He waited, and not a soul came. Only serfs running and the fire spreading. Locke leaned in. Lord, no one's coming. Boris laughed heartily. The salt mine was his. The return was swift, and they gutted a sentry post they'd passed on the way for good measure. Ron reckoned the time, sure to make it back before dawn. Through the mixed wood, 5 or 6 li to the Clearwater, then home soil. Then Gray ahead stopped. Lord, look there. East, toward home, firelight. Not a spot or two, a sheet. That position. Ron's heart dropped. Rye Camp. Lord, that's. Lauren's voice tightened. Ron only stared. Not large, but clear across the dark distance. No accident. Someone said it. Boris. Move fast. They nearly ran across the wild, silent but for breath and footfalls. Nearer, the fire clearer. Over the last rise they saw it. Rye Camp's houses ablaze, figures running, cries on the wind. Ron stopped, staring. Lauren beside him murmured, Lord, shall we? Back first. Ron cut in, calm. Too late to go now? Settle it at the manor. Before dawn, both parties were home. Ron shed the old armor, and Hart and Perrin knocked. Lord, losses tallied. 8 guards dead, half the serfs fled, returning slowly at daylight. We'll send people to find the rest. With the guards and overseers killed, no one organized firefighting. Rye Camp's buildings are basically all burned. Ron leaned back, watching the dawn. He'd burned a Boris manor, killed a low tier, deliberately let guards flee to report. Boris burned his Rye Camp. This round, neither gained. But one thing was clear, that old fox Boris was trouble. Maybe he'd come tonight too. Maybe the two parties had passed within a few li of each other. Ron laughed. The days ahead would be interesting. Meanwhile at Lakeside Castle, just back, a man reported to Boris. Lord, trouble. Our northeast manor was burned last night. The granary all gone. The low-tier squire guard dead. By the fleeing soldiers, 5 or 6 men did it. And the leader killed our low tier in one cut, his battle cheek glow bright. Surely a high-tier squire. No mistake. Boris's face changed. High tier? Where from? Not Riverbend, surely. They leave anything? Locke shook his head. A sword at the scene. Very ordinary, unidentifiable. They burned and left, took nothing, gave no chase, like they let our men flee on purpose. Boris was silent. So the high tier was likely River Bend's. No wonder there was no response when he hit Rye Camp. They'd come here. Took nothing. Only fire. Let men return to report. Not bandits. A show of force. He went to the window, gazing east. River Bend, Ron Broccoli. He mulled the intel from his father-in-law's channels. 18, a baron's second son from within the duchy. For years in the Marigold Order, a border clash veteran with merit, saved the Marquis's son, mid-tier squire. A promising youth on paper and confirmed in person today. The high tier was likely family provided. Not rare, but more common among higher nobles, so the family valued him. Lord, shall we switch direction? Locke said low. Lushwood Ridge. Boris didn't answer. At Lakeside, the meeting continued. Pause a moment, Boris said, and the room quieted. Locke couldn't help it. Lord, we just let it go? Let it go? When did I say that? Since Riverbend has a high-tier squire, our method must change. He paused. Riverbend's high tier is likely family support, uncertain to stay long at the frontier, may leave any day. But Lakeside's high tiers are me and Locke. We don't leave. Colin nodded. You mean outlast him? Yes. Clash head-on now and lose Locke. Am I not at a loss? And the boy's no fool. He didn't save Rye Camp last night, knowing he can't beat me. Press such a man too hard, and he fights to the death. Don't press him, and he relaxes. Locke pondered. Steady him first. Yes. Let him think I want peace, not a grind. Whether his high tier leaves or not. Unless he stays cowering in his manner, there's always a chance. Do nothing or do it utterly. One fatal strike. Colin asked, and now? Boris thought. Two things. First, send men to the neighbors spreading word. Mention Riverbend's salt mine. Say the output's not small, quality's good. Pity it's a new lord. Unsure if he's steady. Locke blinked. This is... Boris's mouth twitched. Those eyeing that fat meat aren't only us. The Lushwood pauper, the Blackstone cripple, the southern lords, who wouldn't want a bite. Colin smiled. Brilliant. Let them try, we watch behind. Second, prepare a gift for Riverbend. Say last night was a misunderstanding, bandits roaming, both sides suffered, and as neighbors we send some grain in condolence. See how the boy reacts. If he takes it, then he takes it. A few sacks of grain for temporary peace is worth it. If he took it, he didn't want to tear the face either. If not, they'd keep playing with him. Boris went to the window. Go. First thing tomorrow, deliver the gift. At Riverbend, Ron stood before Rye Camp's ruins, expressionless. Charred wood still smoked, half-collapsed brick walls leaning. Serfs picked through the wreckage, now and then digging out a half-burned sack of grain with a low cheer. Perrin reported losses. Ron nodded. The dead guards, double the pension, send it to their families. Tell the others, follow me and your deaths won't be in vain. Perrin noted it. Ron turned back. From the kiln, move bricks here, raise the walls first. Cut timber from the north woods, hands from the other 4 camps. 10 days, I want Rye Camp rebuilt. Yes. Also, from the returned serfs, pick some capable ones to replace the dead overseers. Tell the rest, work well, and you'll be overseers too. Perrin's eyes lit. A good method, they'll scramble for it. Ron strode back. Inside, Lauren, Gray, heart-weighted. He sat, scanning them. You know last night's business. Next, tighten defense, give him no chance. Double the Westford watch, widen patrols. If he comes again, report at once, don't chase. They nodded. Lauren, stay. I've something to say. When Gray and Hart left, Ron took a small box from a cabinet and set it down. Newly harvested from the potion fields, 30 rose potions. He pushed it to Lauren. You've been with the family longest, the steadiest. The domain needs a high tier who can hold the ground. Lauren froze. Lord this. How soon can you break through? Ron asked. Lauren paused. 2 months. With enough potions, 1. Then 1. From today the outside is not your concern. Cultivate. The potion field's output goes to you first. Hart takes over patrols for now. Lauren bowed deeply. I won't fail you. He left with the box, and Ron stood alone at the window, gazing west. 1 month. Boris, can you give me 1 month? Next morning Perrin knocked. Lord, men from Lakeside. Ron stirred. What about bringing condolence grain? And a message. Yesterday's caravan business was a misunderstanding. Bandits roamed last night. Both suffered. Baron Boris wishes to exchange more, to be good neighbors hereafter. Ron was silent, then laughed. Where are they? At the manor gate. Ron sat back down. Take the grain, send the men off. Tell them I'm grateful to Baron Boris. And another day, I'll treat him to a drink. Perrin left. Ron leaned back, watching the dawn. Boris, no simple man, coming around to befriend me like nothing happened, to make me lower my guard? Ron decided, given the chance, he'd kill Boris. This wasteland couldn't allow such a capable man to exist. Just as well, he needed time too. At Lakeside, the grain bearer returned that afternoon. Boris heard the report and nodded. He took it. Yes. And Baron Ron says he's grateful, and another day he'll treat you to a drink. Boris laughed. The boy's interesting. Locke said. He took it. So he wants to steady too? Yes. He knows he can't beat me, so he won't tear the face. I do the same. The neighbors, men sent. Sent. The word will spread in a few days. Boris went to the window, gazing east. Then wait. See who can't hold back first. At dusk, Ron stood at the window as the western sky darkened. Perrin reported, Lord, Rye Camp's wall is being laid, timbers arriving. The serfs work hard. The new overseer's more diligent than the old. Ron nodded. Perrin hesitated. Lord, Lakeside, how do we respond? As if nothing happened. He's handed us the step down. Have the guards train hard, and have the knights all live in the manor. No more village garrisons. Concentrate strength. Keep clearing monsters, but let only guards do it now. The knights shouldn't go alone. Perrin nodded vaguely and withdrew. Ron returned to the window, thinking, I'm waiting on a skill. Boris, what are you waiting on? Lauren was already in seclusion. In a month, 2 high tiers on his side. Then, Ron's mouth twitched. A week later, Rye Camp's rebuild neared its end. The new brick wall half a foot higher than before. Wood hut frames up, serfs thatching roofs. Perrin reported, 3 more days to finish. Hands can return to the other camps without delaying farm work. On the way, Perrin mentioned the salt works. The mines at max output, expanding would short us on hands. Ron waved it off. The domain was on track now, and fast growth needed another rich strike. Or, without gold, even Ron had no good ideas. Lord, more men loitering near the mine, Gray said. Not 1 or 2, 7 or 8. Mixed clothes, like mercenaries. Catch any? No. They circled the wood's edge half a day and left. Send knights after them? Ron thought. No. Keep the knights together, just have patrols watch closely. Gray withdrew as Hart hurried in. Lord, men from Green Lake. A middle-aged man of about 40, calling himself Baron Austin Steward, brought 2 wagons of goods, saying Austin heard Riverbend suffered and sent condolences. Ron took the goods and had the steward sit for tea. Baron Austin is thoughtful. Such a small matter, troubling you to come. The steward smiled. The Baron says we're neighbors, both at odds with Lakeside. We should visit more. He lowered his voice. Lord, one more thing. The Baron has me warn you. Lakeside men have been moving among the neighbors, spreading word of Riverbend's salt mine. Ron's face held. Oh, saying what? That your mine's output is large, quality good, a few thousand gold a year. Damn, no wonder so many spies lately. The Baron says such talk will tempt people. Keep your guard up. If you can't manage, we're neighbors, you can ask Green Lake for help. Ron nodded. Thank Baron Austin for me. After the steward left, Ron's face was frost. Boris's move was vicious, staying out of it while sending the neighbors to probe. Have knights act, and he risked giving Boris a chance. Don't act, and the neighbors circled like hounds. A thorny problem. Boris, you've earned your death. Vexed, Ron decided to keep feeding his knights, doubling Lauren's dose. Green Lake surely had its own designs, just lacking strength, and asking its help meant yielding salt mine profit. Nobles had no virtue of charity. That night, just lying down, hurried steps came. Lord, trouble at the salt works. Ron sprang up, grabbed his sword, and rushed out. Torches lit the works bright, corpses on the ground, guards cleaning up. Gray met him. Lord, 7 or 8 men crept up to set fires. The guards caught them, fought, killed 3, 4 or 5 fled. Our losses aren't small either, for guards, a dozen some serfs, much equipment wrecked. The works must pause a while. Ron eyed the bodies, mixed clothes, masked, unidentifiable. Any taken alive? No, too fast. Skilled men, trained. Ron crouched by a corpse, coarse cloth, no identity. He rose. Into the sky pit with them, no fuss. Gray paused. Lord, not investigate who sent them? Investigate what? Any of these lords could have. What matters is solving it. A single micro salt mine drawing so much greed. Everyone at the frontier was hard up. Nobles were like that, rarely doing things without profit, but glad to ruin another's good thing if it cost them little, gaining leverage thereby. Gray fell silent. Ron walked off, then stopped. Pull the mine's people back. Resume when this is settled. Losing so many at once meant half a month of mine work for nothing. The mine's attack, source unknown, but the ring of neighbors all suspect. Lushwood Ridge's Baron Raymond, high-tier squire, army bred, 3 months ahead, too poor to build walls. Northeast, Stone Creek Ridge, Baron Peter, Count Maple's third son, days behind. With some money but maybe designs, no frontier lord wasn't short of cash. Blackstone Ridge, Baron Hawkson, a decade-developed old cripple, aloof, focused on raising his heir. South, Cold Pine Ridge, half dead. West, Lakeside, watching hungrily. Green Lake had its own abacus too. The Sky Pit. Ron collected all the bodies into the pot. With the night's range shrunk, monster takings had dropped by more than half, his essence not enough for his men, so this topped it up. His first time refining human corpses, unsure of the effect, he'd check his nights tomorrow. He wouldn't use it himself for now, having a stock enough for his own use. The next day, Stone Creek's men arrived. 5, on horseback, in silk, led by a slick-haired young man with his chin high. Baron Ron, he bowed perfunctorily. I'm Baron Peter of Stone Creek Steward, here on my lord's order to discuss a big deal. Ron had him sit, said nothing. The man went on. My lord says your salt mine's output is good, but eating it alone invites envy. Let us buy in, all get rich. You provide the mine, we provide men and trade routes, sell to the duchy, split profits evenly. Ron nearly laughed in anger. Split evenly. That's not buying in, that's open robbery. He sipped water, unhurried. Your lord, is he Count Maple's third son or fourth? The man stiffened, then preened. Well informed. My lord's the Count's third son, fief Stone Creek, true noble blood, much favored by the Count. Ron nodded. Third son. With so many sons, how much estate does your lord get? After a frontier noble post, how much support's left that he comes begging at my door? The man's face went iron, but he dared not flare. After Stone Creek's men left, Ron wondered if they'd done last night's deed. Before he could breathe, 2 more noble parties came, Lushwood and Cold Pine, plenty eyeing his mine, well-informed indeed. Both wanted a cut of the salt. The Cold Pine envoy made Ron laugh. Lord, one mustn't only think of oneself. Keep good relations with neighbors, and harmony brings wealth. That afternoon more came, Lakeside, Green Lake, Blackstone, every bordering lord, a crowd of warm neighbors. He'd surely have to mingle heart to heart with these warm neighbors hereafter. 3 days after the work's attack, surface comm returned. Patrol routes tightened, but the knights stayed in the manor training, no village garrisons. Serfs glanced west at work, then bent quickly lest an overseer catch them slacking. Dick inventoried the warehouse, muttering. The work stopped. A day's loss is hundreds of caddies of salt. The Lord doesn't mind, but I do. Muttering what? Perrin's voice came from behind. Dick jumped, then forced a smile. Master Perrin, just counting stock. Perrin looked at him, silent. Dick said sheepishly, that, Lord, the salt mine, we just let it go? Perrin sneered. What do you know? The Lord has it figured. Ron stood at the drill ground watching Hart drill recruits, wooden swords thudding, shouts in unison, but the strained mood hung over all. Perrin came up. Lord, the work stock is all moved back. Tools the manor's craftsmen are still making, 4 or 5 days yet. Ron nodded. Perrin hesitated. Lord, the men are saying we've given up the salt mine? Given up? Ron glanced at him. When did I say that? This is a strategic redeployment. Perrin blinked. The Lord often spat odd words none understood, and they'd learned not to ask. Gray returned, face dark. Lord, trouble in the east. The patrol found a corpse in the woods, one of ours, a logging serf, throat slit, dumped at the wood's edge, a note on him. He handed it over, scrawled on it, "Share the salt mine or not." Ron crumpled it expressionless and tossed it in the brazier. More. Last night someone shot fire arrows into Cattle Horse Camp's fence, burning 2 empty huts. The patrol gave chase, the men gone, hoofprints leading northeast. Ron tapped the table. Gray couldn't help it. "Lord, it's that Stone Creek brat. He sends men to kill and burn, and we just endure it." Ron glanced at him. "Endure. I ordered the mines people pulled back. They want to grab it, let them grab." These days the lakeside raid seemed never to have happened. Not a whisper leaked, while Riverbend's bandit burning spread wide. So the neighbors all thought Ron a soft persimmon to squeeze, yesterday's parade of invoice proof. No need to guess Boris's role. So Ron played along, acting the soft persimmon, "I'll grab if you want, I'll just hold the manor," to see which fool couldn't resist. The first to bite was Stone Creek's foolish son. Ron found Lauren in seclusion, near 10 days now. "How is it, how long to break through?" Lauren answered honestly, "A bit more. With enough potions, a dozen some days." Ron drew 3 vials of his own potion and set them down. "Drink these." Lauren froze. "Lord, these are high-tier potions gifted by Marquis Cologne. Very effective. Drink half a vial at a time. Break through within 3 days." Over the next days, Stone Creek grew bolder, first spies, then small parties entering. Seeing Ron still cowering, Baron Peter and his men laughed. "Ha! A lucky Baron's second son, a softy. His knights can only guard his own balls." A man said, "Lord, shall we go big?" "How big?" The man lowered his voice. "Seize the salt works outright. The works are idle now, the people pulled back. We send men, take the place, boil our own salt. A coward like Riverbend won't dare fight us. He doesn't come, the works are ours." Peter's eyes lit. "Good idea." A crowd marched into the works, led again by the slick-haired steward, 30-some guards, hundreds of serfs swaggering in. Cauldrons reset, fires lit, salt boiling that very day, and 100-some building houses looking to stay. The patrol watched from afar, not daring near, and returned to report. Ron was sparring with the newly broken-through Lauren, helping him master his power. "Seized it." Gray nodded. "Seized it. 30-some men, near 500 serfs." Ron was silent, then laughed. "Time to draw in the net." With Lauren broken through, Riverbend had 2 high-tier squires, forward even for the frontier, and now offense and defense reversed. 3 nights after Lauren's breakthrough, Ron took all his knights and most guards, masked and armored, and crept to the works perimeter. Under the moon, the outline was clear, dozens of guards sprawled asleep in temporary sheds, only 4 on watch, dozing by the fire. Ron counted. 33. "Try not to let any flee." Lauren grinned. "Watch this, Lord." At Ron's command they charged. The 4 watchmen lost their throats before they woke. The shed men scrambled to fight. Ron fixed on a middle-aged man, chi gushing, who felled an armored soldier in one cut. A high-tier squire. He'd expected only mid-tiers, a big fish. Ron called Lauren up, 2 on 1, and with Ron's freakish strength one of them could press the man alone. Ron's weakness was scant combat experience, though his forms were practiced, and with Lauren they soon suppressed him. The man, sensing 2 high-tiers, knew it was dire and sought to flee from the first exchange, but Ron gave no chance. Cornered, desperate, he tried to trade for one of them, only to be gravely wounded by Ron's heavy blow. In the end, they killed the high-tier, Ron unharmed, but Lauren took a wound from the man's death throw. Elsewhere the fight raged, and the 2 charged in to support, high-tiers cutting soldiers like melons. So long as battle chi held, a single high-tier squire could slowly kill a 50-man company, a mid-tier handle a dozen, a low-tier weaker, decent strength but too little chi, spent and reduced to a strong brute. The screams died. The shed lay full of corpses, Lauren in the center, blood dripping off his blade. Lord, 5 alive, no knights escaped, a few soldiers fled. Ron stood before the 5, one a gravely wounded mid-tier, 1 low-tier, no thought of recruiting them. Nobles basically never took surrendered knights, an unspoken rule, for if surrender saved your life, and even your property, who would fight to the death for a lord? A rule favoring nobles, which Ron would keep. A defeated lord, if he paid ransom, usually bought back his captured knights. If the lord died and the domain was swallowed, surviving knights became wandering knights, rarely recruited, most ending as nameless mercenaries, the destitute turning bandit. So knights basically didn't surrender to keep their interests and spare their houses shame. Treat these well, see what we can pry out, and guard the serfs, recapture the runaways. Ron was in fine spirits, a big haul. Half an hour later the field was cleared, 31 Stone Creek soldiers killed, including one high tier, one mid-tier, for low tier, the serfs recaptured and squatting in the open. The captives were interrogated, and under torture begged only for a quick death. By the time the results reached Ron, dawn was graying. Stone Creek's basics were clear. Peter had only one high tier, killed last night, his own guard captain, always at his side. Occupying the mine these days, facing the neighbors' harassment, Peter had to station the high tier, a gift to Ron. Peter had brought 5 mid-tiers, 2 now dead, 3 left, a dozen some low tier, for dead, 7 or 8 left, over 100 guards, 30 some lost, 130 some left. His money came from Count Maple's manor, a fortune of over 10,000 gold, and 9 sprite bugs. Though only an ordinary count's son, his wealth crushed Pauper Ron. But the frontier ate money, castle, serfs, soldiers, half already spent. Peter dared seize the works thinking Ron soft, the bandit burning news everywhere, neighbors watching the joke. The works sat in Riverbend's east, nearest Stone Creek and Blackstone, so Peter thought he'd snatched a bargain, striking first. As for other lords, Peter, backed by Count Maple, scorned them all. He most despised Boris, a night-born upstart. Lushwood's lord, a commoner pauper, Peter hadn't even remembered his name. To Peter, this wasteland's frontier lords were either old or crippled, roadside trash. Hence his arrogance. Ron heard it out, silent. The interrogated ones. Outside, with the other corpses. Cart all the bodies to the sky pit and bury them, our own buried properly. Ron eyed the cleared field, weapons, armor, grain, tools hauling to the manor by the cartload, a dozen some swords, 20 some leather suits, grain for half a month. Most valuable were the serfs, 523, all ages and sexes, squatting outside the works, trembling, unsure of their fate. Ron walked before them, and the crowd hushed, hundreds of eyes on him. Gray said, "Lord, some have families, some have kin still in Stone Creek. They won't be docile." Ron laughed. "No worry, soon their kin will reunite with them. Have the serfs inform on each other, send the likely troublemakers to fire bricks. When we've sent these spoils back, gather men and come raid Stone Creek with me. Fast, speed is a soldier's treasure." "Yes," his men said, excited. By midday, a guard who'd fled Stone Creek stumbled into Peter's manor. Peter, at lunch, dropped his fork. "What did you say?" The guard knelt, shaking. "Lord, the works were attacked. All dead. The masters, too, killed." Peter shot up, white. "Impossible. Where's Rifa? He's a high-tier squire. He had 30-some men." "It's true. They crept in at midnight, killing all they saw. The master was surrounded by 2 high tiers. Didn't last long. Then we ran." Peter's legs gave, and he sat. 2 high tiers? How did Riverbend have 2? "Maybe he saw wrong," the steward said. The guard shook his head. "No, I saw it. 2 surrounded the master. He died fast. Then we fled." Peter was long silent, then rose. Rifa was strong among high tiers. Without 2 surrounding him, he couldn't have failed to even flee. "Gather the knights, council." Peter was rattled. Ron didn't know Stone Creek's stir. He was already masked and on the road there, revenge brooking no delay. Lauren rode beside him. "Lord, where do we raid next?" Ron eyed the sky, the sun high, prime time for robbing and burning. "The manors, don't touch the main castle." So a band of bandits appeared at Stone Creek's border, 40-some men, cloth-masked, gear Ron had specially made. This side job likely a regular thing now, needing proper equipment, not crude as before. On horseback, blades at their waists, Lauren leading, Ron disguised as a flunky among them. "That manor," Lauren pointed. "Much grain, many serfs, grab and go." The bandits swept in. Before the manor reacted, they were surrounded, a few guards cut down drawing their blades, serfs herded together. In under an hour the manor was stripped bare, grain, livestock, tools, all carried off, serfs roped in a line driven south. When Stone Creek's reinforcements arrived, only an empty manor and wreckage remained. When word reached Peter, he was in council. Bandits? He raised his head. What bandits? The steward said. Unknown. 40-some masked men robbed the southern manor, killed some guards, took 300-some serfs, swaggered toward Riverbend. Our soldiers chasing were cut down, even the corpses carted off. Peter was silent, then ground his teeth. Never have I seen such a base noble. Riverbend, you bully too far. Ron would say, now you've seen it. Forgetting his roots once ashore, bullying the weak, kicking the fallen, pushing his luck, ingratitude, burning bridges, eating from the bowl while scraping the pot, judging by looks, abandoning honor for gain, greed and lust, calling a deer a horse, stabbing his big brother. These he excelled at. Order all back to the manor. From today, no one leaves without my command. The manor had alchemical heavy crossbows, walls, towers. A high tier couldn't break in and might even be wounded. The steward gaped. Lord, our domain. And the sprite bugs wormgrass. Peter didn't worry there, sprites and dragons being the world's darlings. Killing them earned the world's loathing. Almost no noble harmed sprites, save in a fight to the death. Destroying wormgrass crippled a sprite bug, which could regrow grass, but lose evolution potential and most of its lifespan. So the best way to get sprites was to capture a key figure and force the lord to ransom them by relinquishing the contract. Next best to kill the contracted lord and seize them, harming the bug somewhat, but not gravely, only lowering evolution potential. So Peter didn't fear for the grass, caring more for his safety, no high tier to guard him, sleeping uneasy. He hated cunning, shameless Ron now. I'll write father for aid, he gritted, and prepare a gift for Riverbend, with a letter in my hand. Peter knew that while those two high tiers stood, he had to play meek for now. At dusk, Ron watched cartloads of goods roll in. Lauren came up. Lord, no movement from Stone Creek. Ron nodded. There will be. You think he'll cave? Ron didn't answer, gazing east. Peter, pampered, never hurt before, now hurt big, his first instinct to pull back and bide for revenge. Ron had met many such second-generation types, knowing that once offended, whatever guff they spouted later about not bearing grudges, misunderstandings, wanting peace, was only temporary, and once ready they'd strike unawares. Sure enough, before night Stone Creek's man came, and reading Peter's peace overture, Ron chuckled. Peter even knew to dangle a carrot. Tell your baron to rest easy. So long as he keeps his letter's promises, our houses are as close as brothers. After the messenger left, Ron called Lauren and Hart. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow we continue. Next morning Ron set out again. The same 40-some men, cloth-masked, Lauren leading, Ron among them. At Stone Creek's border, Gray returned from scouting. Lord, something's off. Peter pulled everyone back. The manors are empty. No serfs, no guards, not a soul today. Ron rode up to see. The manors stood empty. Houses there, but people gone. Granaries half emptied. Leftover grain dumped on the ground. Pigs squealing with hunger, untended. Pulled everyone into the manor, fearing we'd rob again, Lawrence said. Ron nodded, dismounted, looked in a hut, a mess of hasty departure. He stepped out, scanning. Yesterday's performance with the messenger wasted, had his acting slipped? This count's foolish son wasn't so foolish. Manors there, people gone. Then burn. Light it. His men brightened. Torches in, dry fuel ablaze, several huts catching, smoke billowing. Ron watched from horseback, expressionless. Next, by noon Ron had burned 3 Stone Creek manors. Fire and smoke visible a dozen-some li off, yet still no one came out of Stone Creek's manor. When word reached Peter, pacing his study, he stopped, iron-faced. Burned again. The steward knelt shaking. Yes, 3 more manors, all gone. Peter slammed the table. Too far, too far. He circled, then stopped, pointing. Send men. Tell that scum I've written father. Count Maple's reinforcements come soon. If he doesn't want to die, behave. The steward looked up. Lord, will that work? Peter glared. Work or not? Say it first. If he's wise, he'll fear. Stone Creek's man found Ron. A day of fires had left him parched, and when the envoy was brought up, he was gnawing an apple, half-masked. The envoy braced himself. Baron Ron, my lord bids me say, Count Maple's reinforcements are on the way. Act again, and you'll regret it. Ron chewed, silent, until the man, unnerved, pressed on. My lord says stop now, and it's not too late. We can still be neighbors. Ron swallowed and laughed. There's no baron here. Wrong man. We're bandits. The envoy, stunned by the shamelessness, said, Then, Master Bandit, Count Maple's reinforcements come soon. You'd best stop. Reinforcements? The envoy nodded. Ron tossed the core aside and stepped to him, half a head taller, looking down. Tell Peter, how soon can the Count's reinforcements arrive? A month? 2? 4? How far is the frontier from the duchy's heartland? Has he no idea? By the time they come, is his domain even still there? The envoy gaped. Ron went on. Go tell him. I hear Riverbend's Baron is easy to deal with. He recently lost 2 sprite bugs, probably picked up by Baron Peter. Return them, and this passes. He doesn't need them anyway. Bring my words exactly. Refuse, and let him cower in his manner. Don't come out. As for reinforcements, let him wait. The envoy left legs trembling. Lord, with Count Maple involved, will the duchy step in? Step in over what? I haven't seized his domain or killed a noble, and on the surface bandits robbed Stone Creek. What's it to Riverbend? Peter threatening with Count Maple meant nothing to Ron. Every frontier lord had backers. So long as a lord held the frontier nobles became natural supporters of their sponsors. Boris had Count Bauhinia behind him, the others their own ties. Even the Lushwood pauper, once successful, would have nobles seeking marriage. Ron leaned on Marquis Cologne. Little support, but no great unfairness, since to Cologne the more who succeeded, the more he gained. Late at night Ron sat at the window writing, one letter to Viscount Evan, one to the Viscountess. The better he did at the frontier, the more he'd be valued, and with the lady's whispers in ears, he'd be at ease. 3 months since he'd left the lady's softness, 2 since reaching the domain. Now with 2 high-tier squires, his thoughts couldn't be caged. The domain's homely girls he couldn't stomach. So, Boris, you've earned your death. The next 2 days Ron didn't play bandit. Going daily would let watchers track him. Perrin reported. The works resume tomorrow. Hands drawn from the camps. Cauldrons up first. Has Stone Creek sent my 2 sprite bugs? Not yet. Not beaten hard enough. Ron meant to go again tomorrow. Idle anyway. This time pulling up the field crops and harvesting the potions too. Peter surely wouldn't mind. Last time fire burned much grain, and with the caravans blockaded, one manor couldn't feed so many serfs. See how long he could cower. Ron had many tricks and used, glad to play along. A band of bandits descended on Stone Creek yet again. While the men wrecked the fields, Gray reported. Lord, the potion fields are destroyed, the wormgrass moved. And some places were wrecked before we arrived. Another band's at it, in our name. Ron chuckled. Truly interesting. What warm neighbors. By now Stone Creek's plight had reached the neighbors. Reactions varied. None wanting to openly offend Count Maple. With Ron out front, they tripped Stone Creek in the dark. The most motivated was Blackstone's old cripple, his domain bordering Stone Creek to his north blocking his expansion. Though not fully, he'd gladly trip them. Others possible too. Ron had surely taken much blame, though he didn't mind. Peter surely knew Ron had come again. In Peter's study, the dog just left last night and came again this morning. How dare he? Too far. Lord, lucky we caught it early, or our wormgrass would be ruined. He's mad now, what won't he dare? I'll report him to the duchy, maliciously destroying sprite bugs. Peter raged. Then someone realized. Lord, more than Ron's band may be wrecking us. The news of our high tier's death has leaked. The other lords won't miss the chance. Peter knew it inside, but hated Ron too much. What now? Our aid letter probably hasn't even left the frontier. The Count's reinforcements would take 2 months at hardest gallop. Send word to Ron. The sprite bugs he can forget, but I'll give him 1,000 serfs if he guarantees in the family name not to harass Stone Creek again. The next morning Stone Creek's envoy came. The same one weak-kneed before, paler still, bowing lower, not daring to lift his head. Baron Ron, my lord bids me say, he truly didn't see your 2 lost sprite bugs. But he'll give you 1,000 serfs, on condition you guarantee in your family's name to stop harassing Stone Creek. Ron paused mid-bite, looked up. 1,000 serfs? Yes, 1,000. Ron set the bread down, wiped his hands, leaned back. Lord Peter gives me 1,000 serfs to guarantee no more harassment. He laughed. Is he giving alms to a beggar? Am I a beggar? You tell me. The envoy paled, dared not answer. Ron rose and stepped to him. Go tell him, 1,000 serfs isn't enough. I want 2,000. The envoy blinked. 2,000, 2,000, 2,000 serfs, 50,000 caddies of grain, 300 sets of tools. One short, no deal. Lord, that's too much. Ron waved. Too much isn't yours to say. Tell that dog Peter. His broken manor holds 4 or 5,000 serfs. What's 2,000? It's not his life. Agree, and I'll guarantee in the family name to restore friendly relations with Stone Creek. Refuse, and his domain's bandits won't bother coming to me. Let him go cry to his father. The envoy gaped. The envoy reported back, and Peter, furious, smashed a cup. 2,000 serfs, 50,000 caddies of grain, 300 sets of tools. Why doesn't he just rob me? The steward cowered. Peter circled the study, then ground out. Give it. Make him guarantee in the family name. Let him take it and get lost. A few months quiet, and when reinforcements come, I'll make him cough it all back with interest. The next day the envoy returned, paler still. Baron Ron, my lord agrees. 2,000 serfs, 50,000 caddies of grain, 300 sets of tools. All agreed. Ron was silent, then laughed. There we go. My brother Peter's a true great noble's son, decisive, not stingy like the other paupers. Tell my big brother Peter to send it quick, and Stone Creek's affairs are mine now. Any trouble, come to me. The envoy left under escort. A day later the first batch of serfs arrived, 500, families in all, in rags, driven like sheep to Riverbend's border. Ron went to receive them himself, eyeing them with pleasure. The lead guard handed a list. Baron, the first batch, 500. Grain and tools to follow. Ron checked it, nodded. Tell my big brother to hurry. 1,500 more, don't delay. He told Perrin. Take them back. The usual, inform on each other. Troublemakers to fire bricks. The rest to the camps where hands are short. Over the next days serfs kept arriving, 500 a batch, until by the 5th day 2,000 were in, grain and tools too, the warehouses packed. Perrin ran ragged settling serfs, tallying goods, and minding the work's resumption. Ron visited twice, the chimneys smoking, dozens of cauldrons boiling brine day and night, snow-white salt hauled out by the sack. Lord, the works are back to normal, about 300 caddies a day, higher once the new serfs settle. Ron nodded. Good. Ramp up extraction, no need for slow and steady. Ready cash matters most. The serfs, split among 6 camps, old ones reinforced, for new small camps opened. Over 200 troublemakers sent to fire bricks, the rest docile, digging channels. Such a stir between 2 domains couldn't escape the neighbors. Boris was vexed. Everything had gone to his design, spreading the salt mine word, hiding Riverbend's strength, drawing the neighbors to the mine. Ron run ragged, then ambushed. But Ron had simply abandoned the mine. Then, after Peter seized it, a high-tier squire died there inexplicably. That startled Boris. How did Ron kill a high-tier? By scheme? High-tiers weren't so easy to kill. Unease crept in, and he feared the worst, yet couldn't fathom it. For if Riverbend truly had 2 high-tiers, there'd have been no need to defer to him before. As for suspecting Ron himself, Boris didn't. The intel saying Ron was a freshly broken through mid-tier this year. Then Iris Bohemia came to his side, Boris's wife, Count Bohemia's daughter, exquisitely beautiful, porcelain fair as a noble lady, brows relaxed, tail slightly upswept, a hint of allure even unsmiling, golden hair half loosely pinned, in a fitted purple brocade gown, collar open just so, bearing a slender collarbone swaying with her steps. In short, beautiful and striking. Boris counted himself lucky to have wed such a lovely, noble, clever, capable lady. Only, a pity. What is it? Domain troubles? Iris asked softly. Nothing, just something I can't work out. He told her his doubts. Iris smiled. Ask Count. Ah, Stone Creek's Baron. The man involved surely knows. If he won't say, then it's your worst guess. True, costs nothing. Boris affirmed. The next day Boris's man reached Stone Creek. At the manor, Colin was brought in while Peter sat in the council hall, which by now had taken shape. Peter being late but rich, Count Maple's son with over 10,000 gold from the duchy, the buildings neat, walls high and solid, guards and crossbows on the towers, some enchanted gear Colin recognized, mage made, 100 gold each, defense near castles. The room was clean, silver tea service on the table, a fine map on the wall, money spent. Peter, in silk, leaning back, didn't even lift his eyelids when Colin entered. A rare guest. What makes Baron Boris send someone to see me? Colin bowed, smiling. My lord heard you'd had some trouble, and sends regards. That Ron of Riverbend has been excessive lately. Peter watched, silent. Colin went on. My lord sincerely wishes to help. We're frontier neighbors. We should aid one another, share information. If you'd forge goodwill with Lakeside, my lord can broker peace with Riverbend for you. Peter laughed. Share information? He cut in. What do I get? If you agree, our houses can be allies. Peter had figured it out these days. Both Lakeside and Riverbend were hit by bandits that night. Yet Riverbend's news flew everywhere, while Lakeside's couldn't be learned at all, only spreading days later. He'd clearly been used as a gun. He sneered inside. Help him? Came to fish for intel. Hard-won intel at such cost. Wouldn't be given up for a casual offer of alliance. And among the bands wrecking his domain, Boris's might well be one. Peter sipped, unhurried. Steward Colin, tell Baron Boris I appreciate his goodwill, but I can handle this myself. No need to trouble him. Colin's eyes shifted, wanting to press, but Peter stood. It's late, Steward Colin, I won't keep you. Colin knew it was dismissal, bowed, and withdrew. After, Peter sat in his study, face shifting. He'd love for Boris to provoke Ron and suffer too. Ideally the two fighting to mutual ruin while he watched. As for Ron, let him swagger. When reinforcements came he'd have cause to weep. Back at Lakeside, Colin reported verbatim. Boris was long silent. He really said that? Colin nodded. Word for word. Lord, Peter's attitude, unwilling to reveal anything. Boris went to the window, gazing east. The more Peter wouldn't say, the more he sensed a problem. How did the high tier die? What did Ron use? He recalled Iris's words. If he won't say, then it's your worst guess. The worst case, 2 high tiers. However much emotion resisted, reason confirmed it. Boris had to change his approach to Ron. Since beating Green Lake last year, Lakeside's growth had slowed, and this year's new frontier lords blocked his expansion, the domain near stagnant. He had to solve it, or become like the rear lords, growing only by managing his domain. And his domain wasn't in the rear, but near the wilderness front. If orcs ever raided this way, where would his strength to defend be? Boris pondered, then saw it. Riverbend had high tiers, but some had none. Ron could play bandit, why couldn't he? The thousands of serfs flowing to Ron's domain made his mouth water too. Brother Peter, the water's too deep, you can't handle it, let Big Brother. Lord, movement from Boris, a man reported to Ron. Someone loitering at the border, like a spy, but heading into the northern wild. Ron was silent, then laughed. Boris can't sit still. Lauren looked at him. What's he up to? Ron shook his head. Don't know, but no good. He went to the window, gazing west. Watch him. If he sends more men, don't alarm them. See what he's planning. Riverbend was lively these days. Near 3,000 new serfs, building everywhere, abundant labor opening new fields, the domain rising another level. And Ron got good news. A serf found a new sprite bug, a corn one. Contracted at once, he made the serf a free man on the spot and rewarded a gold dragon, telling the serfs all could earn such for finding sprite bugs. Their zeal ignited, watching for sprite bugs as they worked. On the drill ground, Lawrence said, Lord, the 50 new guards have good foundations, a month or two, and they'll serve. Riverbend now neared 6,000 people, 130-some guards, over a dozen low-tier squires under Ron's daily broth, over 10,000 mu of fields, 7 sprite bugs, farming 1 sweet potato, wheat, rye, grape, corn, potion 1's rose and dandelion. The potion bugs were only just enough, 1 barely sustaining 2 high tiers cultivation, but not enough for chi advancement, let alone another high tier. So sometimes a lord's knights lacked not good seedlings but the means to support them. 2 days on, Stone Creek went quiet. Peter began tentatively releasing serfs to work, and seeing no more bandits, eased a little. Serfs settled, works resumed, Warehouses full. Ron felt bored. Lauren came up. Lord, what next? Ron glanced at him. What next? You think I took the goods and won't touch him? Lauren blinked. Ron turned back, tossing over his shoulder. Have the men ready. Tomorrow we play Bandit again and tour Stone Creek. Lauren followed. Lord, didn't we write a guarantee in the family name? Ron didn't turn. Written, yes, but I haven't received the goods. Did you see Stone Creek deliver? No, I didn't see either, Lauren chuckled. Peter thought 2,000 serfs bought months of peace. Naive, who'd believe a noble's word. This brother Peter was so pure Ron couldn't bear to kill him. Truly, rare to meet such a guileless man. The next morning Ron set out again. The same 40-some masked men, Lauren leading, Ron among them. At the same time, on Stone Creek's other side, another band set out, led by Locke, Boris's guard captain, Boris himself among them in old leather, black cloth masked. Boris had scouted Stone Creek and decided to strike today. Ron could play bandit, why not he? Peter still had good things, better to grab a share than let Ron eat alone. As for framing Ron, an easy bonus. Ron's men arrived first, a manor already robbed once, maybe some scraps left, but his aim was destruction. Lauren waved. They charged in, picked over it, then torched the houses. As black smoke rose, hoofbeats came from afar. Ron looked up, another band, 50-some, riding this way. The two groups stopped a few hundred paces apart. Lauren gripped his hilt. Lord, fight. Ron stared at them. The opposing leader, a burly man, also watched. Among his men, one figure looked familiar. Ron narrowed his eyes. That man stared back too. After a few breaths, both understood. Boris. Ron. Ron's mouth twitched. Interesting. Both sides huddled, conferring. When Ron's side finished, he signaled Lauren forward, and the opposing leader stepped up too, 50 paces apart, neither speaking. At length Lauren spoke low. Brother, which road are you from? The man laughed, also low. Passing through. After some loot. Lauren nodded. Coincidence, me too. They eyed each other. Go big, the man said suddenly. One can't eat it alone. Lauren nodded. I know. Together? Lauren paused, nodded. Together. Each turned to call his men, two bands a few dozen paces apart, near 100 men, for high-tier squires, one target, Peter's manor. In the manor, Peter was eating. Robbed for days, his domain near stripped, serfs gone, grain gone, tools gone. He cowered now on his remaining stores. But the manor stood, the walls stood, the enchanted crossbows stood. Hold out till reinforcements, and he had to come back. Then a clamor outside. What? A guard scrambled in. Lord, bandits, many bandits, coming for the manor. Peter shot up, white, rushed to the wall, and saw a dark mass charging, led by two masked riders, fierce. Damn, this local lord has no credibility. Loose, loose, Peter screamed. The crossbowmen fired wild, enchanted bolts humming, felling a few, but the mass was too many, the front falling, the rear charging on. For figures led, terrifyingly fast. High tiers. 4 high tiers. Peter's legs gave, and he sat. Done. The wall fell in under a minute. 4 high tiers struck together, vaulting the wall on battle chi, smashing the towers. The crossbowmen cut down before they could aim. Locke kicked the gate open, the rest pouring in, killing all they saw. Ron and Boris among their men watched their people pin the guards. When Lauren dragged Peter out, he shook all over, barely able to speak. Do you know who I am? I'm Count Maple's son. You dare touch me. A fist to the face cut him off. Lauren hauled him up, looking to Ron, who shook his head, signaling not to kill yet. Peter was bound and kept close. The manor was chaos, both bands ransacking, hauling out grain, tools, gold and silver vessels by the cartload. Ron took Lauren to find the sprite room, but someone beat them to it, Colin, who'd visited Stone Creek's manor and remembered its rough location. Masked men stood at the sprite room door. We've got this, you go. Lauren sneered. Whoever sees it first owns it. Who set that rule? We don't accept it. The opposing leader emerged from the sprite room. Through the crack, Ron glimpsed 9 jade boxes neatly arrayed. The two bands faced off, hands on hilts, the air tightening. Ron, behind his men, looked across. The opposing leader was Boris's guard captain, a high tier. Boris himself was among them, just unidentifiable, since Ron had switched his own mask. A real fight. the outcome uncertain, and neither could accept losses. The question was it worth it? Both bands huddled again. Peter's in our hands. Negotiate. The sprite bugs are contract bound to him. Seizing them is useless. Killing Peter lets us take them. Not killing means forcing him to relinquish them. Both finished and saw the situation. Brother, let's talk? Lauren nodded and went over. The two stood in a corner, neither unmasking. The other spoke first. The sprite bugs, my men reached them first. Lauren shook his head. Peter's ours. The bugs alone are useless to you. The other was silent. Then what? Fight. Lauren looked at him. You agree, I agree. The other was silent too. Split evenly? Fine. Stone Creek had 9 sprite bugs, 3 potion, 6 farming, 2 with wormgrass damaged by the band that had wrecked things in Ron's name. The 2 damaged, 1 potion, 1 farming. So each side got 3 good bugs, 1 potion each, leaving 1 damaged potion and 1 good and 1 bad farming bug. Ron took the potion bug, and Boris's side wasn't shorted. Who knew how long the potion bug would live? It might die before its grass regrew. Both stowed their bugs, and Lauren hauled Peter up. Lord Peter, you grasp the situation. Relinquish the sprite bug contracts, and all's well, or we lock you up and torture you, and your pampered body won't bear it, Locke threatened. That pepper water's unpleasant, let alone heavy punishment, no? Lauren assisted. I'll relinquish, but how do I know you'll spare me? Peter begged. Once you relinquish, there's nothing on you we want. You're a count's son. With no stake, we don't want to fully enrage the count, see? Peter believed the analysis and relinquished. After both sides verified, Locke ran Peter through. Locke eyed Lauren, who stepped up and added a thrust. Ron lamented inside, my good big brother, off the stage like that. Hard to find such a one next time. After splitting the sprite bugs, the 2 bands warily separated and kept ransacking the manor, both eyeing valuables. A few clashes erupted, but with restraint no one died. When the valuables were stripped, both bands gathered grinning, neither mentioning their own haul. They convened to split the big items, serfs, grain, livestock, which couldn't be hidden, visible at a glance. If one overtook, the other wouldn't allow it. So to avoid haggling, both compromised, pooling the loot, the numbers off, Ron's side a granary over, Boris's a few dozen head of livestock over, swiftly divided, both eager to cart home, the labor on hand, a few trips to clear it. As the manor emptied, both kept distant, and when Boris's side loaded the last cart, they cautiously vanished into the wild. Ron prepared to withdraw too, but 100-some corpses still lay in Peter's manor, and he hesitated whether to take them. He steeled himself to leave them, unsure if that old sneak Boris had left watchers, better cautious. Ron left heartsick. All Boris's fault. Petty, he charged the loss to Boris. Home, Ron had parent tally. First, the 4 precious sprite bugs, already contracted, farming wheat and soybean, potion apple and lily, the lily damaged. Another 1,000 serfs, the domain set on labor for a long while. Peter's 6 enchanted crossbows, each band took 3, defense up again. Little gold, but with the gold and silver vessels, maybe 2,000 gold dragons. Much grain and livestock saved the domain a fortune, plus tools, cloth, weapons, armor, and dozens of casks of wine. Brother Peter, a fine man, thought of everything. This haul spared the domain 2 months' driving. Boris's take was probably comparable. Facing the spoils, Ron, dizzied, mused, get rich, chop trees first, a bit slow. He resolved to broaden his thinking, widen his vision, not fixate on petty gains, spend to gain big. He sent Hart with this haul's cash to Oak City to buy all potions. He wouldn't play the slow-growth game with Boris. With means, mass-produce troops, and with the new potion bug, support more knights. Perrin reported, the 3 intact sprite bugs wormgrass is planted, the fields arranged. But our damaged potion bug, its grass half ruined, the bug listless. The sprite room says whether it lives is up to fate. Ron was silent. Keep it. Have them tend it with care, the best jade powder. I'll look tonight. Ron had tested whether the essence affected sprite bugs when feeding the guards, but the effect was minimal, the bugs not eating essence, only the grass looking a bit sturdier. Still, he hadn't given up hope. Maybe one day one would evolve into a small sprite. With damaged grass now, he tried to save it. At dusk, Ron went to the sprite room, sent the maids away, opened the box, and saw a wilted bug, the little flower atop its head drooping, motionless on the grass. He drew a vial of diluted essence and dripped it on the grass, and a wonder happened. The grass's roots seemed to come alive, drinking the essence. Seeing the effect, he kept dripping. A green sprout pushed from the grass's wound, healing. The lily bug livened, moving to the wound, drooling. As essence flowed in, the wound healed fast. Then the bug rose slowly, circling the grass, scattering green light. Through the contract, Ron knew it was evolving against the odds, a do-or-die gamble. Sensing its resolve, he wouldn't stop it, dripping steadily. Half an hour, 2 vials used, and the small bug flew back to the grass, slowly spun a cocoon, and went still. Whether it lived now was up to it, beyond Ron's hand. The essence only repaired grass, its other effects on sprites minimal. While Ron digested the haul, Stone Creek's fate spread among the neighbors. Blackstone learned first, bordering Stone Creek, Hawksun always spying. That day he found it odd. No sign of activity in Stone Creek. And at the manor found it breached. The gate kicked in, corpses everywhere, beasts feeding, growling at the scout, who fled to report. When word reached Hawksun, the old cripple was drinking tea. Peter's dead. The scout nodded. The manor's destroyed, not a soul. Guards' corpses everywhere, their armor stripped. Hawksun was long silent. Peter had lost his high tier, but the manor's defenses weren't weak. Even he couldn't breach it without heavy losses. Who then? He suspected Riverbend first, then Lakeside. But didn't they fear losing a high tier to Peter? He couldn't fathom it. A man asked, "Lord, shall we grab some advantage?" Stone Creek's land. Hawksun waved. "No hurry. Whoever wiped out Peter is no ordinary man. See who did it first. Send people to watch Riverbend and Lakeside. Report any movement." By the third day, most neighbors knew. Green Lake even sent a man to visit Ron, an old acquaintance, all smiles. "Baron, my lord asks what happened at Stone Creek. You're close, surely you know better. They say even Baron Peter is dead." Ron looked blank. "Dead? I didn't know. Been busy farming, no time for other matters." The envoy didn't quite believe, but dared not press. "Then, did you hear who did it?" Ron shook his head. "No. Bandits, maybe. Such things are common at the frontier." The envoy smiled awkwardly, said some pleasantries about Green Lake and Riverbend's friendship, and Ron sent him off. Lauren came up. Lord Austin sighed. Ron waved. "He's unsure it's us, no proof." "Ignore it." Lushwood and Cold Pine reacted differently. But after this, the frontier lords grew more cautious, rarely letting their high tiers leave their manors. The days after Peter's manor, Ron stayed busy. Perrin and Dick ran the domain's affairs, and though Ron needn't watch constantly, he kept tabs on progress, knowing enough not to be deceived, though they hadn't the nerve yet. 3 months at the frontier now, from late summer's arrival to autumn nearly past, Ron had a firm footing and a fortune. Next, to be a little tyrant on this wasteland and mingle heart-to-heart with the neighbors. He'd heard Boris's wife was among the wasteland's foremost beauties, and Ron, fancying himself and Boris of a kind, figured what one had, both should share. "The celebration wine's already poured for you, Boris." At Lakeside, Boris was busy too, tallying spoils, settling serfs, transplanting sprite bugs. Locke reported, "Lord, 5 sprite bugs, for farming, 1 potion, 1,000 serfs, grain for half a year, over 2,000 gold." Boris nodded, pleased. Locke asked, "Lord Riverbend, what next?" Boris was silent, then smiled. "Keep watching, not too closely. The boy's no simple one. A tough nut. Don't provoke him directly. Trip him when chance offers, skip it when not." He went to the window. "We have 2 more neighbors. Once we digest this haul, find the soft ones to squeeze. Mind the knight's training, double their potions this month. The usual, a special supply for any who break through. And if you find good seedlings, recruit and cultivate them hard. Aim for another high tier." Locke nodded. "Lord, we leave Stone Creek's land alone? Watch the other lords eat the meat." Before the duchy invests frontier lords, it confirms the frontline borders, so all grabbed northward when they could. Peter dead, Oak City would soon know, but a long gap remained before a new lord came. The man meant that gap. Would Blackstone have designs? What use designs? Boris scoffed. "Wasteland's plenty north, but you need gold to develop and knights to hold it. Without those, Developed lands just a gift to others. Does that old cripple Hawkson dare let his knights leave now? If he dares, I wouldn't mind playing bandit again. It's all Riverbend's doing. What's it to Boris? Who didn't know there were no such bandits here before Ron came? He'd done it fewer times, after all. 2 days on, Hart returned from Oak City with 2 wagons piled with crates, padded thick with straw, full of potion vials. Ron received them, reassured. How many? Hart wiped sweat. Over 400 ordinary, plus dozens of high quality for you. Marco of the Grey Bear Guild said potions are cheap now, 2 or 3 gold each. Spent all the gold. Ron nodded. Well done. Lauren's breakthrough had used under 100 potions. This time he'd have Hart break through, having proven himself in deed and strength. His family settled in the domain's homeland. Loyalty trustworthy. He called Lauren and Gray to pick men. The guards with good foundations had drunk enough broth, and with potions in, could push. Lauren recommended 5 veterans, Gray 3 recruits. Ron approved each. 10 potions each, aimed to all break into low-tier squire. These entry-level knights who've just cultivated chi don't qualify for monthly potions. Only the talented become squires, swear fealty, and get one a month. Other knights get low-tier 2, mid-tier 5, high-tier 10, monthly. Want more? Buy from the Lord at a discount. He looked at Hart. Set things aside. Use potions freely, my one demand. Break through soon. Hart nodded fervently. I won't fail you. Over the next days the drill ground rang louder. Ron's essence stock plunged, and he had patrols widen hunting into the northern wild. But his greatest care was the lily sprite bug. Its cocoon sat deepest in the sprite room on the softest cloth, the best jade powder beside it. He checked daily. The cocoon still, life or death unknown. Perrin reported daily, still nothing. Ron each time, keep waiting. One night, planning the domain, the sprite contract suddenly stirred. He rushed to the sprite room. The cocoon had split a crack, pale green light flickering out. He held his breath, knowing it was the decisive moment. The crack widened, a flower-headed little head emerging, then the whole body. Success. The small sprite looked like a doll, a palm tall, 2 pairs of transparent wings on its back. Spotting Ron, it whirred over, circled him twice as if showing off, then landed on his shoulder, big eyes on him, head tilted, with a thin cry. Through the contract came a clear sense of fondness. It had evolved into a small sprite. Ron was long stunned, then laughed. He reached out, and it crawled into his palm, nuzzling his finger. Well done, he murmured. From now you're Bella. Bella, seeming to understand, hopped happily. By next morning words spread through the domain. Perrin came to see. Heaven blesses the Lord. Lauren, the glory of knighthood favors you. Hart marveled. A small sprite. Lived all these years and first time seeing a sprite bug evolve. Only ever heard rumors. Their first small sprite. They say small sprites live 50 years, far longer than bugs. This one'll last us a lifetime. Hearing their unambitious talk, Ron waved them off scornfully and had Perrin arrange the fields. A small sprite's coverage was 10 mu, only double a bug's, but its potions were higher quality, usable for high-tier potions. The first days Bella was shy, hiding in Ron's collar, watching sidelong, ducking back when looked at, peeking out after a while. Once familiar, she flew about the manor. Sprites' temperaments varied, and Bella was clearly the lively, mischievous, adventurous sort, curious about everything. When Ron ate, she'd take bites too, frowning each time at the lack of taste, but never tiring of it. Ron favored his first small sprite, born evolving before his eyes, her desperate courage moving him. This was his sprite, temper like his own. Half a month settled the stir into routine. The frontier, seeing rare peace with no one stirring trouble. The day Hart finished seclusion, the drill ground's shouts stopped. At dusk the closed door opened from within, Hart striding out radiant, still pale but steady, his aura more than doubled. Ron watched him approach and kneel. Lord, I didn't fail, I made it. Ron raised him, said nothing, only patted his shoulder. 3 high tiers now. Lauren grinned. Hart, we'll have to spar sometime. Hart laughed. Anytime. Other knights advanced too. Marcus Apple and Robert Cabbage, 2 family-recruited squires, broke into mid-tier. Of the 5 family low tiers, 3 had broken through, 2 still lingering at low tier. But with Ron's ample potions and steady broth, soon enough, of the 8 potion-given guards, 5 broke into low tier. Riverbend's strength now topped the wasteland. Only the long-developed rear domains might match it. The drill ground's shouts resumed, louder than before. Bella feared no one now, flying about all day, perching on the wall to watch drills, sneaking into the kitchen for snacks, riding Ron's shoulder on his rounds. Most vexed was Perrin, Bella oddly loving his ledgers, snatching pages when he wasn't looking and scattering them. He'd chase, she'd fly higher, landing when he tired, tilting her head and chirping as if to say keep going. Lord, manage her, Perrin complained, holding a gnawed ledger. Ron glanced, turned away expressionless. I didn't see. Bella poked her head from his collar and stuck her tongue out at Perrin. At Green Lake's port, an inn's second floor. A dim lamp. Night whined through the window cracks, making the flame waver. Liuli Chuan Moonlight Rose sat at the table, hood off, a fine face revealed, coffee-colored hair shimmering in candlelight, skin too fair for a month at sea. Weariness in her eyes she couldn't hide. She looked down at her little sister asleep in her arms, patting her back. Liuli was a marquis's daughter, her house in the Whiteley Duchy, destroyed in war with the Greyton Kingdom, her house fallen with it. Before Marquis Moonlight Rose died in battle, he'd had some heirs flee, including Liuli, his favorite daughter. They'd escaped hard, pursued ever since, lucky not to be the enemy's main quarry, which let them flee the deadliest regions. Even so, their party had shrunk from 40 or 50 to a dozen, one of 2 high-tier squires dead, the other gravely wounded. The old steward entered, low-voiced. Miss, the scouts are back. Liuli looked up. Speak. East, through this frontier, 7 or 8 days at fastest. But it's unsettled lately, a lord killed days ago, his domain stripped, still no one knows who. The guard captain frowned at the door. Bandits. The steward shook his head. One who can wipe out a lord isn't ordinary bandits. Liuli was silent. News of uncle? The steward sighed. None. This is the Bronze Duchy's frontier. Cross it, and we reach the Black Iron Duchy's frontier, where we can contact Count Birch. Miss, these are the last 2 legs. Be cautious, lest. No lest. Liuli cut in, clear and firm. Then skirt this area, go through the frontier's rear. I'll bring my sister safely through. The little one whimpered in sleep and turned. Liuli looked down, her gaze softening. The guard captain asked low, Miss, those behind, will they catch up? The room stilled. Liuli looked up, a chill in her eyes. If they do, take my sister and flee first, I'll fight them. The steward said quickly, Miss, this is no time for temper. We're few, head-on isn't worth it. The urgent thing is to reach the count. Liuli was silent, then nodded. Tomorrow keep posing as a caravan. Hire local guides, pay well, have them take safe roads. She looked at the captain. You're wound. It's fine. The steward made to speak, then didn't. Liuli looked at her sister, brushing her hair. Rest. We travel tomorrow. The quiet days passed, and the scout Ron had watching Green Lake returned. Ron kept eyes on Green Lake's port, the only good harbor nearby for ocean trade. In his view, sooner or later his own, worth knowing. Lord, something's up. Speak. Days ago a group came, said to be fur traders, a dozen some, men and women, rented a warehouse, did some deals, looked normal. Ron nodded. He'd known days ago. Yesterday they set off for Oak City to collect goods, but today a ship arrived at the port asking after them, and that lot looked like no good sorts. Interesting. Ron tapped the table. So this group had a secret, and Ron loved big secrets. Left a day ago, with goods, not far. Which road? The scout shook his head. Don't know. Hired guides and left, not toward us. Ron was silent, then waved. Watch this newcomer lot closely, send more men. The scout withdrew. Lauren asked, Lord, do we move? Ron didn't answer at once. After a while, no hurry. See what the followers are, how strong. He went to the window. Bring everyone. Leave Grey to mind home. Gear up, with me. Half an hour later Ron rode out with Lauren, Hart, and 7 or 8 squires, heading toward Green Lake, skirting villages, hiding in the northern wild. Per the scout, the pursuers would act today. Sure enough, that afternoon, from a dense wood they spotted a party far off, 20-some, mounted, well-armed, racing south along a dry riverbed, led by a sharp-eyed, capable middle-aged man. "Lord, they're heading south," Hart whispered. Ron dismounted. "Leave the horses on foot." Mounted tailing was too loud. He tossed his reins to a squire to take back and led the rest south on foot. The sky dimmed, winter near, the wasteland wind biting. They stayed about a league behind, the party's shadows like silent wolves heading south. Deep in the night, about 20 leagues south of Green Lake, firelight ahead. The pursuers slowed. Ron lay behind a rise with a spyglass. Far off, a campfire flickered. Leoly's party camped. The pursuers' leader signaled, the party fanning out, creeping in. Ron lowered the glass, mouth twitching. The show's about to start. By the camp, the fire burned bright. A few low-tier squires on watch in shifts, others resting against wagons. The guard captain pale by a rock, blood seeping through his chest bandage. The old steward sat by Leoly low. "Miss, one more day's travel and we reach the rear. With garrisons, the pursuers won't dare act." Leoly was soothing her sister Cecilia, exhausted from the flight, a child of 7 or 8 grown sensible these days, not knowing what flight was, only following her sister. Asked if she was afraid at night, she'd shake her head and say, "With sister, I'm not afraid." Leoly held her, patting her back. Cecilia curled into her, savoring a moment's peace. Then, far off, a scream. A watchman fell, an arrow through his throat. "Attack!" The captain sprang up, sword drawn, charging out. Black shapes surged from the dark, hooves thundering. The pursuers had struck. Leoly rose with her sister, the steward shielding them behind a wagon. The guards fought to the death, but were outnumbered and outmatched. 2 of the enemy were high tier, and the captain unleashed his trump to fight them. Swords crossing, chi clashing, the air trembling. But wounded, he soon fell to a disadvantage. A mid-tier squire, surrounded by 3, killed 2 before falling in a pool of blood. The low tiers, weaker, dropped one by one. The steward's voice shook. "Miss, go before it's too late." Leoly shielded her sister, eyes red, but didn't move. She watched the guards die for her, the wounded captain still fighting, and knew they couldn't escape. Cecilia clutched her sleeve, trembling at the carnage. Leoly looked down at her, then up. Her eyes changed. She thrust her sister to a woman guard. "Take Cecilia, go." Cecilia wailed, refusing. "Sister, together, together." The heart-rending cry, but Leoly steeled herself. "Go." The woman guard, Anna, scooped Cecilia up and ran for the wild. Once her sister was away, Leoly's hands formed a seal, pale cyan light gathering at her fingertips. Magic. The steward cried, "Miss, you haven't recovered." Before he finished, Leoly struck, a faint cyan blade flying at the pursuer's leader. Weak but fast, it made him dodge instinctively, his sword stroke faltering. In that beat, the captain seized the chance and thrust at his shoulder. The leader grunted, stepping back. A mage. He glanced at his wound and sneered. "A low-tier apprentice, flaunting before me?" He waved. "Leave the woman, kill the guards first. Take her alive." Though only a low-tier apprentice, magic was strange and unpredictable, hard to ignore. A milky shield wrapped Leoly, the pursuers unable to break it for a time. In that window, she drew out some magic scrolls, each a high-tier squire's blow and power, killing several pursuers, the 2 sides trading evenly for a while. Behind the rise, Ron lowered his glass. Hart leaned in. "Lord, that woman's a mage?" Ron nodded, thoughtful. Posing as a caravan, hiding her identity, herself a mage, with a band of strong pursuers. No need to think, her identity was no simple matter. Worth a job, especially with the pursuer's strength gauged. Ron didn't charge in. He had another thing to do first. "Little miss, need help?" Ron's group appeared before the fleeing Cecilia and Anna. Anna bristled. "Who are you? What do you want?" But Cecilia pleaded. "Help, please save my sister. We'll pay. I beg you." Ron gave a sly smile. "My help comes dear. You may not afford it." Cecilia urged. "We'll give whatever you want, everything. Just help, please." "I want your sister. Can you agree for her?" Cecilia's small face went blank. She glanced at the firelight, then said haltingly, "All right." Secret art, exploiting another's plight. Ron flipped through his own stats, indeed, his specialty. The words barely out of Cecilia's mouth. A violent surge of battle chi erupted at the distant camp. Ron looked back. Lioli's milky shield flickered hard, cracks spreading like a spiderweb, several pursuers hammering at her, her scrolls nearly spent. He scanned the field. Both sides had fallen heavily, Lioli's party down to 4 or 5 still breathing. The captain was a sack of blood, his trumps burst spent, swaying. The old steward, lunging to shield her as the shield shattered, was kicked away and lay still. The remaining guards fell one by one, Lioli forced against a wagon, nowhere to retreat. Cecilia saw it clearly, tears streaming, hands clamped over her mouth, not daring a sound. Ron turned to look at her. "Remember our deal." He rose and waved. Lauren, Hart, and the squires rose too, masks still on, only eyes showing. "Go." 12 figures burst from the dark like phantoms, straight at the field. The pursuer's leader, sword raised to finish the captain, heard wind wrong behind him. He spun, a black shape already before him, sword falling like silk. He parried on instinct, a great clang, his grip numbed, driven back 3 steps. "Who are you?" No answer. The shape gave no breath, sword unceasing, every stroke fatal. Elsewhere, Lauren and Hart together tangled another high-tier pursuer, strong but cornered 2-on-1, soon flailing. The other squires charged in, mixing with the pursuers' mid and low tiers. Ron's sword came faster and faster, heavy and forceful, chi surging wild, high-tier strength fully bared. The leader, already wounded, was choked breathless by the storm. "Who are you?" "We serve Stag Marquis of the Grey Tin Kingdom." Ron still didn't speak, only soared faster. After dozens of exchanges, unable to bear Ron's strength, both arms numbed, his form ruined, Ron seized the opening and ran him through. Gravely wounded. Already worn from the fight, now this, salt in the wound. Ron gave no breath, dozens more strokes, then a final cut to the throat. The man's eyes went wide, lips moving, but only blood came. Ron drew the sword, and he crashed down. On the other side, Lauren and Hart had the upper hand. 2 high tiers and a half cripple on one, too great an edge. The pursuer high tier fought desperately, wounding Hart's arm, but took a cut from Lauren, his movements slowing. Lioli, against the wagon, white as paper, her spirit near dry, didn't fall but struggled up, hands trembling into a seal again. Pale cyan light gathered, faint but real. Eyeing the still resisting pursuer high tier, she gritted her teeth and poured her last mana into a light blade. It flew at his back. He, fully occupied with Lauren and Hart, couldn't guard behind. It pierced him, his body stiffening a beat. In that beat, Lauren took his head. The fight was over. The camp lay in ruin, corpses scattered. Of the 20-some pursuers, only a few remained, and seeing their leader dead, they scattered and fled. Ron's squires chased a while, killing several, but the dark let some escape. Ron sheathed his sword and scanned the field. Lauren came supporting Hart, whose arm had a wound. Not deep, the blood stopped. "It's nothing," Hart grinned. "A graze." Ron nodded and went to Lioli. Against the wagon, she braced herself, gasping, her eyes fixed on him, wary, searching, and a trace of confusion. Ron said nothing, looking down at her. Lioli spoke first. "Who are you?" Her voice was hoarse, but still lovely. Ron didn't answer. Her gaze swept Lauren and Hart behind him, the squires binding wounds, and settled on Ron's mask. "Where's Cecilia?" she asked. Ron tipped his head aside. Anna walked Cecilia from the dark, and the moment she saw her sister, Cecilia struggled down and stumbled over, throwing herself into Lioli's arms. "Sister, are you all right?" "I was so scared." Lioli looked down, her gaze softening a moment, touching her head, then lifted it to Ron. "Thank you for saving us. I'll give all our goods as payment, and when we reach our destination, send a rich reward besides." Ron's face darkened. The normal flow should be offering herself. "She's not interested in me." He finally spoke, voice playful. "Just a transaction." Lioli was silent. "All our things are yours." Ron crouched to her level. "Your sister agreed to something just now." Lioli frowned, looking at Cecilia, who shrank her neck and said small, "Sister, this is brother-in-law." Lioli was speechless. She drew a breath, then another, shut her eyes, forcing calm. Ron stepped to her. "The deal I made with your sister. Do you honor it?" She looked at him, eyes cold. "You exploit another's plight." Ron quipped, "Right, one of my many specialties." Lioli was silent. She understood her and her sister's position well, no standing to bargain. Rather than provoke this man into rage, better to accept it. She had her sister to protect, and to live she'd bear any humiliation. I accept, she said, swallowing it. Ron nodded, satisfied. The wise bend to the times. Tell me who you are? Your name, where from, where to, who's chasing you? She stared a long while, then spoke. Lioli Chuan Moonlight Rose, daughter of Marquis Moonlight Rose. From the Whiteley Duchy, a court viscountess. Going to the Black Iron Duchy to seek my uncle. The Grey Tin Kingdom's people chase me. Ron nodded, thoughtful. A marquis's daughter. He laughed. Big profit. He stood. You pulled out so many scrolls from nowhere. You've a space item. Hand it over. She had no choice but to give it, a bracelet. Once she taught him its use, Ron played with it gleefully. About 20 cubic meters of space, half full. A rough look told him the trip was worth it. The gravely wounded captain didn't pull through, leaving only Lioli, Cecilia, and the woman guard Anna. Ron could have saved the captain, but didn't want to. The field cleared, no risk of exposure. He collected all corpses into the space item, thinking it convenient now, and withdrew with them through the night. By first light they reached the domain, the pursuers' many horses a convenience. Lioli was helped down, looking up at the not grand manor, her eyes complex. Cecilia, worn from the night's flight, had fallen asleep in her arms, tear tracks on her small face. Anna followed, eyeing the surroundings warily. Riverbend's core was ringed with sentries, and the moment Ron's party entered the field zone the manor got word. Perrin came out, blinking at 3 strange women. Lord, these are. Ron waved. Give them a room, settle them. Assign 2 maids. Perrin asked no more, leading the 3 to the back court. Passing Ron, Lioli paused. You don't fear I'll flee? Ron pulled off his mask, baring his young handsome face, and lightly tipped her chin up to face him, half smiling. Your little group would be seized as slaves the moment you stepped out. Looking like you do, you'd be sold to a Nightingale house as its top draw. She paled, ashamed and furious, said nothing, and followed Perrin. Back inside, Ron took out the space bracelet and tallied the haul. 20 cubic meters, about half full, plenty. 2 chests of gold, some 20,000 gold dragons. A case of jewelry, finely made, noble's wares, hard to value. The scroll cases were mostly empty, used up on the road. Few potions, all unfamiliar, the vials alone finer than his domains. His domain's potion apprentice was such a dud that Ron had once drunk potion dregs, chewed twice before swallowing. Several crates of books, mostly potion recipes and alchemy records. But the last 2 crates held treasure, one of battle chi manuals and high-tier breathing techniques, the other of spirit meditation methods and spell models. This was the real treasure and what Ron needed most. In this world, knowledge was monopolized by great nobles, and even a commoner genius had to attach to a noble to keep advancing. Self-study was a fool's dream. These were copies, nobles rarely letting cultivation knowledge spread, treating it as house inheritance, only mass-copied when fleeing like this. For his own expedition, the family had given only 2 ordinary breathing techniques for training soldiers. The family's own arts only Ron could cultivate, never taken out. Ron was overjoyed, sorting the battle chi crate into 10 manuals with matching breathing techniques, all attributes, all able to reach formal night. And 2 high-tier breathing techniques that could go all the way to great night, the squire stage not even included. A godsend in dire need. Ron cultivated fire attribute battle chi, and one of the 2 high-tier techniques was fire, perfect to switch to. He'd been high-tier squire near 3 months, his chi unfilled but slowing, with no sign at all how to break into formal night, the family never having produced one. A formal knight left the mortal range, a different creature from common men, able to go long without breath, briefly hover on chi, survive extreme environments, lifespan 200 years. Above that, Great Knight, 500 years. Then Dragon Knight, 1,000 years, few, a kingdom's pillars, each with a title, hence titled knights. Mages had matching ranks, formal mage, great mage, mage master, same lifespans. Above that lay stronger powers said to exist only in mankind's few empires. Ron skimmed one breakthrough technique and felt enlightened, a long-stuck problem solved. Seeing Lioli's rich dowry, Ron decided to keep her well-fed, never hungry. The rest of the space held little value. Women's spare clothes, sundry daily items, magic primers, a family genealogy, no sprite bugs. Setting the arts aside, her wealth was much to Ron but ordinary for a marquis, even shabby. Understandable, for carrying great wealth in flight would have the enemy hunting you to the death. Tally done, corpses handled, Ron rested, waking at dusk, and went to the back court. Lioli was in a small private courtyard, the room modest but clean, Cecilia sleeping soundly, Anna guarding the bedside. Lioli sat at the window, staring out. Ron entered, and she turned, calm. Rested well. Well enough, at least no one chasing behind. Ron pulled up a chair. Your guards' bodies, I had buried. The pursuers' bodies I dealt with. No worry of them lying exposed. Her eyes moved. Thank you. How do you mean to deal with us, Baron? Ron looked at this clever woman and smiled. Introductions. I'm Ron Broccoli, Lord of Riverbend, a frontier baron. As for dealing with you, how about you be my personal maid? She flushed, shamed and angry, but with herself and her sister in his hands, steeled to accept. Watching her expression shift to a decision, Ron snorted a laugh. Joking, she breathed out. Though I do need someone to warm the bed, he said gravely, and she was thrown off again. Your uncle, Count Birch, tell me about him. She thought. He's a count in the Black Iron Duchy's frontier, a legion commander, guarding against orc incursions. He watched her, searching. You fled, the Grey Tin people hunt you. Does your uncle know? She shook her head. I'm not sure. Before our domain fell, I wrote to seek refuge, unsure if it reached him. On the road, letters couldn't be sent. Ron was silent. Can you contact him now? She shook her head. Think of your sister, and don't lie to me. You have one chance to lie. You may answer again. She kept shaking her head. I truly can't reach him. He asked many more questions, not believing all she said. A clever woman, perhaps 9 truths and 1 lie. For now the pursuers were no worry. The few who fled wouldn't know who did it. Ron's identity well hidden. And by Lioli's account, the fleeing caravans were many. Hers not a key target. The house's wealth and depth carried by other heirs. The Marquis having split her off, knowing the others drew the eye. Hoping his 2 favorite daughters might live, not daring to give them much wealth, so the pursuers might not return. Only Count Birch remained to consider. Lioli said she couldn't reach him now, and Ron believed it. But who knew if she'd later try? Ron didn't want a formal knight visiting his door someday. How to solve it, he'd decide later. Done talking, Ron stepped out. In the yard, Cecilia had woken and crouched watching Bella, the transparent winged little doll tilting her head at her. Digu, Bella chirped. Cecilia reached out, wanting to touch, but not daring. Bella flew to her palm, nuzzling her finger. Cecilia's eyes lit. So cute. Lioli came out and froze at the sight. This is... Ron came, and Bella flew back to his shoulder, nuzzling his cheek. My small sprite. Bella. Lioli stared a while, eyes complex. Small sprites. She'd had them too, all gone now. Cecilia tugged her sleeve. Sister, is this brother-in-law? Not yet having seen Ron's true face, she eyed him shyly. Lioli looked exasperated, turning to Ron. He nodded gently. Right, call me brother-in-law from now. This is your home. Play as you like. Cecilia jumped for joy. Then we never have to run again. And chased Bella, long absent laughter ringing in the yard. Lioli watched her sister's smile, her gaze softening. She looked up at Ron. Promise me one thing. Speak. Protect Cecilia. She's small, knows nothing. Ron nodded. No problem. They called Cecilia back and ate together, the sunset stretching 3 shadows long, somewhat intertwined. That night a figure slipped into the small courtyard, pried the door, entered silent. Ran Chi, saw the bump on the bed, slid under the covers, and covered the startled person's mouth. Viscountess, you wouldn't want your sister to. The familiar voice came, and Lioli, flushed with shame, dared not make a sound for fear of waking her sister next door. Ron faded the rest at the threshold. By morning, Lioli had crossed from girl to woman. The next dawn, Ron rose refreshed, the month's pent fire gone, while Lioli lay abed, drained, unwell. Mage constitutions really won't do, Ron mused. I need a few nights. And for a moment he missed the Viscountess. In the yard, Anna helped Cecilia wash. Anna met Ron's eye and quickly looked down, having woken to the noise next door the night before, thinking the miss in danger, then, listening closer, ducking back under her covers red-faced. "Brother-in-law, why isn't sister up?" Cecilia asked. "Ah, your sister's unwell today, a wound from the fight with the pursuers that isn't healed. She'll rest a day in bed. Let's go to breakfast. I'll have a servant bring hers." "All right, sister's been so tired lately," Cecilia said sensibly. Only Anna pursed her lips off to the side. After breakfast, Ron left Cecilia to play in the manor and went to the council hall, where his men waited and rose at his entrance. He waved them down, cleared his throat. "Our developments reached a new stage. Any good suggestions on what's next?" "Speak freely." Dick fawned. "I think next we build a grand castle to show the Lord's power and the domain's prosperity." Perrin hesitated, and Ron prompted him. "Lord, Dick's castle is a good idea, but the finances don't support it yet. Winter's coming, land clearing must stop. We've cleared 15,000 mu, with over 6,000 serfs, and our stored grain won't last. We must keep buying." Ron took the figures. "We'll harvest some this year. Not bad. The rest we buy when the caravan comes, or keep buying from Green Lake. I'll allot 2,000 more gold to the stores. Use it freely. Report shortfalls to me." Flush now, he was lavish. "Winter come, don't let the serfs idle. Set them digging channels and building manors. I also want a town up next year. Move the manor's serfs out into it." Perrin noted it. Lauren reported, "Lord, the domain has 130 guards and near 10 low-tier squires, all veterans from the family. With more serfs lately, I suggest recruiting 70 more to 200. Ron agreed. Hart ran the hunting team. The domain's wild near cleared, the rest no threat, so he took men daily into the northern wild. "Lord, 20 li north I found a Snake Man clan." Ron started. "Details? Little so far. Only a distant look, maybe 200 some." Ron thought. Unclear, decided not to provoke them for now. "Avoid that area hunting, and don't exterminate the domain's monsters. Leave some." After the reports, Ron closed the discussion. "You followed me to the frontier over 3 months. Your merits, I see. The pace pleases me. When the duchy confirms Riverbend's success next year, I'll infef a batch of fief knights, so keep striving." Ron knew how to dangle a carrot, all having left the family and traveled thousands of li for just this. The men left fired up to keep working for Lord Ron. The next days Ron lived easy, handling affairs by day, visiting Leoli by night. A mage's constitution was weak but fresh, and he didn't tire of it. Leoli went from initial shame to growing used to it, sometimes even welcoming. But Ron knew she wasn't simple, a marquis's daughter, worldly, submitting only because cornered, and whether she'd flee later none could say. He had to win her heart slowly. One morning, leaving the courtyard, he met some maids who bowed, and, once he'd passed, whispered, "That new miss is so pretty. The Lord goes there every day." Said to be some distant relative, doesn't look it. "Hush, if Master Perrin hears, you'll catch it." They giggled and scattered. Ron had eyed the domain's women before, months pent up, but always got driven off by the stench. Unwashed, caked in grime, he couldn't bring himself to it. With spare time now, he'd had Dick build a dozen privies in the manor, anyone relieving themselves anywhere getting Dick's whip. Dick was best for it. Poor at domain work, but good at handling serfs, now formally the manor steward. Ron went to the sprite room and found Bella crouched before a sprite bug, head tilted, studying it. A corn bug, plump, cowering in its box. Bella poked it, and it shrank tighter. She chirped twice as if asking why it wouldn't move, then, impatient, kicked it aside and curled into the box herself, taking the comfortable spot. The corn bug crawled out aggrieved to find another place. Ron, half laughing, lifted Bella out. Why seize another's nest? She wriggled in his palm, protesting. He set her on his shoulder and pointed at a prepared box. "That's yours, don't steal others." She tilted her head, flew over grudgingly, settled on the silk cushion, nuzzled a leaf, and was satisfied at last, the corn bug daring to crawl back. Ron shook his head. This little thing grew more lawless by the day. As Lord, he spent half an hour daily in the sprite room, building rapport, a handed-down method said to raise evolution odds, proven over centuries. He was glad to, the sprites a delight, darlings of heaven and earth. Back in the study by noon, Ron took out Leoli's magic books, picked some primers, and went to the courtyard. To keep Cecilia from clinging to Lioli, he'd found her a new playmate, a puppy. Cecilia was teasing it, the pup belly up yelping under her hands. Her face all smiles, Anna watching from the door, smiling too. Tired, Cecilia plopped down, cheeks in hands. Anna, when will sisters wound heal? Anna flushed, mumbling, soon, probably. Cecilia sighed. Sister's too tired. Let her rest more days. Anna thought to herself, the miss isn't tired. She's worn out. Ron entered, and Cecilia came up. Brother-in-law, get me a kitten? These nights I keep hearing a cat crying nearby, very clearly. Ron rubbed her head awkwardly. Ah, sure, in a few days. He hurried off the awkward scene, Anna stifling a laugh. Lioli sat at the desk reading. Seeing Ron, she flushed faintly, but less shy than days before. Why come again? Broad daylight. Cough. You had wounds unhealed from the pursuers. I brought you healing salve. Let me apply it. He treated her wounds. After a while they returned to normal talk. Ron set the books down. Now, real business. I'd consult you. She glanced at them, surprised. You want to learn magic? He nodded, then shook his head. I'd like to, just trying. Explain it first. She tidied up and began. Magic's basis was spirit force, meditation, sensing elements, building spell models. Ron listened earnestly, but half an hour later gave up. Harder than math. Forget it. I'll stick to battle chi. I'm better suited to be a warrior, simple and direct. Lioli laughed. Self-aware. Your battle chi talent is good. Don't waste effort on magic. Unbothered, Ron drew out some scrolls and vials. Then look these over. All yours. Which are useful. What they do, advise me. She examined them. These scrolls are first-rank formal. What helped us escape, used up. These apprentice ones still work, but are low-tier, little use. The potions, she sniffed one, poured a drop. This restores spirit force, useful to mages, not you. This heals, good. These are poisons, careful. Ron noted each. He returned Lioli's cultivation notes and other mage items from the bracelet. Having had copies made, useless to him, originals back to her. Your bracelet had some potion recipes. I had them copied. If you're idle, visit the potion room and instruct that apprentice. He's a dud. She nodded. He rose and brushed off his clothes. Read at leisure. Tell Perrin if you need anything. He went out. That afternoon Perrin came. Lord, the grain. I asked Greenlake. Baron Austin says the harvest was poor, prices up 20%. To buy, we pay more. Ron frowned. 20%? Profiteering off our trouble. No wonder Boris wants him dead the moment he's able. That swindler. Who wouldn't want him strung up? Perrin nodded. Send word to Oak City? Marco of the Grey Bear Guild dealt fair last time. Ron agreed. Send someone by water, the wharf's done. While the river's unfrozen, buy plenty if the price is right. Perrin left. At dusk Lauren returned, grave. Lord, movement from Boris. Speak. Our watchers on Lakeside found him recruiting and drilling harder than before. Too many sentries to get close, no specifics. Ron raised a brow. That Boris is up to no good again. He waved. Keep watching, don't alarm them. Lauren left. Ron leaned back, tapping the table. Boris was developing too, and not slowly. Though Ron now had 3 high tiers, the man had depth, a Real fight needed care. But it wasn't the time to tear faces, both needed time, especially Ron. Lately switching battle chi manuals, his chi only at mid-tier squire level now. Though by body alone, he could fight a high-tier squire to a draw. The next day Hart returned, dusty, downing a bowl of water at the door. Lord, the snake men are scouted. Ron motioned. Hart wiped his mouth. About 230 or 40, half old and weak, 70 or 80 able fighters. Their chief's a shaman, with a few sub-leaders. They live in a cave, water nearby, much stored grain, looks like wintering. Ron nodded. They didn't spot us? Hart shook his head. Watch from afar. They're wary. Took 2 days to circle and learn it. Such orc-kind clans weren't weak, unlike goblin or gnoll trash where a single monster in a pack was rare and regular soldiers could clear them. But clan form ones were nearly all monsters, cultivating a blood chi path, fighting mainly by body, rivaling knights. Though limited by age, the old declining sharply. Knights had longer primes, declining only in their last years, and mages never faced this. Their power from spirit and knowledge, stronger with age. and knights had armor and iron, while orc clans had pitiful iron, relying on or left by wild dragons and captured weapons. So against orcs, knights could fight few against many, and even common soldiers, with iron and numbers, could stand. 70 or 80, Ron mused. No major stake, he wouldn't provoke them for now. As for affecting essence output, those wild monster essences no longer appealed. He tried night essence these days. He'd not drunk it before only because he didn't know its effect, but with Lauren and Hart having tested the path, he no longer feared. His physique had risen another level, and though unsure what changes a formal knight's body underwent, by strength alone Ron was confident he matched one. When sure, or when the domain had more knights, he'd uproot the snake men. That night Ron went to the courtyard and found Leolie at the window, lost in thought. He came up and hugged her from behind. Thinking what? She leaned into him, soft. What to do next? My sister's small. I can't stay like this forever. Ron laughed. What? Am I wronging you here? She shook her head. No. I like it, her voice thin as a mosquito's. Watching her nestle against him, Ron thought. The master was right. The road to a woman's heart is. Over these days Leolie had thought it through. Her party had nowhere to go. The uncle was only a hope, one she'd never met. The imagining perhaps fair, but the reality of dependence no different. And now with nothing left, after months of fleeing with her sister, all she'd sought was a place to settle. Settled now, able to keep her sister alive, was already much. She only 19, not failing her father's last arrangement. She could shed the hard shell. And her man was good-looking, sturdy, no loss. Ron murmured at her ear, stay easy. Next year, I'll build you a magic tower. She turned, eyes glad. Truly, when have I lied to you? Go, put on that maid's dress I gave you. I'll inspect today's housework. Since he'd had her wear it once, she'd seemed to unlock a hidden side, fond of the play. They interacted like player and NPC, and the rest faded at the threshold. Ron found Leolie unusually willing that night, as if pent feeling finally released. Spent, she lay listening to his even breathing, a sense of safety rising, her mouth curving, and she slept soundly too. Morning, rain had fallen in the night, the weather sharply cooler. Leolie still abed, wrapped in covers, half watched him. He turned and smiled. Sleep more. She mumbled assent and rolled over. Ron stepped out into the drizzle, his thoughts drifting far. Today was his 110th day at River Bend. Over half a year transmigrated, 2 months to the year 1581. He'd firmly settled in this world and even seized a noble lady. After breakfast, taking an umbrella from a maid, he toured the domain. Passing the drill ground, guards cultivated chi inside, Lauren instructing the knights, saluting from afar. Ron waved him on. The first 50 guards had been given the breathing technique, but no outstanding seedlings. Geniuses mostly born to noble houses, the commoner ratio too low. His broth barely supplied the 80 practicing the technique, the rest getting a bowl only every few days. These 50 had improved much, many at the edge of chi, ready to become entry-level squires with potions. Ron's talent was upper middle. Without potions he'd gone from first chi to low-tier squire in a year, the Marigold order barring entry knights from potions to gauge talent. The later years the original had likely played too hard, spilling too much vital essence, delaying cultivation. Ron watched, satisfied. Cecilia popped out from somewhere, tugging his hem. Brother-in-law, my kitten? He looked down at her bright eyes. Soon, in a few days. She pouted. You said that last time. Anna behind covered a laugh. He patted her head. Truly soon this time, I promise. Parting from Cecilia, Ron walked to the manors, few serfs about, all sheltering in the rain playing cards. Rainy days were a rare boon for serfs. No work, food still given, no whip. To a lord serfs were wealth, not to be let catch cold for nothing. The overseers were busy sorting indoors. Ron toured under his umbrella, then returned to the study where Perrin waited. Lord, the grain's settled. Marco's price is fair. The frontier domains have all harvested. Oak City has plenty, 20% cheaper than Green Lake. By water, unloaded at the wharf, already stored. Ron nodded. Well done. That old Austin wanted to fleece me. Perrin added. Marco asked me to pass word. Oak City's been unsettled lately. There may be action. Ron frowned. Know what's happening. Perrin shook his head. Seems a few lords' domains were breached by orcs. No specifics. Ron mused, waved. Winter come, the orcs raid south again. Seems this year's not our direction. Have Lauren send more patrols. Watch for small orc bands striking the domain. Perrin withdrew. At noon the rain stopped, sunlight scattering the chill. Ron returned to the courtyard to eat. Leolie read. Cecilia teased the pup. Seeing Ron, Cecilia called brother-in-law and went back to play. Ron sat by Leolie. Reading what? She closed the book and handed it over, a magic primer. He flipped it, pages dense with words and symbols, glanced twice, handed it back. Can't read it. She took it, and they sat quiet a while, sunlight through the window catching her in pale gold as she bent her head, a few loose strands at her face. Ron thought it a beautiful picture. Lacking words, he could only call it really pretty. The woman he'd seized his. After a while he said softly, "Come here." Already flushed under his bare gaze, she set the book down and sat in his arms. He held her, kissed her forehead, breathed her hair. "Tonight, all right? My sister's still about," she said softly. He said nothing, just held her, and she leaned quiet against him. As the air warmed between them, Cecilia ran in, and Leolie quickly rose. Cecilia, oblivious, said, "Brother-in-law, time to eat. I'm hungry." Bella had flown in, perched on the sill, chirping. Ron glanced at Leolie and stood. "Let's eat." At the table, Leolie ate head down, ears a little red. Cecilia, shoveling rice, looked from Ron to her sister and asked, "Brother-in-law, will you eat with us every day?" Ron rubbed her head. "Every day if I'm free." Cecilia brightened, Bella chomping fiercely at a piece of roast. That afternoon, as Ron read ledgers, hurried steps came. "Lord, urgent letter from Oak City." A travel-worn messenger entered, knelt, and handed up a parchment sealed with Marquis Mammon's stamp. "Baron Ron, the orc host marches south, several northern castles breached. The Marquis urgently summons all lords to muster at Iron Rock Fort within 5 days." Ron scanned it. The orcs were unusually fierce this year, multiple northern lines lost. Mammon had moved the Frontier Legion's main force and conscripted all frontier lords, frontline included, to Iron Rock Fort. The requirements. The lord must campaign in person, bring at least 50 soldiers for River Bend, provide own provisions, weapons, mounts, and during the conscription, all interdomain conflict ceased by Mammon's strict order. Ron was silent, then looked at the messenger. "The other lords summoned too?" The messenger nodded. "Lakeside, Blackstone, Green Lake, Lushwood, all on the rolls. No delay allowed." Ron waved. "Received, you may go." He leaned back, tapping the table. "Work south, a summons. Call Lauren, Hart, Perrin to council. And Leolie." Half an hour later the council hall was tense. Ron set the summons down. "Read it." Lauren read, his face changing hard, passed it to Hart and Perrin, who frowned. "Lord." Perrin looked up. "This is wrong. Past years the orcs came south and frontline lords were never summoned. We're at the very front, meant to hold our land. Why called to Iron Rock?" Lauren said gravely, "Only one explanation. This year's orcs are far fiercer. So fierce the Marquis must throw everyone in." Hart clenched a fist. "Then the domain? We leave, the Snakemen north, small orc bands may be striking." Ron raised a hand. "What's the Snakemen's recent movement?" Hart said, "Notable, we've watched them days. They've sent small parties scouting the ravines, not for raiding, more like seeking a place to relocate." Ron mused. "Driven down." Hart nodded. "Possibly." Ron tapped the table. "Orcs south, even Snakemen fleeing. This year's stir was real. No wonder the Marquis summoned even frontline lords. So the Snakemen were no worry." He spoke slowly. "We must go. No choice." The room went dead still. After a while Lauren said low, "Lord, this trip, perilous." Ron nodded and went to the window. Dusk fell outside, north wind howling, dead leaves rattling the panes. The duchy gave new lords some protection but didn't prize them, only successful lords being true lords. To the duchy, a lord's success was better, a death midway no loss. Just infeff another next year and reap again. "I'll lead this myself, lean numbers." He turned to Lauren and Hart. "You two with me." Hart started. "Lord the domain. Gray and the others stay. 3 mid-tier squires suffice to guard the manor. The Snake Men are little threat, and Boris must go too. no time to scheme. Perrin fretted. All of them. If. No if, Ron cut in. Whether we come back alive depends on bringing hard enough men. Outer Surf's lost can be rebought. But guard the manor and sprite bugs. That's my demand of you. Stay and run logistics. You know provisions and Surf's best. And if some blind bandits exploit the gap, Ron sneered, when I'm back, none of them gets off. Perrin nodded. Understood. Prepare the goods. We leave at dawn. The men gone. Only Ron and Leoli remained. She'd sat silent in the corner, watching. He came and looked down. You stay too. She frowned. I'm a mage. I can help. I know. But the field's chaos. I can't mind you. And the potion room can't be left. With Hart gone, the domain needs you more. She bit her lip, then nodded. Ron was silent. If you want to flee, take this chance. But wait till I'm back and you'll never have another, a maid for life. Her face stiffened. Humph. He slipped an arm around her waist, and she said nothing, pressing her head to his chest, feeling his hot heartbeat. Deep in the night, at the council hall, Ron studied the frontier map. Lauren knocked and entered. Speak. Lord, the 50 elite guards, list ready, all longer-serving veterans, most with good chi. Weapons and armor too, the new armor badge fits. Ron set down his pen. Lauren hesitated. Lord, this trip, our odds. Ron glanced at him, then laughed. When did you get so fretful? Lauren smiled wryly. Just worried. Of dying there? Relax, if we can't win we run. It's not our land. Who'd hold it to the death? We even bring our own provisions. Who fights to the death over that? Lauren dared not argue. The Marquis meant only provisions for the road. But seeing the Lord's mood, he held his tongue. Report done, Ron said. Rest, no easy sleep from tomorrow. Lauren left. Later, soft steps. The door cracked, Leoli peeking in. Not asleep. Ron smiled. Soon. She came in, pressing a cross-pendant item into his hand. My shield alchemy item, the energy spent by an energy stone at the front, or a light magic crystal. Weak, but in a pinch it'll block a few high-tier strikes. Ron paused and pulled her into his arms. She leaned in, voice muffled. You must come back. He kissed her forehead. I will. Dawn, the drill ground crowded. 50 elite guards formed up, armor cold in the morning light. Lauren and Hart making final checks. Ron nodded, satisfied. Perrin came up. Lord, provisions ready, 10 wagons. Half a month, if rationed. Ron grunted. A small shape darted out and tugged his hem. Brother-in-law, when will you be back? He crouched, rubbing her head. Soon, after the war. She said earnestly, don't forget my kitten. He laughed. I won't, I promise. Leoli couldn't rise that morning, worn from the night. While Ron got up fine, she'd be abed 2 days at least. Ron mounted. Move out. The column rolled off, hooves clattering, dust rising, Cecilia waving hard, Anna holding her until they vanished. Near noon, half a day on, Lauren rode up. Lord, at the fork ahead, looks like Lakeside's people. Ron looked, a column of about 100 coming from another road, the familiar potato crest on the flag. Boris. The two met at the fork, slowing. Boris, in dark leather, wore a warm smile, locked beside him, a few unfamiliar knights. Baron Ron, a coincidence. A noble bow. Ron bowed. Baron Boris, indeed. They rode side by side, the columns keeping distance, only confidants near. Boris eyed Ron's column, his gaze pausing on Lauren and Hart. Both high tiers along. Baron Ron, you've staked it all. Ron smiled. Same as you know. Those knights look unfamiliar, newly recruited. Boris laughed it off. Old comrades, all. They rode a stretch, neither speaking. After a while Boris sighed. This summons is wrong. Past years they never called us frontliners. Ron nodded. Seems this year's orcs are far fiercer. Boris lowered his voice. Why don't we neighbors watch out for one another, so we're not bullied at the front? Ron's face stalled, eyeing him oddly. Boris seemed to know how absurd his offer was, yet shamelessly waited. A used car salesman type. No wonder he warmed up to Count Bauhinia. Watch out for one another? If you don't use me as a shield, I'll crawl home on my hands. Ron's face was odd. I think not. Thank you, Baron Boris, for the kindness. Boris, seeing firm refusal, laughed it off without embarrassment. Fair enough, just a friendly word. Till Iron Rock Fort, then. The columns rode silent a while more, Then the fork split them. Lauren wrote up, Lord, what did Boris mean? Ron shook his head, sneering. Ignore it, no good in it. Remember lakeside recruiting and drilling lately? He likely knew the summons early. Lauren frowned. Then we. Ignore him. The column went on. At dusk camp, Hart reported, Lord, 120 li today, another day's march, and the evening after we reach Iron Rock Fort. Ron sat by the fire, taking out potions to keep cultivating chi, having packed nearly all the domain's potions into the bracelet with the gold, leaving the domain only a few thousand gold, the rest on him. Aside from sprite bugs and serfs, only the land held value there now. The next day Ron passed many lords' columns, no greetings, until a familiar one. Lord, that flag, Blackstone's column, Lawrence said. Ron brightened. Let's greet our neighbor. He wrote up. Baron Hawkson, long admired. We're neighbors, yet this is our first meeting. Baron Ron. Likewise, I've long heard of your promise. They chatted, then reached the summons. Brother Hawkson, the orcs come fierce. A distant relative's worse than a near neighbor. Why don't our two houses merge later and watch out for each other? Ron said straight-faced. The old man smiled awkwardly. My legs are poor, I won't trouble you. I'll be off. And Hawkson hobbled away in a hurry on his lame leg. Watching him flee, Ron sighed. The world's morals have decayed. At the Blackstone column, a man asked, Lord, what was that with Riverbend's Baron? Don't mention that pretty boy, no good intent. I'd bet he's a swindler. Or how so conveniently did he save the Marquis's heir? Did the man need saving? Hawkson grumbled. Truly, surely. 2 more days passed, the destination nearing, several columns in view, the air heavy with menace. Near dusk, the silhouette of distant mountains, Iron Rock Fort. The fort was grander than imagined, walls high, arrow towers thick, torches blazing, soldiers patrolling, columns queued at the gate, flags of every kind, horses neighing, voices clamoring. Ron reined in and looked. Strange faces, strange flags everywhere. Some columns 100 strong, some a thin 40 or 50, shabby by contrast. He realized how many lords this wasteland held. Lauren rode up. Lord Q2. Ron nodded. At their turn Lauren handed the summons. The gate officer glanced, scanned the column, checked a register. Riverbend, Baron Ron? You're in the Independent Legion, camp east of the fort, Zone C, number 7. Down this road to the end, turn left. Ron paused. Independent Legion? This year's new frontier lords are grouped together for easy command. You all brought about 50, pooled for direction. Ron nodded and led in. The camp set east of the fort, tents arrayed by number. He found C7, just big enough for a few dozen tents. Lauren set up camp. Hart went for news. Ron stood at the edge surveying. C6 to the left was pitched, a stone wall on its flag, soldiers cooking. C8 to the right was empty. C5 across was neatly pitched, a cucumber on its flag, a youth there looking over. Their eyes met. The youth paused, then nodded a greeting, and Ron returned it. Hart soon came back. Lord learned it. The Independent Legions, all this year's newcomers, 20-some lords. The Legion commanders appointed by Mammon, Daniel Fig, said to be a frontier viscount. Ron raised a brow. Viscount. Hart nodded. Strong, brought 500 men. He explained the structure, 10 to a squad, 5 squads a company of 50, 10 companies a battalion of 500, 5 battalions a legion of 2,500, battalions with baggage trains and trailing caravans, legions with a quartermaster where military merit traded for goods, the quartermaster's stock fuller than an auction, almost anything obtainable with enough merit, even titles. The next morning, as Ron studied the map, steps came. Baron Ron in? Neighbor, come say hello. Ron lifted the flap to a youth in his 20s, smiling, eyes shrewd. Victor Beansprout, a noble bow. C9, we're neighbors. Ron smiled and waved. Ron Broccoli, come in. Victor entered without ceremony, looked around, clicked his tongue. Tidy. Mine's still a mess, my men are clumsy. They sat, and Victor talked freely, saying he was of a fallen noble house. Generations finally pooling merit to buy him a frontier slot. Now summoned, nervous. Brother Ron, how's it your way? In my area, a same-period lord had his manor breached by bandits, hanged. Several new lords lost this year, cursed bandits. Ron smiled sheepishly. Bandits are hateful. My domain suffered once. A whole camp burned. Knight? I came a day before you. I've seen rear lords with columns of 2 or 300. We new lords can't compare. We'd best huddle together. Ron smiled. Huddling's good, but with whom matters? Victor blinked, lowered his voice. True. I asked around. This independent legion, 20-some, all sorts. Eric of the Stonewall domain to the left, said to be a former border army company captain, hard as nails. He jerked his chin outside. And across from you, Buck Cucumber, a Marquise bastard, nose in the air. I went to pay respects. He didn't even lift an eyelid. The duchy had 5 marquises, each a regional power. Ron nodded, said nothing. Victor knew when to stop, chatted a bit, rose. Brother Ron dropped by. I've good wine from home. Ron agreed. After Victor left, as Ron made to tour the market, a sturdy man emerged from the left camp, 30-ish, broad, weathered. Seeing Ron, he came over. Eric Stonewall, next door. Ron cupped his hands. Ron Broccoli, well met. Eric was terse. When you arrived, your camp went up fast. Veterans. Ron nodded. Been with me a while. Eric grunted, jerked his chin north. This summons is perilous. I asked friends in the army. The orcs brought several big clans, wolf-head banners, already wiped out 7 or 8 lords. The Frontier Legion can barely hold the line on the castles. Small orc bands slip around to raid the rear. Ron's heart tightened, his face calm. Thanks for the warning. Eric said heartily. We're all new. Watch out for each other. Find me if you need. He turned back, crisp. Ron watched him go, thoughtful. So warm, all of them, real or not, makes it hard to use you as a shield. That afternoon Ron took Hart and a few men to the Forts Market, a street of military trade, weapon shops, armor shops, grain stores, apothecaries, smithies, and a few with magic symbols, thronged with soldiers, merchants, attendants. Ron entered a magic goods shop, took out Leoli's alchemy shield pendant, and bought 2 energy stones for 600 gold, plus many potions. Stepping out, he met a yellow-haired youth, the one camped across from him, early 20s, in fine dark riding gear, a jeweled sword at his waist, chin lifted, eyes haughty. His gaze swept Ron a beat and moved on, as if Ron weren't worth a look. 2 knights behind him, chests out, eyes forward. Passing, Ron glanced back at the flag, a cucumber. At dusk, a horn sounded. All lords summoned to the fort's council hall. Ron took Lauren and followed the flow. The hall was vast, holding hundreds, already packed, attendants waiting outside. Ron found the Independent Legion's spot, east by the windows, 20-some lords scattered. Victor waved him over. He met Commander Daniel briefly, saw a few acquaintances, the 2 lords from his investiture trip, and Baron Raymond of Lushwood, who nodded. Not far off, Buck stood arms crossed, ignoring all, a few around him murmuring, he nodding or sneering now and then, aloof. Then a side door opened and Marquis Mammon entered. The hall hushed. 40-ish, square-faced, a scar from left brow to mouth corner. In black armor, a wolf pelt cloak, he stood at the head, scanning. All present. His voice carried chi, clear to every ear. Orcs marched south, 8 northern castles breached. The Wolfhead tribe, near 20,000, plus Blackhoof and Oxhorn, each over 10,000. Gasps swept the hall. The front needs men. Zones are assigned, follow orders. A vice-general unrolled a parchment and read names. East Line Pass, the Independent Legion, holding the east segment. Ron noted his assignment. The reading done, Mammon said finally, during the conscription, no conflict between domains. Any internal strife, and don't blame me. He turned and left, the hall buzzing. Ron made to go and fell to gaze, turning to see his neighbor Boris. Their eyes met a beat, mouths twitching, then both looked away and left. With so many lords here, they'd hardly cross again, and the rear lords were generally stronger, 3 high-tier squires only ordinary among them. That night the Independent Legion's lords were called to Viscount Daniel's tent, 20-some crammed in, lamplit. Daniel sat at the head, 40-ish, kind-faced but shrewd-eyed, a frontier viscount with 500 men, the natural commander. The zone's set, the East Line Pass, he began. But 2,000 can't crowd one spot. We split into 4 battalions, each holding a segment. Battalion command by numbers. More men means battalion commander, fewer get folded in. Objections now. Ron scanned 20-some lords, mostly the standard 50, some 70 or 80, one with over 100, buck cucumber. A Marquis bastard, deep pockets. If Brother Peter hadn't exited, he might have snagged a command too. Daniel read. 1st Battalion, Tony. 2nd, Jack. 3rd, Commander Buck Cucumber, including Eric of Stonewall, Ron of Riverbend, Victor of Beansprout. 4th, led by myself. Ron stirred, glancing at Buck, who leaned back, arms crossed, chin up, his gaze sweeping them, pausing a beat on Ron, expressionless but with a scrutiny that unsettled. Victor leaned in low. Brother Ron, same battalion, good thing. Ron nodded. The people he knew not grouped with him, only those met at the fort. Toward this fellow who'd glued himself to Ron from the start, Ron was wary, as he was of everyone. He'd rather deal with detestable sorts like Buck or Peter. Buck rose, flat. Move out at dawn, march in order. Tasks assigned at the zone. He turned and left without a spare glance. Victor smiled wryly. Such airs. Dawn, before full light, the camp bustled. Baggage trains issued supplies. Each lord 5 days' rations and arrows. Ron sent Lauren to draw them, standing at the edge watching. Hart returned from the baggage train, his face odd. Lord asked around. Merits by kills, a common orc soldier 1 point, a sub-leader 5, a big leader 100. Kill an orc, cut the left ear, register it. During the conscription, a low-tier squire earns 1 merit a day, mid-tier 2, high-tier 5. A merit traded for a gold dragon at the quartermaster. Ron scoffed. That little? The potions that buys would barely refill chi after a fight. The hearts, do they take those? Orcs had heart cores from their blood chi path, like knights' chi seeds, the essence from refining knights clearly finer than wild monsters. Hart blinked. Hearts. Hearts sell to caravans, high price. Ron smiled. Not bad. Ears for merit, hearts I keep. At dusk the column reached the East Line Pass, steep slopes either side. A corridor between, 200 or 300 meters wide. Only crude trenches and fences, the works clearly poor. Daniel wrote a circuit, grave. Works are bad, camp tonight, reinforce tomorrow. Each battalion to its zone, fast, before dark. 4 battalions held 4 segments. The 3rd the passes right, near the slope. 8 lords in the 3rd. Buck divided the zones, Eric the forefront, Victor the rear supply line, his own men near the pass mouth, and Ron the east gentle slope. Not the most dangerous, but the first target if anyone tried a flanking strike. Buck rode to Ron and stopped. The slope's yours. Mine no one circles your rear and dooms the legion. He pointed with his whip, the tone official, seemingly not malicious, but it grated. Damn, eating your family's rice. Such airs. The next day all reinforced works. No orcs coming. The main host elsewhere. Their task was to hold the pass, let no orcs slip through, so the pressure was less than feared. Ron's men dug trenches, set fences, built towers. Eric's segment, the forefront, had the most to build. Victor's rear was easier. Buck patrolled now and then, glancing and moving on, but always lingering at Ron's segment, staring at the works, then nodding or shaking his head, saying nothing. Ron ignored it and worked. The second dusk the basic works were near done. Ron stood behind the fence, looking north, occasional dust on the distant ridge, orc outriders moving. Lauren came. Lord, the men are worn. Rotate, rest. Ron nodded. Half on watch tonight, half rest, normal rotation tomorrow. That night Daniel summoned the lords. Eric came from the front, calm. Small orc bands have appeared up front, scouts, the main body behind. Ron nodded. I saw. Daniel ordered. Each lord's zone rotates every 3 days. Heavy losses rotate sooner. At dawn the pass reeked of blood. Back from the commander's council, Ron oversaw repairs, standing behind the fence, watching the orc camp that had appeared that morning, brazenly a kilometer off, pitching there. By morning's end it roared, war drums, howls, horns blending, far louder than at first. A scout galloped back from the front, dismounting clumsily. The vanguards the thorn-scale lizard men, behind them the iron-horn goat men, at least 3 or 4 thous, he gasped, swallowing. More orc races behind, we may not hold. Ron's face was grave, and he sent the scout to rest. Lauren came. Lord, Daniel orders each battalion to push half its strength to the front. Our side. Not us, Ron cut in. Our task is the slope, no flanking. The front holds them, we mind our segment. Lauren understood. The slope camps were for watching the flanks. However brutal the front, it wasn't theirs to fill. Have the men stay sharp, Ron said gravely. If any creep over, we're the first line. The sun moved south, and the front opened. The thorn-scale lizard men charged first, slender, scaled, glinting green, quick, short spears and wrought-tin shields, weaving through the rocks. Behind came the iron-horn goatmen, curved horns razor-sharp, thighs thick as iron drums, bounding meters a step, pressed close behind the lizard men. Ron watched the orc flood crash toward the camp, his heart shaken. From the distance, details blurred, but a torrent struck the camp's fences, which broke like paper, the two hosts colliding, splashing crimson waves, kill cries, screams, clashing arms. Ron told his men, "Watch the woods hard, let no orcs creep over." Lauren beside him asked low, "Lord, do we support?" "No, just watch." The slope soldiers gripped their weapons, eyeing the dense woods, the front's cries clenching hearts, but no one moved. An hour, 2 hours. The front's clamor rose and rose. The slope woods stirred now and then, stray orcs trying to circle, the men loosing a few volleys, downing 7 or 8, the rest shrinking back. Ron leaned on the fence, watching Hart's alert patrol. Then a commotion at the slope's left. "Lord," Hart pointed down. "Trouble." Ron looked. From the rocks below emerged dozens of goatmen, not for the front, but using the terrain to rush the slope, under 100, likely to seize the high point. "Archers ready," Ron said. "Goatmen are fast, don't let them up easy." The men crouched behind fences, gripping spears, eyeing the nearing goatmen. 200 paces, 100. Loose. Arrows rained. Only a few goatmen hid in vitals falling, the thick-hided beasts barely pausing, charging on. The 100-pace gap took the goatmen a dozen bounds to the fence. Only 2 volleys loosed, little effect. Then it was fence to fence. Spears. The front men thrust, piercing a goatman's belly, it howling back, but the rest charged on. Among orcs were bloodchi warriors rivaling knights, and common soldiers couldn't last 2 moves against them. On first contact, Ron lost 2 or 3 men. Lauren and Hart leapt in, halting the slaughter. Ron, past hiding his strength, this camp being all his own, the other lords mired at the front, and exposure now moot, drew his sword, chi flowing, felling 1 per stroke. In full armor, shield aura wrapping him, he attacked recklessly, the orcs before him all down in a few breaths. A bloodchi warrior charged him bellowing in tongue. Ron didn't dodge, met it head-on. The orc's bone club gouged, the orc driven back 2 steps. He gauged its bloodchi strength at about a mid-tier squire's, then, done testing, burst his chi and finished it in a dozen-some strokes. A normal high-tier squire wasn't this strong, but Ron was special, high chi, winning outright in the strength the orcs prized, and far better equipped. All attack, no defense, hence the dozen rounds. The shield blocked 1 blow, the energy stone dimming a shade. Under a quarter hour, 50 or 60 of the 100-some goatmen down, the rest fleeing into the rocks. Ron sheathed his sword. Tidy up, finish the wounded, dig out hearts. Drag the bodies to the wood's edge, off the path. He didn't collect the orc corpses, last night's included, the camp too crowded with eyes. Unsure if some sneak-head watchers, a vanished body would scream of something. Ron wouldn't risk exposure, not even of his space item, the cheapest worth tens of thousands of gold. Is this large? Leoli had priced the bracelet over 100,000. The soldiers dragged the heavy corpses to the woods. Lauren came, grave. "Lord, we lost 6, a dozen some gravely wounded, the rest light." Ron's face went iron. He called Lauren into the tent and took out pre-made healing potion, handing it over. "Give these to the wounded. Get them combat-ready fast. Mind no more deaths." Lauren left. The fit soldiers and knights kept watch, the slope fight done, the front still raging. At last the sun sank west, the front's killing fading, the orcs pulling back, and Daniel summoned all lords below. Ron, arriving, learned much from Victor. The front held today, but at heavy cost. Eric losing over 20, himself wounded, the others no better. And Buck. Ron asked. Victor paused. Buck sighed. Nothing. His men never moved. Ron's face was odd, Lauren muttering. Figures. When all lords had gathered, Daniel opened. The orcs' assault is too fierce. We held but bled. The 3-day rotation seems impractical. Let's go to 1 day each, to give the wounded recovery time. Most agreed. Some, those scheduled later, balked at facing orcs sooner, but the heavy losers shouted them down, and 1-day rotation was set. Ron frowned too. He couldn't hold the slope today and man the very front tomorrow. That was bullying the honest. He protested. Viscount, our slope was attacked too today. With real losses, surely we shouldn't go straight to the front next. The lord holding the other slope echoed him. Daniel pondered. Then a grating voice. I say Baron Ron needn't be special. Why can everyone but you? Buck, the bastard. Ron's face went iron. Whose flaps untied, letting you out? He answered sharp. Baron Buck finds my request unreasonable? Then let's swap. Buck jeered. The arrangement stands. No whimsical changes. This is the army, not your domain. Buck, not noting Daniel's shifting face, went on until Daniel cut in. Baron Ron's request has merit. Slope defense counts as a front line too. All rotate. Hearing the decision, Ron agreed. Buck losing face, daring not defy the Viscount, only glaring harder at Ron. After the council, Buck found Ron. Baron Ron objects to my command, his tone foul. Pressing me. The bastard couldn't truly think he commanded the other lords, when the Legion commander led only 1 battalion, his own men, not directly ruling the lords. Ron wouldn't indulge him. Baron Cucumber, mind your own affairs, lest you can't get it up on the field tomorrow. Buck stormed off in a fury. Back at camp, leaving the watch to Lauren and Hart, Ron resumed cultivation. After today's fight, while the front still raged, Ron had quietly collected the orc blood-chi warriors' corpses with their hearts into the pot, now refined, ready to taste. A gulp of essence, and every cell trembled, tingling, like stepping from winter sleet into a heated room, wrapped in warmth. The strengthening was more marked than before. By comparison, he now scorned the wild monster essence. Done absorbing, he cultivated chi. Since switching manuals, he'd felt no more blockage at high-tier Squire, and with Lioli's techniques and fine potions, his chi level rose fast. The next morning, Ron handed his segment to another lord. Today, they needn't man the front, but had to be ready to support, lest the line break and rout all. The orcs attacked just as fiercely, but the line held. Ron saw Buck come off the front black-faced, knowing his losses weren't small either. That night, the orcs launched a night raid, small but enough to keep the whole line on edge till dawn. Daylight, and the rotation put Ron at the front. Victor handed off. Brother Ron, hard to hold. I didn't sleep a wink, scared stiff. He hurried off to rest. Ron greeted Eric at the next segment and set his defense. The air reeked of blood and char, dried black blood everywhere, sticky underfoot, uncleared corpses piled by the trenches, human and orc tangled. Ron scanned his zone, a battered fence, shallow trenches, half-built works behind, not a whole bunker. Hart hurried the men patching works before the orcs came. In the morning mist, the orc camp loomed, horns answering, low drums beating like blows to the heart. Sunrise, and the assault resumed, this time Ron facing the orc host head-on. The orcs seeming undiminished, a torrent again. Loose, Hart shouted. Arrows rained into the lizard men, a few falling, more reaching the trenches, leaping them, climbing over their own dead, hissing. After volleys, the men sheltered and just thrust spears. The orcs, so many one barely needed to aim. The orcs pressing onto the spears and charging. Now and then a blood-chi warrior surfaced, the spearhead piercing the line, and the knights had to answer fast. Ron drew his sword, chi flowing, 1 orc per stroke, blood across his face, no time to wipe, on to the next. The orcs grew, no longer just lizard men, a dozen-some races in Ron's view alone. Luckily, the line held near 1,000 men, yet the orcs seemed endless. The first wave held. Ron had the knights refill chi, the healing potion, already in every soldier's hands. The orcs' assault paused only briefly before the second wave. The ground shook, the iron-horned goatmen coming. Goatmen and lizardmen coordinated well. Lizardmen shielding to send goatmen to the fore, goatmen's burst power leaping the line. some unlucky speared midair. Each time was the bloodiest exchange. Goatmen leaping in soon killed but wrecking the line, letting other orcs find the weak points and break the spear wall. Ron saw a soldier pincered by two lizard men, his spear running one through, the other's short spear taking his neck, falling with a scream. A cry drew Ron's eye, two huge goatmen hauling a waist-thick trunk, ramming the line. Cursing inside, two high-tier warriors, rotten luck. The goatmen battered the fence, bowl-thick posts groaning, breaking a gap in two strikes, then dropped the trunk and drew weapons on the soldiers. These two stood half a head above the rest, muscle-knotted, horns wrapped in bone ornaments, in broken iron armor, wielding huge bone clubs studded with teeth. A club swept, a soldier too slow flung away, plate armor no help. Ron wouldn't let the line break, charging in with Lauren, leaving Hart to direct. Chi full, shield blazing, he met them. Club and sword clashed, a screech, his arm numbed, but the orc was driven back 3 steps. The orc, disbelieving, struck again. Ron sidestepped, the club gouging a crater, gravel flying. Ron used his new battle chi art, stronger than before. The orc soon outmatched, wounds blooming. The goatman raged, blood chi surging, attacking again, Ron meeting it earnestly. But after a roaring blow the orc fled, Ron caught off guard, actually letting it escape. Weren't orcs iron-blooded, never retreating? Its flight doomed the other high tier, and Ron, recovering, rushed to support Lauren. That orc, seeing Ron come, went pale-faced, then furious, his even fight with Lauren and the favorable ground lost by his comrade's flight. He too made to retreat, but Ron wouldn't allow it, Ron attacking, Lauren assisting. The orc, reading Ron's intent, sneered, burst his full blood chi, strength up by half, thinking Ron wouldn't take it and he'd withdraw at leisure, taking a few cuts at worst. Then he saw Ron charge straight in, cursing inside. This human's a fool. This blow will cripple you. Then a great force came through his weapon, nearly flipping him. Lauren seized the slip, stabbing his flank, but the thick hide stopped the blade half an inch in, though it ended the orc's chance to flee. The fight ran a full quarter hour, the orc wound-laden, its burst spent, showing fatigue. Ron caught an opening and ran his throat through. The orc's eyes bulged, blood bubbling, and it crashed down. Lauren, blood head to toe, his own or others unclear, leaned on his sword gasping. Ron stood in his shield, hem barely soiled. 2 high tiers, one dead, one fled, and the orcs began withdrawing. Ron didn't pursue, watching them go. When the last wave pulled back, the sun was west, corpses everywhere on the line, orc and human. The living slumped, gasping, silent. Hart began treating the wounded, knights refilling chi to stay combat ready. Ron went to the dead orc, looking down, bigger than any he'd seen, its bone club still bloody, dull red in the sunset. After a rest, the men cleared the field. Lauren dragged over, pale, a fresh bandage on his arm seeping blood, stood before Ron, silent a while, then spoke. Lord, tallied. 11 dead, 7 gravely wounded, 20-some lightly. After rest, combat fit, 30-some left. Ron shut his eyes. He'd brought over 50 from the domain, now only 30-some alive, his domain's elite, most chi cultivated, 6 or 7 low-tier squires among them. Lauren too was hurt. Ron took out fine healing potion and handed it over. Drink first. Lauren drained it, wiped his mouth. Ron turned to the distant orc camp. Fires scattered, drums stopped, occasional howls. Come to my tent later for more potion, dose the men. Rotate watch, no carelessness. As they spoke, Eric came from the next segment. Ron dismissed the reporting soldier. Eric, ashen, arms slung, more wounds added, walked with a limp. Sit. Ron pointed at a rock. Eric sat, silent a while. Over 30 dead on my side, only a dozen some still standing. The line broke several times today. Only the reserve support pulled us through. Ron's heart sank. Eric, like him, brought 50, now a dozen, the Legion's worst. Your second time at the front, and the first went badly too, Ron consoled. Eric smiled bitter. A few more like this, and my lordship's done. These men, with me for years. He shook his head, then lowered his voice. Today, your support. Ron sneered. No support. Not a man, not an arrow, start to finish. Eric frowned. Maybe your side wasn't as dire. Mine had none early either. Only after the line broke did support come and hold the right flank, or I'd have been done today. Ron paused, then understood. His own display today had surely reached the rear lords. 3 high-tier squires, strongest among the new lords, second only to Daniel, who'd brought 5 high tiers, and Ron probably had more. This only part of his strength, surely some left guarding the domain. A Viscount this strong. How did the original save the Marquis' heir? What luck. As for his lack of support, Ron guessed. Buck Cucumber surely played a trick. Eric vaguely suspected too, and rose. Watch yourself, I clearly can't help. He left. Night fell, the men patching works, Ron dining in the tent. Outside, Hart's voice. Lord, Baron Victor's here. Ron lifted the flap. Victor, fawning outside, was seated. Brother Ron, you were mighty today. A flatter on entry. You're killing that high-tier orc, the whole legion's talking, the first high-tier slain by a new lord, second only to Viscount Daniel. Ron gave Victor's flattery a cool face. Victor leaned in, the ease of an old acquaintance. I've a bit of news on today. Buck Cucumber went too far. I'd proposed supporting your side, but that cucumber insisted you'd hold and struck your support off. Ron raised a brow. So it was Cucumber's doing? He's battalion commander. My word means nothing to him, Victor said righteously. Ron knew his game. Any more? Yes, yes. You know, among us new lords there's a baron's second son with no high-tier squire, near a one-man army today, after Eric the worst off. Half these frontier nobles were merit-ennobled, high-tier lords themselves, the rest noble sons with family high tiers. Barons were lowest, rarely with followers, mostly family-supported, a while then withdrawn, hence the highest attrition. Ron too had had no high-tier follower at first, high tiers being family-bred, sworn to small nobles after breakthrough, usually made fief knights, few willing to suffer the frontier. Outside high tiers had few chances, and without a lord's backing couldn't reach high tier anyway. Ron pitied that lord. Even a hired high-tier mercenary would beat that, though one might get robbed. Victor lowered his voice. Brother Ron, tomorrow, if you've strength to spare, could you support me more? Ron looked at him. Depends. If it's dire, I'll act. Victor's eyes lit. His goal met. No firm guarantee, but satisfied. He rubbed his hands, grinning. Good, good. I'll go. Won't keep you from rest. He slipped out faster than he'd come. The night passed quiet. Next morning, Ron handed off the camp to Victor. By mid-morning, the orcs hadn't attacked. These days, more orcs had trickled to their camp, numbers seemingly undiminished, while the legion bled. Daniel had sent for reinforcements, but none came, gloom shadowing the lords. At noon, a scout reported, Lord, movement at the orc camp. The lizard men and goat men are quarreling over recent losses. The goat men lost 2 high-tier warriors, the lizard men none. They nearly came to blows. Ron stirred. The scout went on. Other orc clans broke it up, but barely, and a goat man hangs outside their camp, the one that fled yesterday. Ron nodded and sent him off. Hart raised a brow. Orcs fighting each other? Good news. That afternoon, the orcs finally attacked, but compared to the first 3 days, in another class entirely. Their losses were heavy too, the lizard men and goat men hardest hit. Many new clans arrived, those 2 unwilling to lead the charge. So the day passed, the orcs retreating, neither side losing much. At dusk, as Ron rested, Lauren entered. Lord, Buck sent someone, asked you to come. Ron frowned. Send him in. A middle-aged knight entered, courteous, bowed. Baron Ron, Commander Buck invites you to discuss the battle. A dinner's prepared. Ron eyed him. What's your Baron Buck scheming? The knight said. The commander says army matters bring oversights in arrangement. Misunderstandings should be cleared promptly. Ron laughed, backing down. Understood. He rose and stepped to the knight. Tell Buck I'll come shortly. Hart muttered. Lord, what's Buck up to? You'll really go? Ron shook his head. See what trick he plays. Hart said quickly, I'll go with you. What foolishness. We'll bring Lauren too, Ron chided with a grin. At Buck's tent, Ron came with Lauren and Hart. A dinner was laid, wine ready. Ron sneered inside, a bastard putting on airs. Buck rose to greet. Baron Ron, I've long admired you. A genius knight no less. Under 20, surely formal knight ahead. I love conversing with bright young talents. Baron Buck is too kind. You broke into high-tier squire in your 20s. You've good hope of formal knight too, Ron said perfunctorily. Buck was high-tier himself, with a high-tier knight under him. No weakling. Fitting, for without some talent, among a marquis's many bastards, would he get a frontier lordship? Huh. Yes, may we both reach formal knight. Come, pour Baron Ron wine, Buck told his man. Ron wouldn't touch the food here. Baron Buck, let's talk business. You didn't call me just to drink. Nothing urgent, really, just to explain yesterday's support, and more to converse with you. Ron didn't follow, and Buck went on. I see your men took losses. If you're willing, I could spare you some. Let's talk privately. Ron still didn't grasp his abacus. Baron Ron, would you befriend me? Ron looked up to find Buck studying him. That gaze, that tone. Ron understood at last. Buck had designs on him, fixed on him in that way. Damn. Fury rose. Ron held no bias against such people, but you don't fix on me. He shot up and stormed out with Lauren and heart, burning with anger. Watching him go, Buck licked his lips, his interest plain in his eyes. Out of Buck's tent, Ron walked black-faced and silent, Lauren and heart trailing, not daring to ask. Back at camp, he stood outside the tent a while, drew a few breaths, pressed the disgust down. Come with me to the barracks. Lauren paused. Now. He toured tent by tent. The wounded lay sprawled, the lightly hurt mobile again, the gravely hurt mostly recovered, the soldiers rising to salute. Ron mainly wanted to gauge their recovery. Near everyone scarred after the brutal fight, but they had his healing potion, and any not dead could be saved. He gathered good news too. After these fierce days, many soldiers showed signs of breaking through. Life and death combat best draws out human potential, and with the potions used and bodies fed months of broth, chi advancement was natural. At the squire stage, cultivation wasn't hard, broadly just tempering the body and accumulating chi, potions speeding it, few techniques or barriers. Only breaking into formal knight hit a bottleneck that stuck most. First came chi sublimation, condensing the inner chi mass into a chi vortex, opening the whole body's circulation, the chi flowing endless, and through that, leaping the life tier. Without predecessors' manuals, fumbling it alone was near impossible, and even knowing the direction, achieving it was hard. Ron's cultivation sat exactly here, his chi mass long past a normal man's after switching manuals, now trying to condense the vortex. After the rounds, Victor came again with intel. Brother Ron, today's orc assault dropped a notch. The frontline lords took little loss. At this rate, we'll surely hold till the Marquis's reinforcements. Ron nodded. And Buck? Victor sneered. Him? Fine. Plenty of men, holding only a small segment. Some heavy-hit lords have merged columns to hold one segment. After learning the other states, Ron resumed his night cultivation. In the tent, he took out an orc bloodchi warrior's corpse and drew it into the pot. The bracelet holding many more collected these days, the field thick with orc bodies, a few missing bloodchi warriors unnoticed. He'd found energy stones sped the pot's refining, so he'd cleared the caravan's last few bodies and hearts into the pot, and soon a small vial of essence floated in his palm. He drank it. Familiar warmth surged, his chi denser than days before. But Ron sensed that at this rate his life tier might leap before his chi broke through, much like the orcs, who tempered the body, their whole strength in their physique, the blood chi path only derived from it. He'd wondered if he could co-cultivate the blood chi path, but interrogating captives showed he couldn't, orc anatomy differing, especially organs. So Ron was more like a humanoid magic beast, both relying on the body's passive evolution, the difference being the beast's supernatural means was an innate talent and Ron's was battle chi. He put away the pot and felt the changes within. Next morning the rotation order came. His zone the most dangerous segment by the slope, where orcs most easily broke in. The support list still lacked his name, and several lords had merged columns, shrinking their zones. Heart cursed. That buck set on screwing us. Ron pocketed the order, thinking this cucumber baron really was like Brother Peter. Why did he think Ron would act as he wished? Another naive noble. Form up, move out. The front reeked of blood, works in tatters, fences askew. Ron took over and reinforced, ordering the fence shortened, building a semicircle against the slope, leaving a small gap on a stretch of road with a row of fencing. And as for whether anyone guarded it, Ron declared himself short-handed, setting a sweet trap. As for whether orcs would pass through and hit the rear, Ron couldn't be bothered. The men worked silent. By mid-morning, the orcs moved, the force clearly weaker than what Ron had faced, lizardmen and goatmen charging thinly, small clan rabble behind, numerous but chaotic, combat power much reduced. After volleys they reached the fence, and Ron drew his sword and met them with Lauren and Hart. He found that at this intensity, he could fight all day. Half an hour, and the orcs left 20-some corpses, the first wave done, not even breaching the decoy fence, where Ron had posted just 2 men. He sheathed his sword. His side only a few wounded, none dead. By afternoon, the orcs mounted a proper assault, some other camps calling up support, Ron's side still at ease. But the orcs found the gap, toppled the fence, and poured through. Ron didn't block them, only killing those circling to attack him, and the orcs, finding Ron hard to chew, rushed the rear support zone. The rear erupted in chaos, organizing defense only after losses, soldiers without time even to don plate. Hardest hit was Buck, his numbers his undoing. The 3rd Battalion's rotated lords numbering 3, Buck's men half of them. At dusk the orcs withdrew. Lauren reported, "Lord, a dozen some lightly wounded, only 2 dead. Arrows down another 30%, 2 days worth left." Ron nodded. "I'll check the quartermaster later." A messenger came. "Baron, Viscount Daniel summons you to council." Ron expected it. In Daniel's tent, lords had gathered, Buck glaring furiously at Ron, Victor, and another rotated lord wincing. They couldn't touch Ron's side, but they'd truly been caught off guard. Ron's zone suddenly torn open, the orcs then roaming the rear unchecked. Daniel began. Baron Buck pushed hard for this meeting. Speak. Buck, granted leave, painted the day in embellished colors. Ron listened with relish, his indifferent air infuriating Buck. Given Baron Ron's vile conduct, I propose he hold the front 3 days straight and pay our losses at least 1,000 gold. In which I saw me deliberately let the orcs in. Isn't a breached line normal? Half the line was breached today, I just had no support team. I retook my zone with 30-some men. The Legion should commend me. Buck flared. Shameless, 3 high tiers can't hold 1 zone. Ron bowed to him, provoking. Shamelessness is a noble's virtue. The lords watched the bald-faced performance, mouths twitching, none speaking up. Buck demanded Daniel arbitrate. Viscount, don't let him run wild, or the line can't hold. Daniel understood their feud, his head aching. Buck talked well, but if Daniel punished and Ron ignored him, what then? Force a brawl. And there was no proof, and Daniel wasn't Buck's father to favor him. Unless Buck offered up his hook. The meeting fizzled out. After, Ron went to the quartermaster, a tired, middle-aged fat man, who shook his head wryly. Baron Ron, it's not that I won't give, there's truly none. Arrows gone, potions near gone, the rear supply hasn't come. Ron frowned. Then what? The man lowered his voice. Figure it out yourself. If desperate, scavenge the field. Arrows can be recovered. Potions, no. Ron felt unease and left silent. The next 3 days the orcs kept up loose assaults, the field a tug of war, the line unbroken but the orcs undiminished, daily replenished. The rear's reinforcements didn't come, and Daniel could only contract the line, letting small orc bands slip past, guarding only against the big clans to ease the pressure. As for the rear domains affected, these noble lords didn't care, not their own land. You want us to hold? Then send reinforcements, the line now under 1,000 men. Many wanted to retreat, but Daniel refused, and with the pressure easing the lords grudgingly agreed. Then supplies came, the train looking like refugees from an ambush. Before the lords could rejoice, the train's news stunned them. Marquis Mammon's main force was defeated, fallen back to Iron Rock Fort, now besieged and in peril. The center rear was all orcs, threatening to strike the east and west garrisons. The Marquis ordered an orderly retreat to relieve Iron Rock. The camp erupted, no one minded to fight, all thinking of flight. Daniel couldn't command them, one lord bolting with his men first. Daniel raged, unable to fathom such a fool. Didn't he know that one flight would crash morale and wreck the retreat? The fleeing lord thought, of course I know, but if I'm faster than you, my odds of living soar. One man's flight threw the camp into chaos. Ron, still at the front, sent men to look, and cursed inside on hearing it. The orc host wouldn't miss the chance. Drums beating, more orcs pouring out. Ron didn't deliberate. The line breached in many places, unholdable, and he greased his saws and slipped off with his men. But escaping a chaotic field wasn't easy. As Ron fought and withdrew, the line wholly collapsed. Orcs many times their numbers surging up, all wanting to pin the legion and tear off a piece. No one organized a rear guard, so they couldn't shake the orcs, and once pinned, more orcs encircled you. Ron, Lauren, and Hart held the column's rear, getting out as many soldiers as they could, 3 high tiers bursting full force, clearing a blank space, the party slipping the pursuit. Wyron kindly held the rear for the soldiers wasn't reluctance to let them die, but to get out of this wasteland, for though elites escaped easier, if pinned it was over, and soldiers along meant he could cut off an arm to save the body. They broke free for now, passing a rear camp. Also chaos, lords packing to flee, the quick ones already gone with nothing. Ron didn't see Buck or Victor, surely among the clever ones. He didn't linger, marching hard, the rear camps shielding him. Morale was loose sand, no one able to gather all hearts. The route wasn't only the independent legions, every line the same, the whole east front becoming a great rout. The road was strewn with scattered soldiers and lords, in 3s and 5s or alone, faces panicked and weary, tens of thousands of soldiers fleeing the wasteland like schools of sardines, hunted, driven, harried. Ron threaded the wasteland carefully, the main roads impassable, orcs everywhere hunting stragglers. Small orc bands met now and then. Ron didn't tangle with them, fearing being pinned and drawing a host. Breaking free of the front had cost, his party now only 20, but nearly all with battle chi. Corpses lay everywhere, orc and human, armor stripped, weapons gone. Vultures wheeled, eyes hungry. Ron, no longer hiding, collected bodies into the space filling 6 or 7 times in 2 hours. Halt! He raised a hand, gasping. The column stopped, all collapsing, some retching, some drinking. The gravely wounded propped pale against trees, blood seeping. Lauren came, winded. Lord, the gravely wounded won't last if we keep running. We must rest. Ron scanned them. A quarter hour. Rotate watch, I'll scout ahead. He rounded a rise, out of sight, crouched, and swiftly moved all the bodies from the space into the pot, the whole set of motions a second or two, high-tier chi being so used. He toured a bit for show and returned. An hour on, dusk near, a dry riverbed ahead, brush on both banks, good cover. As Ron made to descend, kill cries came from across. He signaled a halt and crept up with Lauren and Hart. In the brush, they watched 2 groups fight across the bed, one band of routed soldiers robbing another, a dozen corpses down, the robbed side a few men in a death ring, the robbers 20-some hammering them. Ron narrowed his eyes at the surrounded band's leader, blood-soaked, armor askew, but the haughty air unmistakable. Buck Cucumber. Ron's mouth twitched. Buck's band had escaped 6 or 70 strong, but being a big target, the orcs marked them, and Buck, a deft hand at cutting off an arm to live, ditched soldiers as rearguard and fled with 7 or 8 knights. The remaining 7 or 8, all wounded, had met another lord's band while making camp, and with Buck's arrogance, naturally clashed. That lord, a veteran, no weakling, seeing Buck's few men still arrogant, meant to thrash them, not expecting Buck's few to be all knights, 2 high tier, and took a beating, 7 or 8 dead, then in real fury meant to capture Buck for ransom. Lauren recognized him. Lord, it's Buck. Hart's hand went to his hilt. Shall we? Ron raised a hand for silence, watching Buck flail in the ring, his guards falling one by one, despair on his face, the enemy's 2 high tiers pinning him, his side near gone. Then Ron charged out shouting, Captain Buck, hold on, I'll save you. Buck's eyes flew wide, then blazed with the will to live. Baron Ron, save me. He burst his last chi to tangle the foe. Ron, Lauren, and Hart charged, 3 high tiers aura unleashed, and the Lord, cowed, fled grudgingly with his men. Ron didn't pursue. Buck slumped, gasping, relief on his face. Baron Ron, thank you. He struggled up, and before he finished his neck stung, Ron's sword run through it. Buck's eyes bulged, hands clutching his throat, blood spurting, struggling to speak, only gurgling, and he twitched and fell. Ron drew the sword and wiped it on him. Meanwhile, Lauren and Hart took the remaining high-tier knight, a wounded middle-aged man, no match, and Ron joined to finish it, 3-on-1, done in a few breaths. Buck's band wiped out. Had the earlier lord beaten Buck, Buck wouldn't have died, nobles rarely killing each other, the norm being capture and ransom. But Buck, the plug, had offended Ron. Ron searched the bodies, little gained, a small pouch of hearts, gold, and potions. He collected the corpses and turned back. Let's go rest elsewhere. Half an hour on, full dark, as Ron sought a camp spot, footsteps came. The column tensed, gripping weapons. Don't strike, it's me. A familiar voice. Ron thought. Half an hour earlier, and you'd have joined Buck. Victor Beansprout stumbled out, a dozen some battered men behind, eyes red, near dropping to his knees. Brother Ron, you're alive, wonderful. Ron steadied him. How's your side? Victor sat hard on the ground. Heavy losses, just these out. Eric's gone. Ron's heart sank. Explain. Victor's voice shook. I saw it. Surrounded, his men all dead, still killing. Then an orc team swallowed him, never came out. Ron was silent. And how did Mammon lose? Specifics. Victor nodded low. This I know. You were at the front so you don't. Mammon's main force truly lost, fell back to Iron Rock, now sealed in. They say a third-tier working class orc came. We can't stop it. Ron frowned. Third-tier working. Victor nodded. Real. Working class. Equal to a dragon knight. Orcs rank their strength as bloodchi warrior, war general, war king, matching knights and mages, with a unified tier scale called first tier life, second, third. This time the wolf-head chief himself acted. Several of Mammon's great knights died saving him. Iron Rock won't hold either. Without a dragon knight no numbers suffice, Victor said grimly. Viscount Daniel didn't get out. Some say he died, some captured. The independent legions, just as few. Brother Ron, I'll follow you from here. Do as you say. Ron mused, take him or not. Taking him meant he couldn't keep collecting bodies, but he'd serve as a shield in a pinch. Ron decided to take him, having no shortage of essence, and able to kill him if truly needed. All right, we won't go to Iron Rock. Head rearward as we can. Victor nodded eagerly. At Iron Rock Fort the walls hadn't slept 3 days. Mammon stood on the wall, watching the black mass of the orc camp, expressionless, his armor still bloody from yesterday. Wounded knights stood behind, silent but for groans. Marquis, the East Magic Tower's energies near spent. A blue-robed mage said, pale, his staff crystal dim. The crystal cannons have 6 volleys left. After that the walls, just stone. Mammon nodded. The mage hesitated. Yesterday, via the crystal ball, the duchy asked us to hold 7 days. Support comes soon. 7 days. Whether Iron Rock could hold 7 more, he had no certainty. Outside, the orc horns blew, another wave. The wolf-head host poured out, fodder first. Captured humans and low orcs driven at the wall, boarmen hauling crude ladders, bullmen behind. The wolves agile up the ladders. Crystal cannons ready, the vice-general cried. A dozen some cannons turned, cores loaded, glowing. Fire. Light pillars tore into the orcs, blasting gaps, flesh flying. But the orcs too many, gaps filled, charging on. Magic shield max. A pale blue dome covered the wall, Iron Rock's last defense. 3 years stored mana, mostly spent these days. Orc arrows pinged off it, Ramblos shaking it, but not breaking. The first orcs reached the wall, ladders up, spears thrust down, boiling oil poured. But the orcs climbed their own dead. Mage core, fireballs. Dozens cast, fiery balls swallowing ladders and orcs, the stench of char, but more orcs climbed on. The shield took blows, flickering. Mammon, chief full, drew his sword. His host's great knights, 2 dead, 1 captured, the rest wounded, and he'd long been fighting himself. Then a sky-shaking roar from the orc ranks. A huge figure emerged, 2 heads taller than common orcs, black-maned, a bone club bigger than a man in hand, rising slowly over the field. The wolf-head chief, third-tier life, war king. Faces on the wall changed. Crystal cannons, alchemy bows, all on him. Cannons turned, fired, a light pillar striking his chest. The smoke cleared, the orc swayed, glanced at his singed fur, grinned baring fangs. That all. He raised the club, blood chi surging, and smashed the shield. Boom! It shook, cracks spreading like a web. Another blow, the shield shattered, mages in the tower vomiting blood and falling. He struck the wall, bricks bursting, defenders flung off, falling silent. Mammon, chi full, led a few great knights into the air to meet him. Past formal knight one could briefly glide aloft. Great knights fly long. Third tier no difference between air and ground. He was second tier, peak great knight, but third tier was a chasm. Several great knights surrounding the wolf working only barely avoided defeat, even with alchemy aids. Sword met club, sparks flying. A great knight was flung back, vomiting blood, left arm broken, the working unharmed, smashing down again. Then a blinding white light flared on the wall. An old mage atop the tower, burning with pale blue flame, overdrew his spirit, the tower feeding mana, a thick light pillar blasting the war king, who for the first time looked grave, blocking with his club, driven back, gouging a deep furrow. The old mage fell from the tower, dead midair. The breath he bought let the wall's shield rise again. The orc eyed his scorched chest, grinned. Interesting. He turned back, waving, and the orcs withdrew. On the wall Mammon leaned on his sword, gasping, left arm hanging, bloody, but standing. The vice-general crawled up, bloody. Marquis, another 1,000 some dead, one tower wrecked, cannons near gone, 2 more days at this rate. Mammon said nothing, watching north, the huge figure appearing again, eyeing the wall like prey. He shut his eyes. 2 days. The duchy's relief, 7 at fastest. Ron knew nothing of Iron Rock, heading south on back roads. Victor's people added, 30 some now, slow and a big target. Since yesterday they'd met 3 orc waves, the first a dozen stray lizard men felled, the second 20 some jackal men half killed before fleeing, the third by night a scout squad, heart killing 2, the rest fleeing. Each fight added wounded, dragging their speed. Ron saw the problem. His bracelet held hundreds of healing potions, refillable on site, but he daren't take them out. Victor's dozen eyes watching, and using such precious things on soldiers would raise suspicion, let alone exposing the space item. Ron knew now that taking Victor was net loss, especially as he'd become a burden with little combat value. He had to solve it. Lauren leaned in. Lord, Victor's side has 2 more gravely wounded. At this rate the orcs needn't chase. We'll drag ourselves to death. Ron glanced at Victor, who crouched dangling a carrot at a wounded man, sweating, and forced a smile. Brother Ron, my side can still walk. Ron looked away. Quarter-hour rest. Lauren, scout ahead. Hart, watch the surroundings. He stepped into the woods. I'll look ahead. Orc encounters grew more frequent, Iron Rock nearing. The orc host massing. Ron had to skirt it carefully, avoid fighting. Past Iron Rock the rear was safe for now. Fall back to Sandstone Fort and assess. That night they camped in a cave. Ron sat in a corner, Lauren and Hart flanking, Victor far off asleep. Deep in the night, cold wind howling outside, Ron shut his eyes and downed a high-quality essence, the heat surging fiercer than by day, that power crashing through him like it would burst him. He gritted his teeth, forced his chi to circle, trying to guide it. Time passed. After a while a crack sounded within. His chi was the same, no vortex, no breakthrough sign, but something broke, and something seemed to grow. He opened his eyes, looked at his hands, the same skin, but different, power flowing in his blood, each heartbeat a war drum, every cell cheering. First tier life. His life tier had leapt before his chi. Now only let the chi catch up, and he'd be a true formal knight. Lauren, startled awake, stared. Lord, you. Ron shook his head for silence, feeling the changes within. His chi only slightly increased, but his body different, his fist crackling, strength more than doubled. Lauren watched, shocked, asking nothing. Far off, beyond the cave, the night sky faintly glowed red, the direction of Iron Rock. Next morning they marched on, half the column wounded, Victor's side worst, moving like a snail. Ron halted them and called Victor up. Split off. Victor froze, his smile stiffening. Brother Ron, what? Split off. It's for your good. Victor panicked. I can walk, my men too. Give us more time. No time, Ron cut in. You know this speed can't cross undetected. Victor's lips trembled. Brother Ron, don't abandon me. I'll be your beast of burden. Anything, please. I said it's for your good. Seeing he couldn't sway Ron, Victor knelt, grabbing his hem, trying moral pressure. I gave you so much intel. You can't be ungrateful. Split off, and what chance have I? Ron's mouth twitched. A sword flash. Victor's eyes went wide, hands at his throat, blood spurting, and he fell grudgingly. Ron sheathed it, a little vexed, looking down. I said it was for your good. You wouldn't listen. Would Big Brother harm you? He finished off Victor's remaining men. Every lord Ron had met at Iron Rock was now wiped out. He searched Victor, nothing valuable, gold, an alchemy dagger venom-coated, for whom, unknown. A pauper. Lauren and Hart cleared the field. Let's go, Ron mounted. Travel light. Down a dozen some men. The wounded healed, they moved faster. The next 2 days Ron took a wide loop on back roads, skirting Iron Rock. Meeting orc patrols. He skirted them or finished them fast, testing his first-tier strength himself, broadly able to beat 3 of his old self. The orcs he met now, unless in great numbers at once, couldn't even flee him. Once a dozen jackal men, he cut the leader in 2, then 2 beside, the rest finished by his men. Lauren stared. Lord, that strength. Ron eyed the nicks on his blade. Not adapted yet. When we're back, make me a wolf fang mace. Swords are too light. On the 5th day after the rout, they passed a hidden valley, ahead another fortress, sandstone fort, behind Iron Rock, 2 domains distance between. People moved at the gate, but with a war-torn air. Ron didn't enter directly, sending Hart to scout, since he'd skipped relieving Iron Rock and felt guilty, wanting to see how many lords had fled back. Hart returned with a stunning report. Mammon had lost again. Iron Rock breached last night, by crystal ball message. Ron weighed running further. The frontier was near 20 domains deep, this barely 6 or 7 layers in. The Bronze Duchy was vast, ceding some land mattered little, and his domain, westmost, was far off, and the rear was richer. The orcs wouldn't drop fat meat to gnaw dry bones. As he hesitated, a great dragon cry sounded above. All looked up. A bronze dragon flew from the south, wings darkening half the sky, golden scales gleaming, flying low, a golden-armored rider on its back, face unclear. It passed over Sandstone Fort North. The crowd hushed, then erupted. Dragon Knight, a Dragon Knight. The Duchy's relief is here. Too late. Iron Rock's already fallen. Ron watched it vanish into the clouds. A bronze dragon, Dragon Knight, 3rd-tier life. Come, but late. Lauren leaned in. Lord, what now? Ron gripped his hilt and led the column into the fort. Enter, find lodging. Should be safe now. Sandstone was small, but with the dragon's arrival far steadier. Ron stated his identity, got a zone and supplies, settled the wounded, sent Lauren and Hart for news. At dusk Lauren returned, grave. Lord, Iron Rock fell last night. The orcs charged like mad. A wall section collapsed. The garrison mostly dead, the rest retreating here. Mammon's gravely wounded. His great knights saved him at the cost of their lives, now organizing the retreat. The Dragon Knight is Marquis Windsor Bronze. The Grand Duke sent him ahead. The Duchy's relief still 3 days off, drawn from the province nearest the frontier. Ron nodded. Windsor was the Grand Duke's brother, 3rd-tier titled knight, not a Dragon Knight, only riding one. The ducal house took the bronze dragon as its name, as small nobles took their sprites, the dragon better showing the house's might. Hart added, Lord, Sandstone will surely become a front line, stay or go. Ron frowned. A Dragon Knight's here. This isn't a Daniel who can't command his lords. Slipping off now would mark you as the bird that pokes its head out. Settle in, watch. That night Ron sat alone bottling essence, having collected uncounted bodies these 2 days, clearing the bracelet again and again, sorting essence by concentration. Looking at the room full of vials, his sense of safety surged. He shut his eyes, the 1st-tier power still adapting, his chi beginning to condense though no vortex yet, but far stronger. Next day Ron handled camp affairs and went to the fort market, modest but with decent military stock. He toured, selling the field's spoils, armor and ironware, for gold, buying grain, bandages, vials, and a huge wolf fang mace. So heavy even Lauren needed chi to swing it, but in Ron's hand it moved like an arm, fit to wreck armor. Anyone grazed by it gone. At an alchemy shop, his pendant shield's energy spent fast, his energy stones near empty, so he bought more. The shield had saved him much in the chaos, letting him fight all out. He asked its price. Lord, such high-quality gear only a formal mage can make, at no small cost. Our guild has one such treasure, 20,000 gold, the steward fawned. But yours is worn, 30% off. The shield had a use limit, frequent breaks wearing it. Hearing the price, Ron gaped. Thinking, same marquee house, how was Buck such a dud, dropping nothing good? He resolved to reward Leoli well, a little rich woman, one poke and gold pours out. As it was, he'd wronged Buck, Leoli's wealth being a marquee house's centuries of accumulation, scattered in flight. Such treasures usually so precious that even a direct heir was lucky to own one. He bought energy stones and many potions, spending all the gold from Buck and Victor, even fronting more. Without the essence, this summons was a big loss. Soldiers killed, potions spent, gold gone, gear worn. The merit earned nowhere near enough, especially as Ron refined the orc hearts too. He patted his hands, satisfied. A mighty dragon cry tore the sky. Ron, outside his zone, heard it from the north, nearing. All looked up. A golden duck flew in, filling their eyes. The bronze dragon diving from the clouds, scales blinding, descending, its wings wind flipping tents, the crowd scattering. In its claws, a huge orc corpse dropped from midair onto the open ground outside, splashing blood. A war general orc. Windsor leapt from the dragon, armor blood-spattered, eyes terrifyingly sharp. The dragon landed on the wall, claws gripping stone, tail lashing, snorting 2 thick breaths. The sight floored a few soldiers. Marquis Windsor's back, someone cried. Ron watched the dragon, its golden eyes sweeping the crowd like prey, and gripped his hilt, body tensing on instinct, the reaction to a higher-tier predator. The dragon knight didn't look at him, striding into the fort, late-arriving nobles trailing. Ron drew a breath, pressing the pressure down. A third-tier dragon, truly different. By afternoon, routed soldiers trickled back, scattered, some on crutches, some carried, some with only their lives. All the same look, relief and lost bewilderment. Windsor, reaching the front, had found the orcs hunting Mammon's force, which had lost but not wholly routed, still resisting, only unable to stop the War King. Windsor's dragon-born arrival suppressed the War King, letting the remnants break free. At dusk a horn called all lords to the council hall, packed, fewer familiar faces, all grimy, some bandaged, the air heavy. Windsor sat at the head in fearsome armor, Mammon beside him, pale, wounded, of little use for now. All present, Windsor said, clear to every ear. Those here are all who reached Sandstone, maybe some still stuck at the front, but few. The living will trickle in these 2 days. Those who fled further ahead. He paused. Notices are posted around Sandstone, especially the rear. Reach here within 3 days, or I'll count you dead by orc hands. After the war, best play dead forever, don't be found, or, humph. The lords agreed, none thinking to flee. Windsor scanned them. The duchy's relief comes in 3 days. These 3 days, your task isn't to hold to the death, it's to delay. He waved, the vice-general unrolling a map. Use the dozen-some domains between Sandstone and Iron Rock as a buffer. Organize defense, slow the orcs. A day bought is a day, then we settle accounts with them. Ron stirred. The gap between forts wasn't far, the orcs' attack range wide. If they found Sandstone hard, they'd turn to these domains, while Sandstone, though lesser than Iron Rock, had a Dragon Knight. So the orcs knew it wasn't easily taken, Dragon Knight plus Dragon being 2 third-tier powers, the orcs now at a disadvantage. But the duchy side, after Mammon's losses, was outmatched below 3rd tier in knights and soldiers. The vice-general assigned zones. Ron and a few lords got a place called Apple Domain, near Sandstone, likely low difficulty. Delay if you can, don't fight to the death with the orcs. Wait for the main force. Ron nodded. Just guerrilla warfare, I get it. After, leaving the hall, Ron saw a familiar figure. Boris. That old sneak hadn't died. Some innocent lord surely his victim. Boris leaned on a pillar, his usual smile, weariness beneath, locked beside him, arms slung but spirited. Baron Ron, we meet again. A slight nod. Ron bowed slightly. Baron Boris, a pleasure to see you again. Both inwardly wished the other dead, but kept the surface courtesy. Boris laughed. Lucky, lucky. Any slower, and I'd be buried with iron rock. They walked a stretch. Boris lowered his voice. I've some news. Many lords were captured this time, but a few unlucky ones died outright. I know of one, his domain nearby. Interested in a grab, Baron Ron. Probably sneaked to death by you. Eyeing his sprite bugs again, Ron thought. His method with Boris was to not take the bait, keep distance, and once developed, crush him outright, not play these schemes. Boris wanting the sprite bugs, let him. Ron would just seize them after, an easy bonus. Ron played dumb. Oh, no thanks. The Lord's dead. His orphans and widow have it hard. Let it go. Boris showed nothing, smiled with regret. Just, we're neighbors. Good things I think of you first. No matter, brother Ron. Keep this news for me. Relax, big brother. I'm most loyal. No third person learns of it, Ron said righteously. After Boris, Ron returned and rested, and at dawn left Sandstone for Apple Domain, the roads thick with routed soldiers and refugees. Besides Ron, 3 lords got Apple Domain. One a fleshy middle-aged baron of Ironhammer with 30-some wounded remnants. One a thin, tall man more merchant than lord with a dozen left. One a white-haired old knight, who knew how he'd escaped, with 20-some. Their combined men were under 100. Lord, Apple Domain's situation? Hart asked. See when we arrive. Apple Domain was worse than imagined. Small, a little castle on a slope, but no garrison. The lord not back, captured or dead. Inside, it looked looted, a few serfs grabbing granary grain, cowering at their entry. Where are the Domain's people? Lauren asked. No answer. Speak. He drew his sword. An older serf quavered. The Baroness took the noble young masters and misses and fled. Yesterday. Left us nothing. Ron scanned, said nothing. They searched the castle, finding only some cellar wine casks and a few silver pieces. Nothing valuable. The sprite bugs and wealth taken. Ron grumbled. Can't underestimate these nobles' wits. Bad at war, but pros at fleeing. He conferred with the 3 lords and decided to act separately, wary of being tripped, the others surely thinking likewise. The next 2 days Ron roamed near Apple Domain, fighting small orc sweeps, fleeing the larger, filling the bracelet twice more, then fell back to Sandstone. The duchy's relief finally arrived. Sandstone 10 times livelier, every surviving lord reporting to Windsor, the camp packed, flags of all kinds, soldiers of many accents reinforcing works. The relief was regular army from the nearest province, easy to command but light on high-tier force, while noble private armies were hard to command but night-heavy. The relief was 20,000, a full legion of 15,000 plus 2 battalions, led by a count. More would destabilize the province border. With the gathered routed soldiers, Sandstone now held over 40,000, plus many crystal cannons and alchemy bows, ample to hold one fort. Ron stood at the gate, eyeing the cannon mouths on the wall, reassured. The day after the relief came. At first light the orcs came, horns from the north, not one but dozens, like a wolf pack answering. Ron stood behind the Merlins, looking north, a black line on the horizon widening, nearing, until it was no line but a black tide flooding the wasteland toward Sandstone. The orcs didn't probe. They came in full force, black banners rolling, fodder orcs first, behind them Wolfhead, Oxhorn, and other big clans with ladders and rams. Dozens of crystal cannons roared, light pillars tearing into the orcs, blasting gaps, flesh and earth flung up, but the gaps filled, the orcs surging on unfeeling. The magic shield rose, pale blue over the wall, orc arrows rippling off, rams shaking the gate, the dome denting and rebounding with a low boom. Mage Corps. The Legion commander cried over the din. Dozens of mages raised hands. Fireballs, wind blades, acid pouring from the wall, bursting among the orcs, swallowing ladders and the foremost orcs, the stench of char, more orcs climbing their dead. Then a sky-shaking roar, the Wolfhead chief rising aloft, blood chi surging like burning black fire. Windsor met him on the bronze dragon, dragon spear against bone club, the air trembling. 3 third-tier lives tangled aloft, dragon breath and blood chi weaving, stray blows hitting the ground, devastating whatever was below. Above, high-tier powers fought spectacular. Below, Ron hid his strength, lest he draw an expert's eye. 18 that year, on the field of Flunky. On the wall, Ron and his men held a section. The fight's simple. Shut your eyes, grip the spear, thrust, 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 endless, forgetting time. Easier than holding an ordinary zone. The orcs endless, occasional capable blood chi warriors swiftly handled by his 3 high tiers. Other walls fared similar. But once the shield broke, the fodder thinned and orc elites came up, the orcs' first-tier warriors far outnumbering the defenders, occasionally scaling the wall, and without a matching formal knight to answer, soldiers had to fill the gap with their lives, spending the orcs' blood chi. Ron stood on the wall, 1 orc per stroke, not daring the conspicuous mace, the plainer the better. High-tier orc warriors prioritized the cannons and mage core, so unless very unlucky, one rarely met a tiered orc. But luck was that bad. The wall not far from his being marked by a first-tier orc warrior, and unsurprisingly it couldn't hold, for once the orc held a foothold, more orcs poured up. It became a breach, and the commander, seeing it, sent a formal knight, who drove the orc off. Such things recurred. Ron faced one later, didn't show off, fought the first-tier orc a while with Lauren and Hart, then feigned being unable to hold, awaiting a formal knight's support, which if it didn't come would make his feint a real breach. Did you think the other walls actually held? The wall-holding nobles all did this. A few merit points a month, why risk your life? That was the difference between noble private armies and the duchy's regulars. Effort, yes, but don't expect nobles to die for you. Support came. The duchy holding sandstone not hard. The longer the better for the duchy. The orcs unable to outlast, here to rob, not occupy. Ron dragged over a few soldiers' corpses from the next zone to look like he'd fought hard, giving the relieving knight his due respect. The fight lasted a full day, and at dusk the orcs withdrew. The wall was strewn with corpses, orc and human, cannon barrels red, the shield broken thrice. The mage core collapsed exhausted. But Sandstone stood. Ron leaned on the wall, no clean spot on him, Lauren beside with an arm cut still seeping, Hart no better, armor dented, helmet gone. Far off, Windsor landed on the wall, lightly wounded but head high, having held the upper hand among the third tiers, the wolf chief faltering by afternoon until war generals flew out to steady him. The wall's defense rotated. Ron came down in full dark, leaned at the wall base, his armor's blood long dried stiff. Soldiers still cleared bodies, the creak of carts the only sound. Ron rested at his zone, shed the heavy armor, washed, changed into clean clothes. At dinner, 2 unwelcome guests came, in armor stamped with a maple leaf, Count Maple's people, a thing Ron had near forgotten, Brother Peter offstage 2+ months, and they only now arrived. Unlucky too, they'd left on Peter's plea, marched half a month out of the duchy, just into the frontier when the orc invasion hit, press ganged into wall defense, several dead before reaching their goal. The leader, a 30-ish square-faced knight with steady eyes and an unmarked sword, a young squire behind. Baron Ron. A slight nod. I'm William Maple, Count Maple's nephew. This is Henry, my second. Ron's heart tightened, his face calm. Well met. William studied him. We came to reinforce on the Count's order, only to learn Baron Peter is dead. A poor turn. You were his neighbor, any specifics? Ron sighed mournfully. I heard. A band of bandits did it. Why rob and also kill? Brother Peter, such a pure soul, just like that, heartless bandits. William's eye twitched. I hear Baron Peter, and you had some friction? Nonsense, slander. Brother Peter was my dearest friend, a sworn brother. He even wanted to partner with me in business, said with his backing money would pour in, his was mine. Then I heard he met bandits. William, seemingly stalled, asked, Baron Ron, do you think the frontier's bandits really so capable? Ron said slowly, these days, anything happens. In such chaos, who can say? William asked no more. Then mind your safety, Baron. I hear another bandit band has lately roamed the frontier. He sneered and left with his squire. Lauren leaned in. Lord, they. Ron cut in. Ignore them. A pack of duds, I don't count them a dish. The next afternoon was Ron's turn to defend. The fight still fierce, sandstone like a skiff in a storm, but never breached. Ron's band cowering behind a wall section, defending like a normal lord, gathering a few hearts, no dire moments. Looks like sandstone will hold, Hart said. Ron nodded. That night, defense done, a messenger came. Baron Ron, Boris invites you to the tavern. Ron stirred, face calm. Understood. He changed and went with Lauren. The tavern was small, a few officers murmuring, Boris in a corner, 2 cups before him, graver than last time. Sit. Ron sat, didn't touch the cup. Boris was direct. Today some Maple Domain people found me, fishing about Peter's death, the old cripple too. Aren't they oversensitive, suspecting us neighbors? Everyone knows our Domain 95 is a famously civilized, mutually helpful place. Ron played along. Right, right, there are bad eggs among the masses. But our bandits are a bit brazen. Shall we organize a bandit purge? Boris was puzzled. Why are you playing along? Purge whom? Ron explained. Our 2 houses send troops to purge bandits. Each puts up 18 million coppers. Whatever we put up, the other lords must match, or pay double in lieu of troops. Boris mulled viable. And after? 50-50, Ron said firmly. They settled and parted. Neither was too tense about the Maple visitors, the frontier killing many lords yearly, a new lord lucky to keep half his first year, a quarter after 3. A count's son dying was nothing. Come bite me if you can't march an army in, only send high-tier force in revenge, and clever nobles wouldn't do such a profitless thing, lest a few escapees rob them of peace forever. Back at his zone, Ron told Hart, go find William Maple. Tell him I forgot a lead yesterday. There's a lord in our area, real scum, named Boris, rumored to love posing as a bandit to rob. I think Peter's death was probably his doing. Hart left. At William's end, after seeing Hart off, the squire eyed him oddly, the 4th tip-off he'd seen off. Boris's messenger said Ron was the least honest in the area. The frontier only got this chaotic after he came, ruining once pure neighborly ties, and Peter's death was surely his. The cripple's messenger said Boris and Ron were the 2 worst, Peter's death their doing, witnessed firsthand. Green Lakes. The young squire said wryly. Not one good person in this frontier. Shall we use the message crystal to report to the count? William thought, sipped, said slowly, forget it. Too tangled here. Not worth more cost over a dead man. Now we think how to preserve strength in this fight. No more losses, or the count won't be pleased. So the Peter affair ended, not touching Ron. Meanwhile at the orc camp, a dozen chiefs sat heavy in the great tent, the wolf-head chief at the head, shoulder-bandaged, grim. Iron Rock's fallen. We've robbed enough, a Ratman chief said. Keep fighting and too many die, we may not take this fort. A bull man retorted. Retreat? With so many dead, this fort for nothing. Then what? A goat man glared. Nah, sandstone. They've a dragon knight, crystal cannons, can we chew it? The bull man fell silent. A lizard man said, we needn't take sandstone. Skirt it. Raid the rear domains, or the side domains. Those small lords have little resistance. Some nodded, some shook heads. Skirt it and Sandstone's army pokes your rear. The tent argued. The wolf-head chief stayed silent until it quieted. Attack once more tomorrow. If we can't take it, prepare to withdraw. The war king decided. None dared object. The next day, before dawn, horns from the orc camp. Ron stood on the wall, his breath whipped away by the cold wind. The orc camp blazed with torches, figures moving. The array bigger than days past. 3 siege towers out, more ladders. They mean to go all in, Lauren muttered. The wolf chief stood at the front, bandage off, scar bared, roaring, the orcs answering with a sky-shaking howl. The fight ran near 2 hours, the orcs charging again and again, corpses half a man high at the wall, but the orc command ignored the losses, charging on. Ron's men broke 3 spears, hands blistered. These beasts on something today? Hart panted, armor bloody. Ron shook his head, then felt his face cool. He looked up. A snowflake, then another, a third. Snow. Fine grains first, soon goose-feather snow, blanketing all. The orc assault stalled, towers stopped, ladders stopped. Orcs looking up, some catching snow, some retreating. Aloft, the fighting figures stopped too. Windsor, on the dragon, said to the wolf war king, it's over. The wolf-head chief stood in the snow, motionless, unwilling, then ordered, retreat. The horns sounded the withdrawal tune. The orcs pulled back, the defenders not pursuing, watching them ebb like a tide. The war king stood aloft, snorted at Windsor, glanced back at Sandstone, and vanished into the snow. On the wall, silence a moment. Then someone cried, "We won, the orcs are gone." From one voice to many to a roar. Soldiers threw helmets, embraced, some crouched weeping. Ron watched the orc shadows shrink and vanish into the snow, the wasteland whitening, the wall-based corpses buried, all trace erased. "We held," Lauren rasped. Ron felt it, finally over. The snow thickened, the wall stones whitening, crunching underfoot. Windsor landed, left an order to clear the field, and left. Ron was thrilled, having collected no bodies since arriving at Sandstone, never even taking the pot from his mind. The field too thick with high-tier powers and first-tier mages whose abilities he couldn't gauge, lest some unknown method expose his secret. To be safe, until back in his own domain, the pot stayed unused, his stored essence ample. The field was strewn with corpses under thick snow. Ron had men cart them off, secretly pulling out orc bloodchi warriors' bodies, the chaos on the wall hiding his slight. And even if some unknown means caught it, it'd only seem a space item. A richer Viscount could own one, not drawing a second or third-tier expert. After clearing his section, he eagerly helped the others, for though most of a bloodchi warrior's essence was in the heart, half remained in the body, far better than common monsters. He shuttled below until the bracelet was full, over 20 bodies rivaling high-tier squires alone, the rest heart extracted. Busy till afternoon, then Windsor summoned the lords. The council hall was packed, Ron in a corner, scanning for familiar faces, Boris, the old cripple, Austin, all his neighbors there. Raymond of Lushwood seemed gone, unseen since the East Front's rout, probably dead, lowering the domain's face. The New Lord Independent Legion seemed near gone, even Viscount Daniel absent, Ron sighed. At the head, Mammon sat by Windsor, still pale, but better. Windsor cleared his throat. "This battle's done. Silence. The orcs will withdraw soon. But some things must be settled. They captured many lords, sent a list demanding ransom. I looked, the prices are fair, as past years. You all came summoned to fight for the duchy. The duchy won't abandon you. It covers half each ransom. The captured lord's house finds the other half." The vice-general unrolled a parchment. "This southward orc raid, 17 lords dead, 53 captured, the list here." He read names, Ron hearing some familiar ones. Buck, Victor. Cold Pine's Baron Clark captured, Raymond confirmed dead. Baron ransom, 5,000 gold, 3 sprite bugs. Viscount, 30,000 gold, 1 small sprite, 5 sprite bugs. Count, 200,000 gold, 3 small sprites, 10 sprite bugs. Or equivalent grain, iron, tools. Knights as before, gold only. The hall buzzed. Ron was startled, everyone seeming familiar with the process, and the orcs. What, doing business? Not Ron's fault he didn't know. His first summons. Orcs raided south to winter, to seize grain. Their warriors' bloodchi cultivation needing much blood food and grain. And they didn't farm, relying on sprite bugs, so they robbed each winter. Breaching castles got wealth, used to buy grain from frontier lords for more grain. But a domain's most valuable was whisked away first, so captured lords and knights became the biggest commodity, houses paying ransom, this income the bulk of the raid. So captured lords were nearly all alive, defeated lords rarely dying if they declared their identity at once, the orcs giving them full treatment, even letting a lord run a tab for a beast-eared girl to warm his bed. Ron, hearing the neighbor's lore, was floored. So killing 2 lords this time made him the orcs' top salesman. The rest concerned him little, the frontier hard hit, 50-some domains breached, the discussion all aftermath. Ron only cared when he could go home. Good news, once the snow stopped and the orcs left. The council ended, and Ron returned through the snow. At Riverbend, Lily sat in the potion room, pestle working unhurried, an apparatus bubbling with new brew, steam flushing her cheeks. Cecilia lay at the door hugging the pup. "Sister, when's brother-in-law back?" Lily's hand paused. "Soon. You said that last time." Lily said nothing, grinding on, then rose to adjust the flame, adding fresh powder. Cecilia ran off with the pup, Bella's chirps and Cecilia's laughter in the yard. Leolie stood at the beaker, watching the liquid color, her mind drifting far. Was he hurt? She blinked, shook it off, and worked on. Done. She went to the window and pushed it open, cold wind and fine snow blowing in. It was snowing. The next day, snow still falling, Ron turned in his spoils at the quartermaster. This summons earning 2,600 merit, near the top among Baron Lords. The merit exchange list held truly good things, mostly precious, hard-to-buy items, potion sprite bugs, breakthrough aid potions, formal knight manuals, but at absurd prices, his merit barely enough for one potion sprite bug. He took a jasmine sprite bug, leaving little. The quartermaster kindly noted, "Baron, sprite bugs aren't in stock, shipped from the duchy. You'll be notified to collect at Oak City when they arrive." Ron nodded. Far off, the orc camp was mostly struck, the column forming, captured lords pinned and watched by war generals, heads low. Through his glass, Ron saw Viscount Daniel indeed there. Lauren rubbed his hands. The orcs made out big this year, 50-some domains robbed, so many lords captured. The ransom alone feeds them years. You've seen this before? Twice as a frontier mercenary, never this scale. The worst in a decade. Should be quiet a few years now. Other orc clans won't eye our duchy's frontier. That afternoon, the orcs struck camp and returned north. The ransom trade to happen later at a set place once the duchy gathered the sum, the old way. Scouts confirmed the orcs gone, and Windsor's messengers swept Sandstone. The summons ends. Lords may return to their domains. Ron, cleaning his sword, set it down. You're sure Marquis Windsor's order is the summons ends? Lords may go home? His exact words, Lord. Ron dismissed him and paced, thinking. The summons ends. A thought rose. He called Lauren and Hart. Have the men pack, stay low, no fuss, leave the fort in dribs as mercenaries. Watch the gate. When one lord sets out, we go. Leave the tents up. He stepped out, watching the cheering soldiers, oddly calm. After buying at the shops, an impatient lord finally left, and Ron quietly followed with his men. Outside, he met the soldiers sent ahead. Only a dozen some left. Near 40 lost this trip, the rest all knights, 2 newly broken into mid-tier squire, and the 2 remaining low tiers from the family, whose talent was truly poor, on whom Ron would waste no more resources. United, Ron ran flat out. The snow hadn't stopped, the going hard, hooves slipping, hair frosting. Lauren asked, Lord, such a hurry? Ron grinned wickedly. Destination, Lakeside. Lauren and Hart were stunned speechless. But, didn't Marquis Mammon forbid lords from making trouble? Hart stammered. He forbade trouble during the summons. The summons has ended. And it's all bandits doing. What's it to us? We're still on the road. They saw the sense, then grew excited, spurring the men on. Lucky the soldiers were all knights, or the march alone would kill half. Ron rode at the front, even feeding the horses healing potion, hoping they'd last. He was racing time. Boris had left later, 3 days at normal pace to Lakeside, longer in snow, and if Boris waited out the snow, all the better. Lakeside's defense now was surely weak, no match for a first-tier life. Thinking what came next, Ron trembled with excitement. In just over 2 days, Ron reached Cold Pine Ridge, not because the men gave out, but because the horses ran to death. 2 days of all march, but for needful rest, sheltering in tents he'd pre-stored. Hart came up. Lord, the horses won't rise, the knights can't go on. Even Ron felt tired, the men surely at their limit. Then rest half a day, recover, take Lakeside in one stroke. Ron had pondered whether to swing by Riverbend first for reinforcements, but decided against it. This time not just to rob Lakeside, but to settle Boris for good. And if Boris came from Riverbend's direction and spotted something, it'd be lost effort, and best keep the domain's forces still to guard against Boris's tricks. That night Ron crept into Lakeside, skirting all sentries, the castle appearing on high ground, large, gray stone walls 2 stories tall, an iron-bound gate, watchtowers either side torch-lit with patrolling guards, merlins along the wall. Hard to take, Lauren whispered. The gate's too strong, the walls too high. Wait, watch their sentries. Ron hadn't meant a frontal assault, which he might win by strength, but with losses and great noise, ruining the chance to sneak Boris. So stealth. Late night, Ron took only Lauren and Hart to a castle corner scouted by day, took out pre-made iron claws, and the three climbed the wall unseen. In the cold, the guards huddled in tower rooms, the neighbor lords all summoned away, so defense was lax, a convenience. Ron swiftly took the nearby guards. No time even to cry out. A small castle with few night watch, rotation only by day, this window his time. The three crept in, bound a maid, learned the Baroness's room, and slipped over, killing those they couldn't avoid, reaching her door easily. Ron resolved to keep dogs in the manor hereafter, lest he meet someone who fought dirty. He had Hart and Lauren hold the door and entered alone, running Chi to take in the room, a shapely, lovely woman of 24 or 5 abed. The Baroness. He looked her over in the dark and stepped up, covering her mouth as she stirred. Don't turn, I'm Boris. Iris fought harder at that, muffled cries for help, body twisting. Ron pressed her shoulder, forcing her back. Angered by her struggling, a sharp slap, and she froze, then stilled, ashamed, fearing more discipline. Ron, seeing her stop, eased, even soothing. Come now, ma'am. She nodded, trembling, lashes quivering, her breath quick. I'll let go. Don't scream. You know the result. You're clever. You grasp the situation. Not if you understand. He released her, and she didn't scream. Who are you? What do you want? Ron lit the desk lamp. In the yellow light, Iris saw him. Young, far younger than Boris, handsome, a wicked smile, not a good sort. She tidied her disheveled nightdress. Treating me as a stranger, ma'am. Ron chuckled. You're Ron Broccoli, Iris said suddenly. Ron paused. Oh, I'm no handsome Lord Broccoli. I'm a bandit. The only lord nearby this young is you, she said, steadier. Boris mentioned you, called you a nuisance. Ron laughed. Can't I be a passing bandit? Iris said coolly. Bandits? Where would so many come from? Led at most by a stray knight or two, the rest common men. You crept into this castle soundlessly, so your strength exceeds everyone here. It's snowing. The orcs' assault is surely over. The lord's returning. Only I didn't expect you so fast. Ron pulled up a chair. She sat on the bed in a white nightdress, hair loose, a natural allure unlike Lioli's. Say I'm Ron, then what? Do you grasp your position? Iris was silent. Boris is coming back. Before he does, you'll help me take this castle. Don't cooperate. Iris paused. You'll kill Boris? His death lets you live. Maybe you're clever enough to slip a message past me. But whatever happens, if Boris isn't caught, you die first. He drew his sword, chi full, and a full-force cut sheared a silver clothes rack in two. Iris's pupil shrank, far beyond high-tier squire. Could it be? She'd seen formal knights act in her house, and Ron's showing was little different. She gripped the covers, knuckles white. After a long while she looked up. Horse. Why trust you'll spare me? Sister-in-law, I don't kill women. Iris, not trusting, shut her eyes, and when she opened them her gaze had changed. Ron searched her thoroughly, found nothing dangerous, and bound her to the bed. Let's be clear, you strongly insisted on this. I didn't force you. The rest faded at the threshold. Ron's past life had mined coal, the mine another world. No light. Feeling your way. The deeper the damper, the slick footing tripping you. He hadn't expected Lakeside to hold a rich vein too, a delight. After, Iris rubbed her chafed wrists. I've no way back now. All this sacrifice was to win Iris's trust, a pledge sealed. Now both their own people, or neither would rest easy. Absolutely not, because Ron eyed her body. Candlelight flickered, two shadows stretching on the wall. Tell me the castle's situation, Ron said. Iris drew a breath, steadier now. 70 or 80 soldiers, over half raw recruits, the elites Boris took. 2 mid-tier knights left, Hank and Sam, one guarding the domain, one the castle. Ron nodded. 70 or 80, 2 mid-tiers, a few with chi, the rest plain soldiers. His dozen some were all knights, plus himself a first tier, enough. Who's in charge before Boris returns? Iris paused. Me. Ron's mouth twitched. Easy then. The gate's situation. A portcullis, lowered by day, raised at night. Can you swap the gate guards for my men? Iris thought. Yes. How many high tiers does Boris have? 3. Ron frowned. 3? Boris is 1, Locke 2. The third's Alan. I brought him from the Balhinia house, sworn to me, newly broken through, kept quiet, taken along this summons. Ron's heart tightened. 3 high tears. Boris hit it deep. A costly surprise had he not known. He planned, when Boris returns the portcullis is down, once he's in, drop it, and he can't flee. They settled the plan, and Iris went to handle the slain guards, simplest for her. By dawn the castle was as usual. By morning Iris had somehow brought all Ron's outside soldiers in and taken the gate, Lauren and Hart among them. The 2 mid-tiers sent off on errands. Ron stayed by Iris, never letting her leave his sight. How to mask his identity her problem. So the castle changed hands without alarm. By day calm, by night Ron mined the rich vein diligently. 2 days on, Boris's column finally reached Lakeside. That noon Boris returned with his remnants, wrapped in a thick cloak, locked behind arm-slung, and a stranger of about 30, sharp-eyed, surely the hidden high-tier Allen. The column was thin, 20-some, all wounded, but Boris was satisfied, his losses small versus other lords, his night force near intact, 2 sprite bugs gained. He'd hurried back, Lushwood's poor wretch dead, his domain nearest, to bite the fattest piece before the duchy sent a new lord, grab land and sprite bugs, fearing Riverbend's scum would race him. So he'd left Sandstone the moment the snow stopped, planning to restock men for a bigger haul. He daydreamed happily, seeing Lakeside's castle, all seemingly fine. A column rode out, Hank leading the welcome, arranged by Iris. Hank the mid-tier squire sent touring the domain these days, unaware of the changes, now sent to greet Boris and divert him. Boris, sensing nothing, entered the castle. Ron watched from hiding, calm, settled. Boris walked in, still scheming, that Ron Brat should still be on the road. By the time he learns it, I'll have stripped Lushwood's sprite bugs. That pauper Raymond may have few, but every poor man has some sprite bugs. Free pickings. No need to feud with Riverbend hereafter. Just toss him a few false charges now and then. Boris was pleased. Then behind him the portcullis began to rise, chains rattling. He spun. What's this? Lock reined in, hand on hilt. The gate, guards moved, holding the not yet shut portcullis. Boris, not knowing what happened, knew it was bad and moved to charge out, but men blocked the gate, his side losing 2 soldiers, the portcullis slamming shut. His face went iron. He looked at the guards and recognized one, Ron's high-tier squire. His heart sank. Ha ha ha. Baron Boris, long time. A voice from the wall. He looked up. Ron stood there in full armor, hand on a merlin, looking down, smiling, the hunter's smile at cornered prey. Ron. His voice rasped. Do you know what you're doing? You think you can kill me? Ron smiled. Big brother jokes. I'm a guest in your home. The ladies hosted me well. Truly comfortable. Boris burned. Damn you, what did you do to Iris? Boris was impotent, but truly loved his wife. All that should be done. I waited 2 days for you, so idle. Cur, I'll kill you. Boris, consumed by rage, lost reason, sure the lady was forced, and once he'd killed Ron he'd forgive her. Ron quipped, Big brother, why kill me? You love your wife. I love your wife. We're of a kind. Boris snapped, kill him. I didn't know how to deal with you. You came to my castle. See how you flee now. Counting on 3 high tiers, even at a loss he'd keep Ron. Locke drew, shielding Boris. Ron leapt from the wall, Wolf Fong mace in hand. One blow, sending Locke flying. Then was surrounded by Lauren and Hart. Ron walked toward Boris step by step. Boris's eyes filled with terror. That blow even he couldn't have blocked. How so strong? Wasn't he just a mid-tier squire? Damn. He gripped his sword, chi flowing, for a desperate stand. He slashed. Ron blocked crosswise, and Boris felt a great force drive him back 2 steps. Lucky it was his castle, near 100 soldiers to help. Ron's mace killed 1 per blow. Any soldier it touched never rose. Boris fought with the soldiers to surround and drain Ron's chi, not knowing Ron fought by body, chi only in aid. Lauren and Hart's side fared poorly, 2 on 2, Locke wounded but not out, with many soldiers, falling to a disadvantage. As both sides clashed fiercely, Iris emerged from her room and ordered, Alan, help Baron Ron's men finish Locke at once. Alan, mid-fight, paused a beat, then turned his spear on Locke. A knight may be weak or fail a task, but must know whom he serves. loyalty being a knight's footing no less than strength. Locke's side grew dire. Boris saw it, unable to accept it, shouting at Iris. How could you, Iris? Iris stood pale but calm, knowing that since Ron showed first-tier strength, no one in this frontier could stop his rise. Boris was doomed. With Alan's turn, Ron's side was 3 high tiers and a first tier, Boris's only 2 high tiers, his soldiers routing. Locke killed. Boris burst his last life-saving move, blocked by Ron. And with Hart's trio joining the swarm, the fight soon ended. Ron's mace caught Boris's head, the helmet no help. Boris offstage. The Lord dead. The rest threw down arms and knelt. Ron ordered all of Boris's sworn knights killed, for they still resisted, and even surrendered. Ron wouldn't accept knight surrender, all rooted out and slain. Common soldiers could live, their future the brick kiln night shift. Iris watched Boris's corpse, pale, knowing her value was spent, her life now Ron's to decide, worried for her fate. The castle quieted, bodies dragged off, blood wiped, the reek blown away by cold wind. Iris stood in the wind, pale, watching Boris's body carried out, lips moving, silent. Ron sat in the great hall. Iris followed, turned, stared. How will you deal with me? Ron glanced up. Afraid of what? I said I don't kill women. He had a plan for her. Boris was easy to kill, but Lakeside hard to swallow. The frontier let lords fight for land, unlike the duchy's rules. But you had to smooth the connections, every frontier lord having a backer, kill freely and seize land. And if unchallenged, fine, but challenged it could choke you. Lakeside held much Bauhinia house interest, harmed by his takeover, and they might want more. So now Viscount Evan Marigold came on stage, ceding some interest, letting Marquis Cologne talk with Mammon. Whether Count Bauhinia would accept, probably not. The old thing marrying his daughter to a eunuch surely had crooked designs, maybe meaning to swallow Lakeside himself. And emotionally, Ron had killed the man's former male favorite. Bauhinia perhaps still carrying a torch for Boris's skills. So Bauhinia was the one to guard against, lest he pluck the peach. 3 options for Lakeside. 1. Pick a Boris nephew to inherit, most lawful and least likely. Having dared kill one lord, he could kill another. 2. Outright annexation, doable but hard. Easy were Ron some count's son, but he wasn't, so cede interest for Oak City's tacit nod. 3. Iris holds Lakeside, also lawful, no children but no remarriage, a thread of legitimacy plus strength making truth. Ron favored the third, the second who knows the cost, lest unreasonable demands come. Ron loath to pay, yet wanting the land. The third's hitch was ensuring Iris wouldn't turn to her father Bauhinia. He tossed the puzzle to her. I mean to have you hold Lakeside. Keep Boris's death hidden as best you can. Iris brightened, having hoped only to live. Now this surprise. But you must prove you won't turn to your father, lest you stab me one day. Iris pondered. How about I bear you a child? She said, flushing. Ron's brow darkened. This white woman's blunt, all plain truths. That. Let nature take it. I'm only 19. Iris, disappointed, said, then from interest. I'm not favored in the house, or I wouldn't be married off here to widow. Listen to my father, and this place soon becomes a Bauhinia vassal, and once he's firm, who knows whom he'd marry me to next. Ron agreed, deciding Iris would hold Lakeside, with Alan the high-tier squire she could manage. She then took Ron to receive Lakeside's wealth. First the sprite bugs, a delight. 17 sprite bugs, and 1 small sprite. 12 farming, rye 3, wheat 2, alfalfa 2, peanut, soybean, pear, corn, sweet potato. 5 potion, Bauhinia, glazegrass, camellia, hyacinth, strawberry. 1 small sprite, a white pear farming sprite, his second small sprite, a mini pear, and 2 leaves atop its head. Once Boris's, now Ron's, he'd treat it the same, naming it Big White whatever its old name. Boris had worked hard at collecting sprites, 15 before, 2 more from the campaign. A fine habit, never coming empty-handed. The sprites, their master killed, were listless from the shock. Ron contracted them and left, not contracting the Bauhinia bug. Iris's, left to her. From the sprite room, they went to the vault. Ron eyed the junk and cursed. Where's Boris's money? Under 2,000 gold total. Iris said awkwardly. Boris's house was small, no deep coffers, All money went to developing the domain, years of hard development to secure the Baron's seat. Later, hearing a formal knight might recover his injury, he grew even keener on development, having nothing else to do. Ron got Lakeside's full picture. Over 9,000 people, one town, several manors, about 30,000 mu, some 3,000 gold income yearly. Boris had built well in 5 years, second only to Green Lake nearby. Riverbend not half its size without the salt mine. No wonder all had eyed Ron's mind. He stowed the sprite bugs in grass. Lakeside's yours now, the gold I've left you. I'll leave you a mid-tier squire. Send him to Riverbend if you can't handle something. He left with Lauren and his men. On the road back, at a secluded spot, Ron turned the horse north, racing for Lushwood Ridge. Lushwood was new frontier, its lord dead on the field, marking failure. So taking its remaining wealth didn't breach the new lord protection rule. No Oak City reproach to fear. Hooves churned the snow. Lushwood adjoined Lakeside, 2 hours by horse, and near dark he saw its manor. Lushwood didn't yet know its lord was dead, all undefended, defense slack, taken easily. Clearing the spoils, he cursed. This pauper, only 3 sprite bugs, 1 potion, 2 farming, 2 of them duchy gifted. Almost no gold, all turned to grain. He couldn't even recall the pauper's name. He left Hart to watch overnight, the main force to collect serfs tomorrow, and rode through the night to Riverbend. Midnight, Ron arrived. Not hiding his tracks, the sentries spotted the lord's return and made to light a signal fire, but Ron stopped them. Having raided 2 domains, he wanted to test his own defense. He found that even by night patrols rotated, the defense crude in his eyes, but better than others. Not lingering in the cold, he revealed himself, startling a guard, and entered. The lord's return roused the manor. Perrin came out, eyes red. "Lord, you're back safe, wonderful." Ron waved. Inside, Perrin briefly reported no major events. Miss Leoli helped greatly, ordered the domain well. Ron's heart leapt. She didn't leave? Now Ron accepted her from the heart. Dismissing everyone, he entered Leoli's courtyard late at night, a warm light leaking from the window. Inside, Leoli stood in the warm glow, waiting. The travel chill melted in her soft gaze. "I'm back,"